seed of Tata, spangled banner, yeah, wave. Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave. We remain standing for the Kenyan national anthem. By protocol, we got to start with the U.S. anthem. Ilete baraka kwetu haki iwe ngao na mlinzi na tukae na undugu amani na uhuru raha tupate na ustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda. We tayari kuilinda na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, siku tuwe na shukrani. Big hand for everybody, big hand. Big hand for everybody. Okay, take your seats. I'm going to be calling our chairperson, Bwana Simon Nyaga, who will get this event officially started. Simon. Ladies. Taylor, do we have this mic on?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. How are we doing this morning? Those who have come from various parts of the United States, those who have come from as far as Nairobi, Kenya, Hamjambo. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to the 5th Kenya-US Diaspora Sacco annual general meeting. And this morning, we are privileged and we are honored to have you all bright and early to come and grace this occasion. Thank you so much for sparing time this day. We are going to have a lot of exciting activities that are going to be taking place. As you have been told, my name is Simon Nyaga, Chairman, Kenya-US Diaspora Sacco, and I welcome you all this morning, this day, and this evening. We are also going to be having a dinner courtesy of the Sacco and our sponsors. Let me take note of those who we have, the guests that we have this morning, coming all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. This morning, I would like to recognize the presence of our commissioner, Madam Mary Mugai. Please, if you would stand up and wave to the crowd, be with us this morning. At the same time, I would also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Bui Wagasha. Also, I would like to recognize the presence of Professor Joseph Kerr. We also have the CEO, HELP, Mr. Charles Rigera. Also in our ministry, we have Mr. Nelson Ashitiva and Company Advocates from Nairobi. We are also honored to have John Kimani, our partner in our Vathili Homes Urban World Development. There is Mr. Michael Kiarie, Premier Realty. Do you have him in? All right. We also have the team from, I think we have EcoBank team. Do you have them stand up, please? We have also, there's ABC Bank. All right. There is some people that I'm forgetting. May I have that folder, please? Eric, that flyer. I need to recognize some of our members who are here briefly before we go to the next level. We have Ukarimu. Thank you, sir. I would also want to recognize Username. Username, the CEO of Username, was with us this morning. Okay, thank you. Welcome, sir. There is also Miyamu. Thank you, Miyamu. Good to see you there. We have also Rico Properties. Rico. All right. Then we also have there is somebody else that I'm missing out here. Savannah team, do we have them in? All right. Those are our guests, partners, and sponsors that we have this morning. We have had them since yesterday, and we are honored to have you with us this morning. And as we start our program, we want to say that we are privileged and greatly honored to have you being part of us. This morning, I just want to say that the Kenya USA Diaspora was started in 2012, registered in 2012, and we started operating officially 2013. We have been in operation now for over 5 years. We have made strides since the time when we were formed. And this day, we are going to be walking you through the journey that we have taken since then to where we are today. We are proud to pronounce that we are seeing a greater future for our members and our partners that we work with us. And so much so honored to be having the government officials with us today, who are also going to be telling us more about the economic status of the country back at home and how the Kenyan diaspora can be able to partner with the government and the message that you're bringing from various offices that represent in the Republic of Kenya. So without further ado, I want to say I am very, very grateful and honored this morning, and I welcome you all. Feel free to ask any question whenever you have an opportunity or you have something that you want responding to. And in between, as we move forward, we are going to have a moment whereby I'm going to be introducing our board and other officials who serve with me within the Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco. So this morning, mine is just to welcome you, to tell you thank you so much for finding time to be with us this morning. And we are going to be having a lot for us to discuss today. Karibuni sana, asanteni.
Buona Secretary, we need you up here to do reading and confirmation from the previous minutes and the previous meetings, and then you handle your matters arising.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, my name is Ralph Kelondu. I'm the honorary secretary to the board. And I am going to read the meeting notes for the last AGM that we held at the Atrium Hotel and Suites in Texas last year, July the 22nd of 2017. In attendance, the following were present: Francis Kyoko, the chairman at the time; Simon Nyaga, the vice chair at the time; David Wanjiru, the treasurer; Angela Karanja, the secretary; Rose Musyoka, board member; Ralph Kelondu, board member; James Sang, board member; Catherine Moredi, board member; Eric Mwangi, board member. The supervisory committee, those present were the chair, Laban Opande, and Geoffrey Mboro. The general manager was also present, Mr. Njoke, and absent with apologies was Ms. Caroline Nganga, a member of the supervisory committee. At the meeting on site, we had 85 members present, and there were several others streaming above 52, and absent with apologies were 23. The AGM agenda, we started with the playing of the national anthems and prayers. There was a welcome address by the chair. There was a reading and confirmation of previous meeting minutes. There was a chairman's report, and there was the member education by the general manager. Excuse me, just one second. Yes, there was also a supervisory committee report. There was also a board and advisory committee member introduction. There are financial statements 2016 that were read by the treasurer in his report, and the budget for 2017 and 2018. There was also the appointment of the board of auditors. There were AGM resolutions, there were elections conducted, and then there was any other business. The annual general meeting was called to order by the secretary, Ms. Angela Karanja, at 10:15 Central Standard Time, after the singing of the USA and Kenya national anthems, followed by a word of prayer from board member Ms. Catherine Moredi. Minute number 1, the welcome address by the chair. The chairman, Kyoko, welcomed the Sacco members and thanked those who had traveled from different parts of the US. Thanked those who had come, who had attended, who had traveled from different parts of the US. Upon confirmation of a quorum, the chair called the meeting to order. Minute number 2, reading and confirmation of 2016 AGM minutes. Minutes from the previous AGM were read by the board secretary, who gave a detailed analysis of the AGM proceedings as covered in previous AGM in Baltimore, Maryland. There were no noted corrections in those minutes. The matters arising. After presentation of the previous minutes, members present raised the following as the matters arising. One member raised a concern that the supervisory committee was appointed by the board members instead of the Sacco members voting them in. It was clarified that a resolution was passed in the 2015 AGM that allowed the board members to appoint members of the supervisory committee. Members wanted clarification of what became of the Sacco agents that would be identified to represent the Sacco in different parts of the US. It was noted that due to lack of training and poor communication, the Sacco agent system had not been utilized efficiently. Another member sought clarity on the supervisory committee's role and the status of the recommendations it had brought forward in the previous AGM. Mr. Laban, the chair of the supervisory committee, clarified briefly on this concern and sought to clarify further when he presented the supervisory committee's report. Another member wanted to know about the opening of a dollar account resolution passed in the previous AGM. It was clarified that the Sacco maintains the Sacco deposits in Kenya shillings in accordance with the Kenyan law. It was explained that the Sacco makes investments in Kenya shillings, since the dollar-dominated investments rarely attract interest of more than 3% per annum. It was also explained that there were challenges in keeping the money in the US, as the Sacco is not registered in the US and would be operating outside the law if it did. It was also clarified that it was still possible for members to withdraw their money or be issued loans in dollars if they so wished, at their cost. After addressing the above matters arising, the minutes were approved as follows. They were proposed for by member Sarah Mberia and seconded by Caroline Kenyanjui. Minute 3, the chairman's report. The chairman, Mr. Kyoko, presented a comprehensive report that dealt with the following matters. The Sacco performance in the year 2016. Here, the main highlight was that the Sacco had reported a surplus of 686,000 before taxes compared to a deficit of 8.9 million in the year 2015. The Sacco products and services. The main item here was the proposed formation of a Sacco special investment vehicle, being the Kenya Diaspora Housing Cooperative Society, as a way of diversifying the Sacco products and services and realization of full Sacco potential through admission of groups and Chams. Sacco governance. The key highlights were a proposed board and supervisory committee nomination and vetting criteria, a proposed Sacco delegate system, and an electronic voting system. The Sacco representatives and member education. Members were informed that the Sacco will be rolling out an online conference platform to facilitate representatives and members' education. The closure of the Atlanta office and recruitment of new office staff was also highlighted. The matters arising were mainly dealt with at the AGM resolution stage. Minute number 4, members' education by the General Manager. The General Manager, Mr. Njoke, took the membership through a member education session that touched on the Sacco model, how it works, and a brief highlight about Sacco products and services. The presentation emphasized that for the Sacco to succeed in its mission, members needed to participate actively in making regular contributions, patronizing loans and other Sacco products so that the Sacco can generate the income needed to meet its operating expenses and share the balance with members in the form of interest rebates and dividends. Minute number 5, Supervisory Committee Report. The Supervisory Committee presentations was done by its chairman, Mr. Laban Opande, assisted by member Jeffrey Mboro. Mr. Opande started by introducing himself and the rest of the team, Jeffrey Mboro and Caroline Nganga. The supervisory team highlighted the following areas of weakness that it felt the board needed to address. Lack of a strategic plan. This had been highlighted by the Supervisory Committee in the 2016 AGM, and the board had not made any significant steps in developing one. Number 2, lack of training for the Supervisory Committee. The Supervisory Committee had been operating based on their experience as professionals without any training into their roles as a committee. Training was only provided a month before the 2017 annual general meeting. They scored the Sacco members a 5 out of 10, and the board members had a score of 4 out of 10. Once elected, board members have the fiduciary duty to execute the mandate given by their members. That was their comment. Minute number 6, Board and Supervisory Committee member introduction. There was a brief introduction of Sacco officials by the chair, whereby each board member and supervisory committee member was given a chance to introduce themselves to the Sacco members. Financial statements, treasurer's report, and budget for year 2017-2018, that is minute number 7. The presentation of financial statements started with the auditor's opinion, whereby Mr. Mbai of Mbai Deteni and Associates gave the Sacco a clean report for the financial statements for the year ending 2016. He further noted that the Sacco had complied with all the laid down laws and regulations. Matters arising out of auditor's opinion. After the presentation of the auditor's opinion, members raised the following as matters arising. Mr. Laban Opande wanted to know if the audits could be performed semi-annually so as to give members a real-time picture of the financial health of the Sacco, which meets in the middle of the financial year. Mr. Mbai responded that the audits are done at the end of the financial year in accordance with the laws of Kenya. One board member asked if it was possible to have audited reports that can compare the performance or offer a comparative frame of reference with other Saccos. Mr. Mbai responded that in such a case, a special audit, such as a forensic audit, can be performed to determine if the Sacco was getting the right returns, getting value for the money, among other items. Thereafter, the treasurer, Mr. David Onjiro, presented the rest of the Sacco financial results, which was summarized as follows. There was a comparative analysis from the year 2013 all the way to 2016. Starting with the year 2013, the total assets were about 1.9 million. By 2014, they had risen to 36 million. By 2015, they had risen to 79 million. By 2016, they had risen to 122,776,820. So the percentage of growth from year 2013 to 2014 was 176%. I think there's a typo there. Then on top of that, the growth in 2015 was at 118%. And then there was a slight decline of growth, but then it also rose considerably to about 55%. The member deposits grew from 2013 from 1.583 million to 28 million in the following year, 2014. They rose again in 2015 to about 69 million. And then in 2016, they rose to about 91 million. So there was a growth again there of, yes, 1,689% between 2013 and 2014, 144% up to the year 2015, and about 32% in the year 2016. Other member savings. In the year 2014, the savings were just at about 4 million. The year 2015, they had risen to about 19 million. And the year 2016, they were at about 40 million, showing a growth from 2014 to 2015 of 381% and 111% in the year 2016. The loan advances, loans started being distributed in 2015, and in 2015 we just distributed loans worth about 17 million, 760, 399. 2016, there was a rise of loan uptake of 40,958,194, signifying a growth of 131%. Interest in income from 2013 of $22 to 2015 of 5.5 million, and then another rise in 2016 of 9,034,098, signifying a growth of 64%. The total revenue of the Sacco in 2013 was 343,875. The following year, it rose to 6.8 million. In 2015, it rose to 12.721 million. In 2016, it rose to 20,471,671. So the percentages in growth from the year 2013 to 2014 was 1,880%. The year 2015, it was at 87%. The year 2016, it was at 61%. Total expenses. The year 2013, the expenses were 3.1 million. The year 2014 was 13.757 million. The year 2015, 21.6 million. The year 2016, 19.7 million. Of course, from 2013 to 2014, there was a percentage growth of 332%. Up to the year 2015, another 58%, and then the year 2016, it was at 9%. The deficits, surpluses before tax. There was a deficit record in 2013 recorded of 2.8 million. Then in 2016, it was at 6.9 million. Then in 2015, it was another 8.951 million. Now, you can imagine from 2013, the percentage of deficit was at 145%. Then it declined a little bit. It came down to about 29%. Then in 2016, there was a surplus of 686,464, signifying a growth of 108%. Active members at the time, in 2013, we had 80 active members. In 2014, we had 503. In 2015, we had 705. In 2016, we had 835. The treasurer further presented a detailed highlight of the budget proposals for the year 2017 and 2018. Matters arising. One member wanted to know the basis of budget proposal figures. It was clarified that the figures are based on Sacco plans and history, the trend in the industry and the prevailing market conditions, like the cost of inflation, among others. Another member wanted to know if there are Sacco standard expenses, whereby it was explained that there are no standard operating expenses amount, but is dependent on many factors and Sacco plans. It was also clarified that the Sacco tries its best to remain within the Sacco sector benchmarks. Minute number 8. appointment of the auditors. Having audited the Sacco's accounts for the previous 3 years, and in accordance with good practice, Binder Tenny and Associates' mandate had come to a close, and Mbaya and Associates Limited were appointed based on the recommendations of the Sacco team that reviewed 3 external auditor proposals presented to the board. Minute number 9, AGM resolutions. The following resolutions were passed, proposed, and seconded as follows. Resolution 1 was the resolution to appoint the new auditors, Mbaya and Associates. The proposal was made by Charles Onchoke and was seconded by George Mwangi. The resolution to pay sitting allowances to the Supervisory Committee at $250 per sitting was proposed by John Kagiri and seconded by Alfred Ragera. Resolution to register Sacco Special Investments Vehicle in the name of the Kenya Diaspora Housing Cooperative Society Limited was proposed by John Ngole and seconded by Peter Getonga. The resolution to review bylaws to include registration of the Cooperative Housing Society, the members present, 28 of them, voted for and 4 voted against. The proposed here was passed by Susan Waithaka and seconded by Sarah Motesia. The resolution to have a delegate structure system of the Sacco. This resolution was deferred, pending more information to understand how the system will work. The resolution to have an electronic voting system for the AGM. This was proposed by Patrick Wairiri and seconded by Jeffrey Mboro. The resolution to allow borrowing power of 2 billion shillings was proposed by John Kagiri and seconded by Lloyd Mboro. The resolution to approve the budget for 2017 and 2018 was proposed by Sarah Mberia and seconded by Jackson Simiyu. The resolution to convene a nomination and vetting committee was proposed by Patrick Wairiri and seconded by James Nduati. Minute number 10, elections. The chairman welcomed Ms. Winnie Mumala of Ashitiva and Company Associates and Advocate, sorry. Ms. Mumala had been given the mandate by the Commissioner for Cooperative Development, Mrs. Mary Mungai, to preside over the elections. Ms. Mumala appreciated the members and explained the election procedures at the floor. The election was based on normal board rotation procedure for allowing the board members and supervisory committee members. Following the board members and supervisory committee members, there was Frank Kioko, board member, Simon Nyaga, board member, Angela Karanja, board member, Ralph Kilondu, board member, Rose Musyoka, board member, and Laban Opande, supervisory committee member. Those are the ones who are at the floor at the time. Mr. Collins Odongo had put his name for consideration, but was disqualified as he did not meet the eligibility criteria. As there were no other eligible candidates, 39 members present who formed a majority voted to retain the current board members and supervisory committee members up for re-election. Minute 11, any other business? There was a proposal to have video conferencing facilities in addition to live streaming. There was another AOB matter that arose was there was needed more time for discussions of the chairman's report with the Sacco members. There was also another one of having a parking confirmed as a true copy of the 2017 AGM deliberations of July 22nd, 2017 in Dallas, Texas by the chairman, Mr. Simon Nyaga, and I, the honorary secretary. Now, matters arising, but before I come to matters arising, can we have a confirmation that what I've read is what actually did appear at the floor, even though it has been, actually, sorry, it was passed. So this is what was actually declared. So at the moment now we are talking about the matters arising from these minutes. And Bwana Chair, I don't know, we are going to take the matters from the floor?
Yes.
Okay. So any matters arising from these minutes? One hand up, another? One, two, three. Eric? Can you check and see if there's anything coming up from any member out there?
You can pick the questions, then we'll get them responded to.
Yeah, any person who raised their hand on the matters arising, kindly, Mr. Opande is having the microphone. Nobody?
Looks like I'm the only one who rose.
Oh, okay, okay.
Nothing else is rising.
So in this context then, Bwana Chair, I would think that we don't have any matters arising from these minutes. If not, then can we approve these minutes as read at this floor of this of this meeting? Can I have a proposer? Dr. Aquilas, thank you. Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Your name, please? Nancy who? Wairiga. Thank you. I thank you very much. And Mr. Eric, kindly. Oh, it's Angela? Sorry.
Well, are we on? Yes. Well, thank you so much, Bwana Secretary, for reading the minutes, and thank you for listening attentively. You guys are very attentive, so we appreciate that. Just a couple of things to remind you. I know we have our technical team working on the live stream. A reminder is that we are the first Sacco electronic, so we've always streamed our annual general meeting, and we have the links going out. We have our technical folks resolving that. It was on and then it went off, so we'll be back live in just a few minutes. And just to give you an idea of what to expect for the rest of the morning session is that we will be having a member education by our very own General Manager, Mr. Fred Njuki. And then we'll also have some conversations with our distinguished guests where they'll share with us what they have brought to the table, the message that they have brought from Kenya, and so we'll also do that. And this is a session where we encourage you to interact with us. We have, again, being an electronic Sacco, we have links for the Facebook, so if you're on social media, we have Facebook there as Diaspora Sacco, and then also for our Twitter, or as we call it, our Twitter handle, that is hashtag, if I can remember what that is, Diaspora Sacco. That is our Twitter handle. So you can be able to ask questions, you can comment about how the event is going as well. Meanwhile, right now, I would like to just give a brief introduction to a gentleman that I met yesterday, and I've got to now really know him close, and coming to find out it's a very small world. He also knows part of my family. But let me give you a quick introduction onto a very good gentleman. Professor Dr. Joseph Kaya is no stranger to the diaspora. He has lived in this country several years. He used to live here several years in the Midwest, in the eastern side of the eastern shore of the U.S. But what is really interesting is that He holds a PhD and 2 master's degrees in economics from University of Connecticut, University of Missouri, respectively. He is a Juris Doctorate in law from the University of Iowa College of Law. He is also very well published within several different reputable journalist productions, including the American Law and Economics Review, and also the Journal of Comparative Economics. And I also took a sneak peek because, I'm in education. And for those who are in education in that type of area, you kind of look and see, you hear somebody professor, so you go to rate my professor, right? He was very well rated. I'm glad to say that. So his students loved him. Currently, he is the chair, Coffee Subsector Reforms Executive Office of the President, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. So please give a warm welcome to Professor Kea. We'll have you go to the podium.
Program. Good. Well, let me say how happy I am to be here this morning with you. And I want to pay a special tribute to your chairman for actually twisting me to come here. I was in Amsterdam representing Kenya on World of Coffee, and I was scheduled to go back. But I think Simon, with all his persuasion and charm, I had to stop, leave my team, because that conference was ending on Sunday. And I decided to come back here because I think it's very, very important. And like I said last night, for me, this is homecoming, having lived in this country for quite some time. And actually, I came to this country during my formidable years. So my lens or my perspective that I look things through, actually really reflect this country. And again, I thought the reason I was invited here by Simon was basically to come and talk a little bit about coffee and also try to shed some light on the opportunities that the Kenyans in the diaspora can take advantage. But I think more so is that, again, have a unique perspective, having lived this country for that long, and then having gone back to Kenya for getting about close 8 years. So I think I can probably have a fairly good idea on the landscape of both this country and Kenya. But I think without further ado, let me thank you, Ajra, for being very gracious for that introduction. I knew Ajra before she knew me, and her father is a very, very close friend of mine. We are members of Nairobi Club, and he happened to be the captain of the bowling, where I was serving as a captain of the fitness. Let me very quickly walk you through my presentation. I don't know how much long I have, Simon, but I'll try to move very quickly. Now, the overview basically is to give you the problem statement of the coffee subsector. Then I'll share with you the terms of reference that the president gave me in order to conduct a value chain analysis on the on the coffee subsector. And I'll tell you the finding that we got, the recommendations, and also share with you the implementation strategy that I think we are pursuing. Then take a little focus on the opportunity that I think the diaspora can take advantage. Let's go on. Basically, in a nutshell, the problem statement is we have high prices or high premium prices that coffee or the Kenyan coffee fetch internationally. But then, paradoxically, that is correlated with overproduction. Those of you who have economic background, when the prices are high, people tend to produce more. But in the Kenyan case, the prices are going up, but our production is going on. So the fundamental question is, what is the problem? The first problem is what we call the market failure. In other words, the market and the coffee market is not working for the host of reasons. The first one being that the production costs from the farmer's point of view has been very, very high, both production and processing. There is also a lot of information asymmetry along the value chain. What I mean by information asymmetry, I mean that the farmers, and particularly the smallholder farmers, who I think is the heart of this proposed reform, are always in darkness. They take their coffee cherry to the cooperatives. They have no clue how much you're going to be paid, and even when this money will be available. Then there's also policy weakness, what we call regulatory capture. What I mean by this is that you have the coffee subsector, which is captured by very strong vested interest. I think the word that have been used is the cartel. I try not to use that word very oftenly, but there is what you call the regulatory capture, where, like in our case, the coffee directorate, which has the mandate to regulate the sector, has about 50 staff. 30 are support staff, and about 20 are technical. And actually, you don't need to know a whole lot of stuff to understand that such kind of thin institution cannot be able to regulate the sector effectively. The justification why we have to worry about coffee is coming to form. The first one is coffee is an anchor to what we call the rural development. By this I mean it is the only credible vehicle to address what we call the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, poverty reduction, women and youth participation in particular, and coffee being the second most traded commodity in the world, it has more multiplier effect, more so than even tea. So assuming that if we can address this sector, we can be able to address rural development. And then it also enabler of the big four. As you know, the current development blueprint, you have about 4 pillars the president is pushing. One of them is food security. And again, well, coffee is not actually consumed domestically, but if you're paid well enough, that can be able to ensure food security. The other one that is more aligned to the big four, is the agro processing. You all know that most of our commodities are not value added in the country. We export them. But I can tell you that constitutes only 20%. The 80% is on the value addition that is done outside the country. And what I'm throwing to you, and I think our discussion with Mwangi, that you guys need also to start being very creative and find a way the technique of doing value addition. You don't necessarily have to be in Kenya, but being here, those are some of the stuff. And I think for me, these where the opportunities are. Can I go? Yes, sir. Now, it is on this basis the president in 2016 appointed a national task force to go and conduct value chain analysis to try to explain why this is a problem. And again, there is a whole lot of terms of reference that my committee, which I chaired, was given. But in a nutshell, what we did, we followed the coffee. From the seed up to what we call the green coffee, which this is the coffee that is sold. And then from there, we also followed the money. Once the coffee is paid, how does this money trickle down? So what we did when we followed coffee, we found a very complex, value chain with too many players. Weak enforcement, again, this is the policy weakness I was talking about. High productions as well as the processing cost. We found, and I have to make this point very, very clear, that our main focus was on the small coffee farmers who constitute about 60% of all the production. When they take their coffee to the cooperative, in most cases, they had no idea how much is going to be paid. And they have no idea when that money will come. I'm sure some of you have been a key beneficiary of coffee. Maybe your parents are still farmers. But the tragic story and the story that I had when I visiting various regions is how painful most of these farmers were. You can imagine when you are running a business, it is always important to know, or for planning purposes, when your money will, at least it might not be exact, but I think you have an idea when you'll be paid for planning. But in most cases, these guys have no clue. And on top of that, the prices of coffee is determined by the quality. Cherry, when the farmers harvest the cherry, they cannot be able to tell the quality of coffee at that particular point. Then, when they take it out to the cooperative who do the processing, that is the moment when these qualities start appearing. Again, you have a farmer who is the principal owner, but the agent, in this case, the cooperatives, the marketers, the millers, have more information than them. So again, they are left in the dark, and in most cases, that had resulted to being paid poorly and also very late. The classic problem that we are talking here is what we call principal agent problem. The property rights of coffee rest with the farmer, first and foremost. Coffee is not a public good, it is a private good. And it's the farmer who invests. So anybody along the value chain, including the government, has to be the agent of the farmer. But in most cases, like I mentioned to you, farming coffee is a little bit more technical, and that information sometimes the farmers don't usually have. Then again, the institutional weakness, the cooperative that we're talking about, land, and also, by the way, I'm happy to report to you that Commissioner Miri Mugai also sit in my committee. And this is an issue that I think, the cooperative, an issue that I think we have been, grappling with, because that is, particularly the issue of governance, is where the problem seems to be very dynamic. Then the marketing aspect. And again, this is the period that I hope, and I'm trying to appeal to you, to find a way on how you can help us as a country. Our coffee is like a Mercedes, Bwana Mwangi, but it's marketed as a tuk-tuk. And this is deep. I'm sure if you walk some of these stores here, rarely do you get the Kenyan coffee. And if you get it, but in most cases, when you get it, you're not sure whether it's Kenyan coffee. So there's also this information on how the marketing is done. And again, I'm appealing to your patriotism impulse, Madam Ajira, to really find a way. You guys have lived in this country, you are a little bit sophisticated. Rabban has a legal training, and you understand how this system works. So I'm appealing to you that having lived as some of you are Americans, you can find a way how Ethiopians are doing their game, and hopefully maybe you can assist us. Our quality is still beat Ethiopian. And again, this is based on our geographical locations of our land, and particularly around Mount Kenya. Kirinyaga, Embu produce the top. In fact, there are several factories who are ranked number one, globally. So again, this marketing, Rabani, I think is well for me, that you guys can play a little bit of a role. I know this market is a little bit more complicated, but I know Simon and other people can be able at least to assist, and also for you to start consuming, coffee. Then we have what you call the odious debt. Most of these cooperative, and Madam Commissioner bear witness, most of them are carrying so much debt, okay? But in most cases, this debt is what we call odious debt. That the principal were never consulted when these loans were being incurred. So what we are saying, and again, from our finding, was that we need to understand how much debt that the cooperative is holding. And maybe we can advise government, granted that these debts were borrowed from the farmers on the behalf of the farmer, but in case most of them were never really consulted. And hopefully maybe we can do another. However, let me move on very quickly. And then the other one was intergenerational, link that is very weak. An average Kenyan farmer is about 60 years of age. So we need now the youth, Mwangi and the group, to really come and take over. The recommendation we made are about 8 pillars. The first one is legal reform. And basically what we are saying here is that we need to ensure the property right of coffee, which is vested to the farmer, is well protected. There is a constitutional provision, Rabban, you know it. Our constitution protects property rights. The second one was the coffee subsidy program. And the key objective here is to assist the farmer to reduce their production cost. It is so funny when you hear, we get a lot of lecture from the West, that we are helping our farmers. In this country, farmers are highly subsidized. You all know that. Also in Europe, there's no single politician who can survive in the U.S. politics without, if they try to touch, farmer, subsidy. So again, it is also the case for our government to ensure that the farmer are assisted in production, reducing production costs. Then we also recommended a cherry advance. This again was geared to reduce the cash flow problem for the farmer. They take their cherry, instead of waiting 6 to 8 months, the government create a revolving fund where if they take their cherry after 1 year, after a month, they can be paid a certain amount until their coffee is sold. That one can be reduced. And then that money is managed by the government, and it can be a revolving fund. Then we also recommended modernization of Nairobi Coffee Exchange. This is where the auction takes place for most of you who doesn't know how this game is played. But then this auction is governed or run by the marketers. So the farmer who wants this coffee are never represented here. But I think even more so, Robin, which I think is more troubling, which again encourages inside trading, is that the same marketers who are paid by the farmer. Some of them are also owned by the buyers. So you have an auction, you have the marketer taking your coffee, and the marketer is owned by the person who is sitting on the other side. That's what's called the inside trading in a big way. So we had argued that we need to modernize the NCE to increase transparency along the value chain. And then the youth promotion, participation I think is an important one. And again, this is again to strengthen the intergeneration link between the old and the poor. And again, sustainability of coffee depends actually on the youth generation. Then the institutional support. Again, objective here is again to reinforce the institutions that regulate coffee, the Coffee Directorate, Coffee Research Institute. We thought that should be funded. And again, the big one, again, where you guys again come, should play a main role, is again to market Kenyan coffee. This case is trying to increase the market share of the Kenyan coffee, and then also deal with the debt. Very quickly, again, what happened after the task force? That task force was converted to an implementation committee, which again, the president tapped me to chair, and that basically what I'm really doing. Obviously, there are clear objectives that I'm really following, but the main one is actually to provide strategic and coordination leadership within the implementation process, and then also develop a roadmap, review the current regulatory reform, and also do other functions that can be again toward achieving reviving the sector. The achievement that we have made so far is that we have removed the statutory levies that were imposed on coffee. This is a recommendation after we gave the president our report. So meaning that all the statutory levy that used to be charged on coffee has been removed, and that actually has increased the prices that the farmers are enjoying, and that has an impact in terms of people going back to coffee. We are now in the process of drafting the coffee general regulations. Right now, we are doing the consultative meeting. I'm rushing back because there's a meeting in Kericho that we have to redo. Basically consulting the farmer, make sure that these regulations are well crafted, and again upholding what you call the public participation doctrine, which again is enshrined in our constitution. We have also finished modernizing the NCE. We have new software, and I think that is being launched fairly soon by the CS. We have managed to ring-fence about 1 billion shillings for the subsidized fertilizer for the coffee. Obviously, the challenge that we have been facing is budgetary allocation as well as legal impediment, which I think we have overcome. And this is, to me, this area that I think probably more addressed to you, is again, what are these business opportunities that are there, Mr. Wong? Obviously, the marketing strategy is one area that I think where you are sitting, you are very, very strategic, but that notwithstanding, that you can still enter in any part of this, so many points of entry within the value chain. You can be a farmer, you can be a trader, but I thought where you are, there is a comparative advantage to help us in the marketing. Obviously, one of the key things we need to do is this geographical differentiation. The traditional market of a Kenyan coffee is in Europe, but the US is picked up very well, and also Canada. And again, this is another area that I think you guys can start working on. You have also the market segmentation sector. What this means is there are two ways that coffee is sold. There is what you call the direct sales and also the through the auction. The direct sale is where you have a farmer in Kenya strike a deal with a roaster in the US. Okay? And again, for you, you guys can be an arbiter between. Either you can come here, look a roaster, and then hook up somebody in Kenya, which, that seems to be working very well. But again, this is a small market, what you call the specialty coffee. And again, Kenya, because of high quality, most of its coffee tend to be special. Then there is this campaign we're talking about, Kenya is back. Okay. Kenya is coming back. There is the stakeholder engagement that I think that you guys really can do. But I want to really categorize here. I've given a minute or so, but I'll try to see if I can move very quickly. Then there's also what you call the indirect investment. And this is where maybe Dr. Wagacha is coming in, expressing maybe this organization can be able to think how you can fund coffee in a big way. Right? Some of the money that you are bringing in Kenya can create into form of diaspora and fund some of this. In actual marketing, you become a marketer within yourself because you can now pull the resource and do a bigger thing. Again, this one is a very quickly showing that again the US market is coming up very quickly, and again it's something that I think I would really encourage you to work on. The US market is about 17% of our export, actually now second to German, right? But it's still very untapped. We can do better than this 17. Again, with the encouragement. Also, Canada is 8%, and Canada, the US seems to be homogeneous, and I think it's something area that I can over. So, what is the takeaway? The takeaway are these: the diaspora. You guys have to seek a position in the high table. It is the case, Rabban, if you're not on the high table, chances are, Mr. Mwangi, you'll be part of the menu. Isn't it? If you're not sitting here and you're not part of the discussion, you'll be part of the menu. So what I'm really pushing to you, the diaspora, and I think this is not necessarily confined to coffee, is to look at space on the high table of the policy implementation. And I think what Simon has done, and maybe this is, and I want to emphasize this because Mwangi, this is very, very important, to get Commissioner here and Wagacha. This is a big deal, Rabban, because these are the government. When they hear, they can go and maybe articulate some of the issues. So you are on the right track, starting getting the high table of this policy formation. The other thing is, again, obviously, enhancing the market share of the Kenyan coffee. This can be based on consumption. You can also start consuming coffee on your own. And also exploiting these market opportunities, either, again, as a trader or a roaster or a coffee grower. Right? Then, finally, you need to nurture this institutional arrangement, the Saccos, any other vehicle that will allow you to enjoy the economic of scale. I think what you have been doing, and again I'm saying because this is very, very personal to me, at times we used to get together because of social issues, weddings. We need to elevate that, and I'm not saying this is not important, the funeral, but we need to find organizations that combine us or that unite us under the economic interest. Mr. Mwangi, I said yesterday, chances are, it doesn't matter how successful you become, brother, but you'll never be an American. Your kids will. But I think what we have been doing, we have not been very strategic enough to take advantage of what this country can give. A case in point is that, and I'm sure, Rabban, you're aware about this, getting our kids to school like Harvard, Yale, is a strategic thinking that you have to do. We need to start preparing our kids. That if you have a bright kid here who can go to Harvard, maybe this, vehicle can create some kind of a scholarship that will be able to help us to start unifying ourselves economically. But again, more so, it allows us to meet. Without this, Simon, we could not have met, we could not have exchanged ideas. So I think I'm praying to you and appealing to you, please nurture this institution. I'm hoping that most of the Kenyans would join what I think Simon is doing. But if you can also create your own circle, you start creating these vehicles that can be able to help us to exploit or enjoy economic resources that can help us here, as well as helping Kenya. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for that. We definitely need to have those conversations, dialogues, and research. How can we continue to make our country grow? And I'm sure there are not so many people who are doing this in the diaspora, so there's a challenge for you. Okay, quick update. As I mentioned, being an Sacco, we are live. And so we are streaming, and we're having some questions coming in, and they're being responded to. So again, be interactive on social media. Continue to use the Twitter handle, which is Diaspora Sacco. And then also, if you have any questions for those who are watching live, please ask those questions. If there's anything you would like to address to Professor Kea, please let us know, and we can be able to communicate that information. So at this time, it is another moment for me to really have the pleasure of introducing this gentleman. And as I was reading his history, I was floored. It is very impressive. So this gentleman started at Swarthmore College way before I was born, but he still looks young, okay? He also got a Master's of Economics from University of Manitoba. He moved on and went to the University of Geneva for his PhD. He also decided, well, let me pass by Harvard and see what they have over there. Okay, he got a certificate in tax administration and fiscal policy, Harvard University. And then he also decided, you know what, one is not good. So let's get something else too, a diploma in macroeconomics of growth from Harvard University. Did you guys get me? Harvard, right? And then he said, well, you know what? Let's go ahead and see what we can be able to do. And worked in governments in Mozambique, Lesotho, and also Swaziland, still serving the country of Kenya as well. And so he decided to come back to Kenya, and where he was director of research for 5 departments in macroeconomics, agriculture, education, and health and business at IPAR. Well, you know, when you are challenged and you're getting all these different opportunities, you see, where else can I serve my country? The sky is not the limit for this gentleman. He was part of the Central Bank of Kenya. And today, he is the Senior Economics Advisor, Executive Office of the President of Kenya, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta. This gentleman, and I'm not even finished, I'm halfway there, okay? So he is experienced in economic growth. He's an advisor to presidents, not one, but several, an advisor to several countries. He is skilled in policy analysis, business planning, government and strategic planning, strong business development. He is professionally trained, Harvard plus, and also focuses on macroeconomics of growth and strategies of leading economic growth. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Boy Wagasha.
Well, we'll not talk about that high level praise. We'll talk about problems that we need to solve, and where I think this Sacco can become a champion in solving the problems, especially the financial problems of our country. And for that, as I said last night, we've been consulting in Nairobi with a number of like-minded people. I see some of them in the audience. The Commissioner for Cooperatives, Professor Kea is my close intellectual friend, and we talk about these things very early in the morning. 6 o'clock in the morning, your chairman and ourselves have already had breakfast, and our discussions are way advanced by 6 in the morning. So what I would like to challenge the Diaspora Sacco of the U.S. Diaspora Sacco to do is to think in a new horizon in terms of your wealth making and in terms of your finances, and to think big. So far, we have thought basically about our own private family affairs, our own support to families, our own house of the future, the house that you want to have in Machakos, in Embu, in Nyeri, etc. And sometimes all you receive when you pay money are photographs. And then when you get to Kenya, you find that the photographs are just houses elsewhere other than Machakos or Nairobi. So we want to think in a big way about how we can revolutionize finances, our savings and investment, to become wealthy and to build a niche for our future children. So the ideas that you see on the screen are ideas shared by a few dedicated people. We are very passionate about it, that we can do much better. So please, let's have the next page. I drafted these ideas for the team. I put together what they were thinking and came up with mostly what you'll see on the screen. And to be quite honest, this is what I have told our president in terms of what we should do for the diaspora to make their lives richer and to make their investments and saving perspectives much better by the next generation. So Kenya's diaspora now runs into the 4th generation. When I was in Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania in the 70s, there were very few people. I think I was the first Kenyan to attend Swarthmore College, a very highly prestigious college, #1, I think, in America. And there were very few Kenyans. Now, we have a 4th generation group of Kenyans, probably going into millions. We don't know how many there are. And they are not placed at the bottom of the rung in the US. People are doing very high-level caliber work in this country. Last night I was speaking to the group from Western, and they were telling me that when Kenya Airways flew into Boeing, they were shocked to see among them some of the best engineers in Boeing are Kenyans. And they told me by a whisper that some of the high-level caliber people are now beginning to grow millionaires among themselves. So the question is not money. We have commitment, and I'm sure you are committed to Kenya, but you want a situation which allows you to invest and patriotically assist the country to grow financially, and to grow your own finances. It's not for, you don't give your money for free to anyone, but you grow your money with your country. So the diaspora now runs into several generations. The amount of captured amounts flowing into Kenya, when I was chairman of the central bank recently, and I finished my term, 210 billion per year. But I believe, and I was told by some among you, that that is nothing compared to what actually takes place. So the inflows into Kenya are much higher. So the lead initiative team, this is the name I gave the team, which asked me to draft for them. The lead initiative team noted that the president himself has addressed you. I think he addressed Washington, he addressed Belgium, and I think he, at some point, he was in this area. Yes. Yes, and has stated basically, and that's the reason we are doing this kind of work. He has stated several times, let the diaspora organize its preparatory work. How do you want to see your investments and saving receptively organized for Kenya? He has asked that. And that is why we are proposing that there is a better organization, an optimal method in which you can maximize on savings and investment in Kenya. And the main opportunity, as far as Kenya is concerned, is at the moment, is the big four. The big four, you know, affordable housing, health, manufacturing, and the other one is, yeah, that's right. So these are the big four in the medium term. That is where we would like to see support to government projects in that area. And why do I say government projects? Why would you worry about supporting government? There are two reasons. One, when you build a house, your own private investments in your family, your own house, wherever you live, you come from, in Machakos, Embu, etc. Those private, that private spending is much less, produces much less in growth than when the government spends. Government spends under fiscal policy. Fiscal policy, for those of you who are versed in finance and macroeconomics, fiscal policies produces dollar per dollar much more than what you produce when you spend a dollar for private spending. So money channeled through government to government projects produces dollar per dollar many more dollars for economic growth in the country. So you are supporting your country to grow. And second, not only do you produce more mileage in growth, you also produce a phenomenon which is a public, like a public good. The dollar is spent not in Machakos and Embu only. It is spent for strategic purposes. So you have spending that looks at the picture of the future growth of the country as a whole. Not the growth in Kiambu, etc., but you have strategic growth that caters for the whole country. Now, the team that has been thinking about possible linkages to the diaspora, why would you, that reason, why would you support government projects? It is because it comes in with as a package with many other linkages to government services. And we just noted a few of them here. We can develop strategies that engage the diaspora and empowers mainstream Kenyans abroad in the national development process. It gives legal form to a diaspora investment platform so that your money is handled professionally. And I'll describe the platform that we have thought about and recommended to the president. And this platform in addition to creating this platform, which we call the Kenya Diaspora Investment Program, which you can invest in. In addition, you mobilize Kenyans abroad to deepen savings, because when you are investing, then you deepen your savings. Develop measures to enhance protection of Kenyans abroad. So it comes as a package, I said. You are an investor in Kenya, and Kenya would then want to provide services, to know where you are, to know what your problems are, and to protect you, basically, and have a concern about your welfare and your status of living. So we have proposed a task force. These are complicated things. We have proposed that you create a task force to establish this platform for investment and saving. And it would involve professional management of diaspora investments. Please go to the next page. We have proposed that the task force give us information regarding the creation of the KDIP, Kenya Diaspora Investment Program, into which you can invest your money. In this program, basically you would be able to professionally invest through KDIP, invest your money in securities. You buy government securities. If there is a project in Kisumu building a health center, if government is building a university, if government is building a road, you can buy a financial instrument. Why would I bother from Seattle to buy a financial instrument in Kenya, a security or a bond for a road that is being built in Kisumu? Simply, it pays you more. Since the financial crisis, many of you can tell me how much you earn in interest in local banks. 0.25%, 0.2%. The yields in Kenya, running, for example, with the last Eurobond, were about 7 and 8.5%. So you earn more for your money. You hold a sovereign instrument, a bond, or a certificate of deposit for a Kenya-issued instrument. The platform, KDIP, would be the intermediate platform supported by government to process your ownership of that asset. In other words, you would have in the platform, which is partly government supported, you would have fund managers, professional fund managers. You would have a CEO. You would have all the professional services for marketing to you. They would have to come here on this platform, on this panel, and explain to you what they are selling you in terms of the asset called for example, a bond to build the Nairobi-Mombasa highway. They would have to explain to you and market themselves. And then when you purchase the instrument, that instrument would give you certain freedoms like any asset in America. In other words, you buy it, you can redeem it, you can sell it, say, a year from now, or you can keep it to maturity, 5 years, 2 years, 3 years, and you sell it and get back your money with the yield. So that's what we've been thinking of. Why are we doing this? We are behind. Many countries have been built on the basis of their strong diaspora support. Israel built its economy on this basis. Philippines has a major organization called the Filipino Diaspora Corporation. Ethiopia recently built up its water reservoirs, the Renaissance program in Ethiopia, on the basis of diaspora. They stood in a platform like this one, and they don't even have an investment platform. The government simply sent out Ethiopian officials to sell securities to the diaspora. Diaspora bought securities. The money was used for building the Renaissance program. India is another big example. Read it up in Google. Just Google India and diaspora remittances. And you see all that information about what countries are doing with their diaspora investments. So, as I said, up to now, your money has been limited to private sector activities. You help your family, you pay school fees, you build a house in your area. What we are talking now is a new horizon to go up further. The next step to build your wealth and build your future family wealth. And as I said, a shilling spent on in this kind of platform pushes the country to a higher growth. It also allows growth in the counties and not just in some particular parts of where you come from. That's the superiority of this instrument. Now, in connection with that, I remembered that we had a call this morning from one of the governors, the governor for Embu. Governor for Embu said is another person that we have been talking to since he's been in government and is a finance man for a long time. And he sends his greetings. Governor Wambora of Embu sends his greetings. Yes. And assured me to tell you that he has many, many programs and projects that can be financed under this framework. I have helped him in my own capacity as advisor to actually formulate some of them and place them before foreign direct investors. But now we are talking about our own self-help, our service to the diaspora, to allow them to take the game a little higher. Next, please. Next page. That just explains that you earn much more from investing in assets in government securities. Next, please. Now, here is what I would like you to assist me with. These are some of the issues we think that the task force that will recommend this body that develops the instruments, the bonds, or which professionally does the work of creating the investment assets. Here is what I think they should, the questions they should answer in making recommendations about the final form of the Kenya Diaspora Investment Program. The task force should conduct consultations with diaspora. They should talk to you. And we've started, this is the first time we are talking to the diaspora on the issue. Now, they should undertake literature review. They should undertake a study with in at least 3 countries of best practice. We should visit you and talk to you. And we should devise and propose avenues for consular assistance. Remember, it's not about your money only. It's about a whole package, about how to assist the diaspora to live whole lives and to build their assets for the future. And review options for the body, for the KDIP, location of the agency, etc. So here I would like to hear from you what you think should be the key aspects of the terms of reference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Please give him a hand one more time. What a delight. And, you know, I think everything has its timing. So in this respect, you came at the right time, Dr. Gasha, and we look forward to engage with you. In fact, for a long time, we've always felt like we are left out as diasporians. And so your reaching out is, you know, is very, very, very refreshing, and we hope to engage some more on that. And I don't know whether it's possible to share that paper with the Diaspora membership so that we can read some more from the wealth of experience and expertise that you have. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you to help me to welcome the next speaker. And this, just one moment. All right, very well. Forgive me for my technical issues. I want to remind everybody that we are live streaming, so we do appreciate all the members wherever you are as you fellowship with us. I'm also wanting to remind everybody that we are on Twitter, hashtag Kenya US Diaspora Sacco. So if you want to follow us on that, you can use hashtag Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco. So please, I'm so privileged and honored to welcome and introduce our next guest. And really, this truly marks the official opening of this year's Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco AGM. It goes without saying that her presence really legitimizes, encourages, you know, it gives us that support that we need from government in terms of how we engage and how we grow as a Sacco. And so, and we have always had partners, not to say this is the beginning, we've always done, but we want to appreciate that having found time to come here and grace this occasion is quite honorable. So our next speaker is Madam Commissioner Mary Mungai. Please give her a hand. Madam Mungai, as she comes, she holds her undergraduate degree of agricultural economics from University of Nairobi. She had her master's in agricultural economics from Purdue. So she's actually a diasporian here. Yeah, so, and it's good that we have these people because they understand. They've been in our shoes. They understand what it means to be a diasporian wanting to engage with people back home. Ms. Mungai, as young as she looks, she has 33 years of experience in areas of policy analysis, development, conceptualization, formulation, design of projects and programs, project planning, stakeholder analysis. I mean, she has, I can read on, but she has done a lot, all right? And so, without further ado, please allow me, if you can just stand and give a warm welcome to this year's AGM, Madam Commissioner Mary Mungai.
Jambo. Thank you very much. I just wanted, not having had the privilege of getting a PhD, I went up to master's, and then I decided now this is time for making babies. I have 4 babies. That's another degree on its own. So I have 4 children. and 6 grandchildren. I just want to say I started with the Ministry of Agriculture, did those things Laban was reading here, then joined the Ministry of Cooperative Development and Marketing in 2005. I have since then grown in the ranks and become the first lady commissioner in cooperative development. So I always tell my colleagues, it's not just being the first lady commissioner, but having an impact in the cooperative movement. I am sure today you heard Professor Kerr talk about cooperatives and this and that. We are trying to change that narrative, and I think we are on the right track. Having said that, and before I read my speech today, there are a few things that Raphael mentioned, and I just wanted to make some clarity on some of the matters that he mentioned. And I think your minutes, I hope they were online. I hope your accounts are online, because that is a good requirement and a good practice, because I thought you had a lot of good issues and things that we need to discuss, even at our level, so that we can understand the diasporans. So I want to start with the first things. A cooperative, of course, is us coming together for a common goal. And the AGM, the general membership, is the supreme organ of a cooperative movement. I want to make this clear. And the supreme organ, which is the AGM, is the one charged with electing the committee members. We can get from 5 to 9 committee members, so we can either get 5, 7, or 9. If we are to go beyond 9, you'd have to ask for exemption from the minister in charge of cooperatives, going beyond 9. In the event that you have elected 5 committee members or 9, and something happens along the way, and the committee membership falls below 5, then the board has the mandate to incorporate an additional member. It should never fall below 5. That's very important. I'm saying these things, I know they're in your bylaws, but most of the time we do not read this. So the AGM elects the management committee. The AGM also elects the supervisory committee. That is the powers of the AGM. The AGM can opt to have an annual general meeting of all members, or it can opt to have a delegate system. When it's an AGM, all members are present. They come, they deliberate, they put their views across, the resolutions are passed, and then we implement. In the event, because we have seen cooperatives, and I want to say like Harambee Sacco, has in excess of 150,000 members. You can imagine bringing all those people together. It is logistical nightmare. They have opted for a delegate system. And I think we had discussed with you, some of your board members last time, and we said an ADM is possible. But even if it's possible, we must put structures in place to ensure that the decisions that come from an ADM are a true reflection of the member. And so if you go for ADM, we must always have structures. I have said, like Harambee Sacco, it has an ADM. Before it holds an ADM, it goes or gets views from membership through the zones they have elected. So I wanted to say that just to remove some of the clarity, or to clarify what I heard Rafael say. There was also the issue of trainings. And the CEO, I think that is extremely important. Extremely important. Of course, for the diasporans, this is a tall order, but it's still doable. And the honors fall on the shoulders of the CEO and the chairman. How we do this, it is important. But I want to say, because the issue here was the supervisory, and even the management committee, when they get into office, like today I think you're going to do a rotational, when they get into office, it is mandatory you must give them induction training on their expectation. And if you look at our bylaws, all those things are clearly stipulated. It would be, of course, interesting to have people come to teach, but we can also organize other methods to ensure that the induction courses are actually carried out. Because we have issues with some of these things when members are elected, they get into office, and they actually fall back on some of requirements that are laid down. It is in law that once members are elected management committee, supervisory committee, there are compliance aspects that they must do. I don't know how we treat the diasporans, because the wealth declaration, indemnity forms must be filed within a specific period of time. Failure to that, the commissioner has powers actually to remove the committee members that have not filed those particular returns. I'm saying this so that we are on board, because compliance issues is what has brought me here. We work with the Cooperative Societies Act for all cooperatives, and I'm going to mention what I mean by all cooperatives, but where a Sacco comes into play, it is regulated by the Sacco Societies Act as well. So there's a Cooperative Societies Act and there's a Sacco Societies Act. All Saccos are actually supposed to be regulated by an organ we call the Sacco Societies Regulatory Authority. But because they don't have the capacity, the commissioner, who is in charge of growth and development as well as regulatory for the cooperative, steps in, and that's why I am here. I'm mentioning these things because of compliance. If I don't, I'll have failed my duty for coming all this way. I want to say here that the board has actually filed their audited accounts with us. They're documented, and so that's a big plus for them. Just to mention, I'm a very brief person. Just to mention, I have had issues of other cooperatives charging property that is under the Sacco's name without a resolution from the ADM or AGM. If that is done and the regulator misses that, it is actually a felony, because if a property of a Sacco, I am sure you don't have any property of a Sacco, not yet, but the day you do that, ensure that a special resolution accompanies the property that is likely to be charged. On borrowing powers, I want to tell members here, it is one of the agenda items for any general meeting. I had Rafael read about it, but I want to say, and care, this is one of the subject Professor always talks about. The indebtedness of cooperatives is high. But I want to tell you here and now, if you give a borrowing power as members, it is your jurisdiction to ensure that the money is properly and effectively utilized. If it is not, you are held responsible in repayment of that money. I know CARE has talked about debt waiver. Government has given debt waiver, but government gives debt waiver in instances where they feel that the circumstances that led to the society not being able to service the loan was beyond their control. And that's why the coffee was given, because of the ICO agreement that fell through. The milk debt waiver was again because of circumstances beyond the board. What am I trying to say this? That the AGM, supreme organ, owns decisions that are implemented by the management committee. They are here to facilitate some of those issues. The other thing I want to mention, which I think has had some implications, especially back home, is that one, we have seen Sacco's good intentions, but conducting cross businesses. It is a Sacco, it is land buying and mixing everything together. Good intentions, but at the end of it all, it doesn't serve the member because some of them operate outside the registered bylaws. How many of you have the registered bylaws of your Sacco? Can I see by show of hands, especially for members? Board members, we have? We have a copy. We've shared an online copy with the members. Please look at those, because we have documented the membership of the Kenya-US Diaspora. We have documented the area of operation. I am bringing this to the fore because of experiences that we've had, and Professor Kea knows. We have had very nasty experiences. We have had Saccos operating outside their area of jurisdiction. That's already falling out of compliance issues. So as we do our business, as we market, please let us ensure that you are within the registered bylaws. I want to say you can amend your bylaws. They are not fixed. So if there's something you want to do that is not well captured in your bylaws, please amend them, bring the proposals to your ADM or AGM so that they can give you that mandate. Because if you operate outside your area of jurisdiction, management committee, supervisory committee, you shall be held liable. And I think those are critical things that I wanted to mention, because what I am seeing from where I sit, we have very good leaders, very visionary leaders, but most of the time they do not understand what drives cooperative. And in my speech, I think I will talk about what drives cooperatives. But I want to say, even in Kenya, where we are very good with cooperative issues, most of us do not understand what a Sacco is and what a cooperative is. They are used synonymous. But I want to say, the cooperative business model, it shall be repeated in my report, is a group of people coming together to do business, to benefit from economies of scale. And cooperatives cut across. Actually, we can have cooperatives in all sectors of our economy. We can have cooperatives in all sectors of our economy. And previously, agricultural marketing cooperatives, land buying cooperatives were the key things in the cooperative movement. Then we got what we call Sacco, which has become such a phenomenal success in Kenya. And the Sacco concept, which is entirely for financial aspects, has now become so, it's everybody's, it's kind of a way of life for the Kenyans. And We have confused the two. Sacco is a subsector of the cooperative movement. That's what I wanted to say. It is a subsector of the cooperative movement. I am sure when you come to Kenya, you see a lot of matatu Saccos, don't you? Do you know how that came into play? That came into play because the success of the Sacco was on everybody's lips. When the Minister of Transport, then, who was very powerful, thought of how can we make this matatu, how can we contain, how can we regulate the matatu subsector, he said, can you register Saccos? And unfortunately, when you have to say, yes, sir, what do? You register. So they registered. But you're trying to correct that because actually they have also given a very bad name to the Sacco. When NTSA is cracking on a Sacco, on the road, is that the core business of the Sacco? It is not. The core business of the Sacco is savings and credit. Why am I repeating this? It is because, and this is why I really wanted to come, and thank you, board members, for inviting me. I wanted to understand the diasporans. Is the Sacco answering to your needs? And Simon, I must say, today when I listened to Raphael, I got mixed feelings. Because when I was coming, I thought actually Sacco does not meet your needs. I thought when I come to diaspora, it is savings and investments. The story, however, and that's why maybe I need to see those minutes to familiarize myself, to appreciate, is to understand, is the Sacco really the right name for the diasporans, or, as we were thinking, to change it to savings and investment? I'm going with this way because the Qatar diaspora, instead of bringing money, it's borrowing money from Kenya. Are you understanding? But we have two Qatars, so you don't know which Qatar I'm talking about, okay? So these are things that we really need to understand, and that's why it was important for me and for my colleagues to come here, because, as they said, we are doing something jointly to understand and to address the needs of the diaspora fraternity. I hope, and if I have left something and I remember, I will bring it to the fore, because you have told me you put your reports online. I liked the idea that you have a vetting committee. Critical, and kudos. Can we clap for the board? Because if the vetting committee is in place, I think that's one of a milestone we are actually trying to sell to the Kenyan fraternity. The big Saccos, who we call billionaires. By the way, I think we have over 35 Saccos which are in the billionaire category. And one of the highest savers, single saver, has 76 million in a given Sacco. A saver, not true, a saver. So why am I saying this? Because when we are advancing the concept, we are advancing. My principal secretary told me, Mary, can we actually see, if you're going to call His Excellency, can we see the savings component from the diasporians? And I want to mention this. And with all due respect, okay? I have seen your shares, isn't it? Share capital is what? It's what? Remember? Please. It's what? It's very low. I'll just leave it at Thank you. It is extremely low. One of the lowest, I think, in Kenya is 25,000. And you'll hear the figures. And I am putting you, I'm trying to challenge you, isn't it? Yeah. This is a brotherly, sisterly thing, nothing personal. We really need to up our game. I know, I have heard from your chairman that it's because we don't have a structured way of engagement. Maybe that's why we are slow. And I buy that. But I am saying Kenya is ripe. The cooperative business model And I think you saw on the papers. Did you see on the papers? And that's why maybe one of you are saying, I think I know you. I think I've seen you. I was featuring a lot in the news because there is reignited interest in the cooperative business model. We have had people who want to strategically come and capture the Sacco, especially the Sacco movement. Because of what? Because of the numbers we are talking about. The diasporans, I am sorry for you because I hear you have been shortchanged severally. And maybe that's why you're slow. And I'm not telling you not to be, to do your due diligence. Do your due diligence. But please, for heaven's sake, I repeat this, for heaven's sake, use your local homegrown solutions. Don't hear because Mary Mungai's Sacco in Kenya is doing marvelous and you haven't done your due diligence and you put your money there. We are actually having also a few issues. Not in all circles. There's some circles which are excellent. But please, do your due diligence. Even in Kenya, I'm telling cooperative members, use your local. A Sacco is supposed to be a village kind of, a community kind of thing, okay? Grow your own, make your own, have the teeth, have the muscle it requires. And I think for you people, look at inside, know what to do from within where you are. You can hold somebody accountable, isn't it? You can get Eric and tell him, Eric, what is happening? You can get Mary Mungai as the commissioner to come and inquire into what Eric is doing as the Diaspora Sacco. But if you are here and somebody is messing out there for you, it becomes a little bit of a challenge. Please do your due diligence. Having said that, I think now I will go. No, the last thing I must say, sorry. And I'm, again, very humble, with all respect. I will invite Rose, Chairman. Where is Kyoko? Yeah, and your CEO to some of the cooperatives in Kenya. With the intention of fine-tuning some of our commitments in your Sacco. Yesterday, the board was called. Sorry, Simon, I saw this. You had a board meeting. I think you wanted to start at what time? At 8. What time did you start? Maybe 10. Let me tell you, guys, Atsiva, I don't know what you'll say. Have you attended any of our cooperative functions? Board meetings are actually serious board meetings. It is 8. It is 8. You are given 15 minutes allowance. The other day I was laughing. We invited the IG, Inspector General, for a meeting. At 15 minutes to time, the IG was in the boardroom. We had called for the meeting. Mary Mungai had not gone to the boardroom. And on the dot, the IG is going to the cabinet secretary asking, what is this? You invite us for a meeting? So what am I trying to say? Our culture, isn't it? Let us work on that, so that we give, this is serious business. Cindy, it is serious business. So, I think I took coffee. Can I have some water, please? When you take coffee, oh, this is fresh? Ah, okay. When you take coffee, it actually dries. So, the chairman, Mr. Simon Nyaga, the CEO, members of the board, Sacco members, invited guests, Wagasha, Professor Kea, Nelson, and the sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo. I'm pleased to join you during this auspicious occasion of your 5th AGM. This is a significant event where you have a chance to evaluate the society's performance and plan for the ensuing years. This occasion is very important to both the members and the leaders since it provides an opportunity to review your operations, critique constructively, and where possible, offer necessary advice for continuous improvement. I therefore look forward to a very lively session today as you actively articulate matters that are beneficial for the growth and development of your Sacco in accordance with the principles of cooperative societies. Distinguished guests, the cooperative values and principles have withstood the test of time, thus making the cooperative business model the best vehicle for fighting poverty and inequality in the society. These internationally accepted cooperative principles are open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, member economic participation, autonomy and independence, education and training, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for the community. Cooperative values are self-help, self-responsibility, democracy, equality, equity, and solidarity. For this to thrive, the founders of the cooperative movement believe members must have ethical values of honesty, openness, social responsibility, and caring for others. I want to mention these founders have set an international day apart, which is called, we call it in Kenya Ushirika Day. It's called, of course, the Cooperative Day. And every first Saturday of July, it is celebrated. And you're going to celebrate this year on 7th of July, 2018. I hope that the Kenya Diaspora will participate. Mr. Chairman, this is what defines the cooperative business model in Kenya, as we are regulated by two regulatory frameworks, namely the Cooperative Societies Act and the Sacco Societies Act. Because of this particular legal frameworks, the cooperative movement has been ranked as #1 in Africa and 7th globally. Our presence has been in the non-financial and financial services. The financial services would include investment, housing, and the Sacco. The Sacco subsector has greatly impacted on the financial inclusion of the previously unbanked population in Kenya. In driving the government agenda 2030 vision on savings, mobilization, and financial access, the cooperative movement has savings in excess of 640 billion. This is about 35% of the total national savings. According to the economic survey of the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, that is according to the economic survey in 2015, the asset base is over 816 billion and the credit portfolio is 558 billion. Mr. Chairman, let me be clear that these figures are from only about 2,300 Saccos that filed their returns in 2016, which is about half of the active Saccos in Kenya. Dear delegates, in order to facilitate faster growth in savings mobilization, the ministry has been promoting Saccos for Kenyans in the diaspora. This of course, is aimed at tapping the huge potential from this group and to channel the said savings for investments and socio-economic development in a structured manner. So far, we have registered 17 such Saccos and more are in progress. These are in France, South Africa, Canada, 2 in Qatar, 2 in the US, Germany, Nigeria, Ireland, UK, and United Arab Emirates, and Swaziland. The efforts of these diaspora circles, which are in their nascent stage, has brought a mixed bag of signals owing to the past experience faced by the diaspora fraternity. Mr. Chairman, I wish to state that the importance of the Diaspora Sacco has been given the due recognition by the State Department of Cooperatives in the recently concluded National Cooperative Development Policy that is awaiting Cabinet approval. As the State Department crafts their legal framework in tandem with the new policy, structures of regulating the SACCOs, the diaspora SACCOs, will clearly be spelled out. As you may all be aware, to enhance regulatory framework for the over 6,000 active SACCOs in Kenya, the State Department established the Sacco Regulatory Authority to ensure certain prudential standards are maintained in a bid to safeguard members' deposit. The scope of this authority, which is charged with Sacco issues, will also be expanded. I want to say this will be expanded so that members' deposit, especially in their diaspora, is safe because of the prudential guidelines that will be applied to the diaspora SACCOs. Ladies and gentlemen, Sacco diaspora presents very unique challenges and opportunity in comparison to our regular homegrown Sacco. To address these emerging factors, State Department, in collaboration with other stakeholders, including the diaspora SACCOs, are at an advanced stage of planning a 2-day conference that will discuss key challenges and opportunities facing the diaspora SACCOs, with the name of unlocking its huge potential. Some of the key deliverables will be a diaspora-specific cooperative policy, a mechanism of consolidating the various diaspora Sacco resources through a structured framework for engaging in government programs, and creating a lobby platform for addressing diaspora Saccos. This, of course, will feed into what Prof. Wagasha has just said. It is going to be the game changer. It's going to put the diaspora fraternity where it is supposed to be. From this, we are seeing that the US, if we have the 2 diaspora circles, and the others will eventually have either one federation at home dealing just with the diaspora circles, which will then engage with the frameworks that we are talking about. This is serious, and I think we'll be going places with this particular initiative. My dear cooperators, like other financial institutions, Sacco operates in a highly dynamic and competitive financial sector dominated by banks and other microfinance players. For Saccos to remain competitive and to sustain their market share, there is need for the boards and management to continually analyze the prevailing business environment with a view of adapting strategies that cushions societies against internal and external shocks. It is necessary for cooperatives, in particular their diasporas, to develop modern marketing strategies, create good environment for customers' interaction, and acquire secure physical facilities to safeguard their members' savings. The success of Sacco also depends on good governance that includes innovation, openness to change, sound financial management, and responsiveness to members' needs and expectations. To reap maximum benefits, cooperatives must recruit professional staff and leverage on information communication technology. I say this because I heard you're doing electronic voting, which is something I think we need to advance because it's a challenge that is being faced by many others. The issue of bringing all your members together because of your timeframes, again, I hear it's another challenge. And so these are things that we want you, once you work on them, engage the ministry so that we can actually now either have them properly documented for use by others, even in our own mother country. My dear cooperators, the aspirations of the State Department is to have inclusive Sacco subsector providing financial solutions to all Kenyans for wealth creation. I was just sharing with Wagasha today that back home, we talk about if you're getting the regular credit facility from a Sacco, it is at 12%. I'm sure you get cheaper loans here. The effective one, because it's normally on reducing balance, it comes to 5 to 6%, which we call extremely affordable back home. And we're saying we want to leverage this, the strength of the cooperative, in delivering the Big Four agenda of the national government. Prof talked about the coffee. I want to say we have commodity cooperatives in cotton, in coffee. We can do in horticulture. I said cooperatives can be in all sectors. We are saying these commodity cooperatives are well positioned to jumpstart food security, nutrition, and manufacturing through enhanced agricultural productivity and setting up agro-industrial industries in the rural areas. Societies can also provide auxiliary services such as warehousing, transport, and distribution, and market linkages. However, one of the main challenges in realization of this agenda is market outlet of these products. You members in the diaspora, using the sixth principle of cooperation among cooperatives, can assist your brothers and sisters through structured market information and market outlets. And that's why I say the diaspora, we have to look at what you can do and how we can structure your Sacco to either reach Sacco and investment, Sacco and something else, because we also don't want you to have too many structures out here. So please, this is a space of market information and market outlets that I think the diasporans can bring on the table. The other key deliverable in the government for agenda is the low-cost, decent, affordable homes program. Housing cooperatives are targeted to provide 25% of the required houses across the country. To address this, the State Department of Cooperative is engaged with other implementing partners, including financial institutions, private developers, manufacturers of building materials, and cooperatives, which are expected to come up with appropriate delivery framework and action plan. I must at this juncture commend you members and your leadership for rolling out the housing project along Kangundo Road. This move resonates well with the government agenda on provision of at least 500 affordable homes in the next 5 years across the country. I therefore encourage your Sacco to develop relevant mortgage products to finance members who want to purchase or construct their own houses, as Sacco members will now benefit from the first-time owner mortgage relief to the tune of 300,000. There are many other incentives that I have not put down, but I think this is an area where we are saying we have 1,770 registered housing cooperatives. The plan of government is to now not have a house there, a house there, a house there. It is now mass house production. Do a village that has schools, that has a commercial entity within it. I hope you can see the picture. Like on a 54-acre plot in Mavoko, the government is going to do 8,200 housing units. That area will have a school, will have a shopping mall, and maybe in the next, environment, in the next, within around there they will also have a factory or something. They're trying to create, like I see in America, you have, those satellites kind of cities. We no longer want, and somebody said yesterday, Asiba said that. Was it Asiba? Nelson, this quarter-acre plots, please. Let us now think. If you're going to buy like the 200 acres we've had, and you do something together that has an investment component, as you feed into your members' needs, Mr. Chairman, as you feed into your members' needs, also look at other people buying into those plots. And when they're saying affordable, decent houses, actually, there are plans that we can plug into and play. So their plans are there. They're providing bulk infrastructure if the economic units are viable. And cooperatives, again, can now start thinking, not small. It is time for us now to wake up and consolidate our resources and come even with engage government on how we can put either light rail or something for transportation. We are saying this is going to be big, and cooperatives in Kenya are well positioned now. And I think I have I invited you? For the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, there are many initiatives happening. For the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, the Saccos in Kenya want to put in equity as not every Sacco going there, but as a block of Saccos. They come together, form an entity, and put equity. And from that equity under the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, they will access affordable credit to do business or to buy on wholesale the houses that government will be doing and selling them to their members. This, I think, Mr. Agasha, is something that is going to have some positive effect in our Kenyan economy. Because what they are looking at is that we want to increase home ownership. I think we all know Kenyans, we like having a house, if not a piece of land. And with this, I think we are going to do marvelous through the cooperative move. As we stand today, the World Bank reports say cooperatives provide 80% of affordable housing in Kenya. So can you imagine, with a structured thing that government wants the cooperative to play into, what we will do? I think we are going to do marvelous. And that's why I keep on saying, whatever you are doing, how many units were those? The total is 200. Ukulima Sacco is doing 800 units. Afia is doing, and that was before government brought in. So you can imagine the landscape, what you're going to do as cooperatives. Please let us play into that space. Let the Sacco, the Diaspora Sacco, be felt. So I said we have the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. The thinking is also that if cooperatives have land and they're not liquid enough to make them, to build houses, there's going to be a national housing fund that will develop, and after developing, 30% of the number of houses that will be developed by government will be for the low cost, and the other ones will be for the upper market, and it will address the housing aspect. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity once more to thank all members, the board, management board, supervisory board, and the entire staff of the Kenya US represented here, and of course the Kenyan team, for what you have done yesterday and today. The commitment of your board members and your unrelenting support members to this organization will take us places. Mr. Chairman, I want to appreciate that despite the difficult economic environment that prevailed last year, the performance of your Sacco is showing an upward trend. Not too good, but it is. I want to state that teamwork at your board level is of utmost importance, as it will bring in the desired results. When I talk about teamwork, I do not say that we should all be in agreement with what the chair or the vice or whatever is saying, but we should bring our thoughts to the table and get the best solution possible. Thrive in tapping all the wealth of knowledge of your board members as you strive to serve your members effectively. in creating value that they all desire. In conclusion, I wish you fruitful deliberation during the rest of today's meeting. May the resolution of this particular meeting propel your Sacco to greater heights of prosperity. Thank you, and God bless you.
Can we have another big hand for Madam Commissioner? Taylor, if I can get some more juice on this microphone. Thank you. What we just experienced this morning is our distinguished guests coming on board and presenting to us in our 5th annual general meeting. I spoke earlier. I think we didn't have live streaming at the time. We apologize to all the online members. My name is Eric Mwangi. I'm the head of marketing for the Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco. I'm your moderator for the day. And I want to say that this has been a great AGM so far. Started yesterday. What we have today is 3 chief guests who are giving us consultancy. They're giving us mentoring. They have challenged us to be able to market not just coffee, not just the cooperative movement, not just the investments, but our thoughts. And I'm going to leave here challenged as a member of this Sacco, and I hope that you too will leave here challenged. You just heard that our share capital is not very high as a Diaspora Sacco. We need to be higher. Our remittances are through the roof, higher than coffee, higher than tea, higher than horticulture. But as a Sacco, the only reason is the trust factor. We are still not there yet in terms of trust. We have been burned by our relatives. And what we're going to be hearing this afternoon is we're going to hear from the chairman. After the chairman, we are going to be bringing in, at some point, Njoke, who's our general manager, and recently, well-deservedly, should be promoted to what I think is our CEO. And that's what we've been calling him through this AGM. What Njoke has done is phenomenal, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we're going to go into our prime lunchtime slots, where we'll be hearing from our key sponsors and our strategic partners. Before I bring in the chair, this morning I had the honor of sitting next to a gentleman I hadn't met. He's a member of the Sacco, has been a member of the Sacco for about a year. This gentleman came all the way from Ohio, and we struck a conversation and asked him, how long have you been a member of the Sacco? And he told me he's been a member of the Sacco for about a year and a half. What made you to join the Sacco? And he gave me his storyline. And I asked him, would you mind to share your story, why you joined the Sacco? And I want you to share with the members here live and the ones who are streaming online your story about why you joined the Sacco. Sam, if you can just make your way up here. I know it's a bit of a surprise, but I think I teed you up. Come and share your story, Sam. I think it's important, and then we're going to bring in the chair. There's a way to where we are doing this, and everything has a flow. And Sam, come on in. Yeah, sure. Can we welcome Sam?
Hello, everyone. I wasn't prepared to. This came as a surprise. But when I met Mwangi this morning, we were just chatting about issues, and I gave him a story of why I joined the Diaspora Sacco in 2017, February. And because I was looking for Saccos. I came in US into 2014, and I was looking for a Sacco. And you couldn't get a Sacco when you're here, so I had to look for a partner at home. And I got a partner who is my sister. And because she is an employee in a certain company, and I told her to join the Sacco. and then I'll be giving her half of whatever contribution she will be making. So she's my sister, Brad's sister. So I paid the non-refundable fee because she couldn't afford to pay that. And then we started by paying 2,500 each. So it was about 5,000 Kenya shillings every month. And then after 3 months, I told her, let's increase, because this is our shares. This is our money. This is savings. So we went, after 3 months, we went to 5,000. So I was sending 5,000. So she was, from her salary, they were taking 10,000, so I was sending her 5,000 every month. So we did that for over a year. And then, so we had not too much shares, but we had about 150, I think. And she said, I told her, now, you can get a loan, and then we can buy something. So what happened was she applied for the loan. Of course, it was automatic because she was an employee, and she got a loan of not much because it was the first time, so she was given 400,000 Kenya shillings. And of course, me, I'm not there. So it's her name, it's the money, it's hers. So it went to her bank. And then what happened was, my idea was to buy a piece of land, to do something, not to, because this is a loan, we need to do something to help ourselves. And she's my little sister. So what happened is, I saw that money and I said, this money is little, so just don't touch it. Just keep it for a little while to see how we can do. And then what happened is, after a month, then she saw, I have this much money in the bank. I should do something. So what she ended up doing, she ended up buying stuff for the house. So she bought a new TV, the big TV. She bought a new refrigerator, all this stuff in the house. And then I asked her, what did you do? And then I noted she bought all these things. And I told her, then you did that. What about my share? Then she said, I still have your money. Then I told her, because now you have already, used already half of it. Then said the rest of the money, to my bank. Just go deposit. And then there was a problem at first. She was delaying, and I'm like, why are you delaying depositing the money? Just deposit to my account. I'll give you the cooperative account number. And then we had an issue. So my dad has to come in. And I told my dad, this is what happened. This is my sister. And then she ended up, depositing the money in the bank. So the story was, after she deposited, so I had to pay off my loan, and I told her I cannot be able to continue with this type of Sacco because we are not going to help each other, because this money we are supposed to invest, not to just buy assets, like not even household goods. So the story was, I wasted 1.5 years, and I didn't get anything. So a friend of mine in Ohio came in and told me, do you know about Kenya Diaspora Sacco? Then I said, let me go through it. And I went through it online. And I decided, let me join from that time. So it's, to cut the story short, that's how it started. I was not prepared, and thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Isn't that a beautiful story? This Sacco is a people Sacco. And when you hear from the board, and then you hear from the membership, it's a beautiful thing. Because sometimes you think what we talk about here is so packaged and it's so prepared. He wasn't prepared. I didn't even know Sam. And I talked about him. And all of us have stories like this. We've had stories like this. I personally bought a piece of land also in Kenya through Muhasibu Sacco. My brother-in-law works for African Development Bank. He told me, Eric, we are selling some pieces of land through Muhasibu. And I just went straight to my dad and I said, I want you to be my feet on the ground, to do the due diligence. And he did the due diligence. He was the boots on the ground. He made sure everything worked out, and that's how I got that piece of land. So guys, if you're on the fence, I want you guys to sign up with the Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco and start upping what you need to be upping in terms of your shares. All the people watching online. For the team in Kenya, we are prepared to work with you. We have key skills here in the diaspora. You guys have been here in the diaspora. I'm very impressed by your resumes, and we want to partner with you. I'm personally coming to Kenya in the month of August for the whole month, and I'll come visit you guys and see how we can work together and continue to push your agenda. We can be your feet on the ground on this end. Without further ado, I want to bring our chair, and we hear the chairman's report. We started late this morning, and I'm happy to say that we've started catching up on time. We are still not fully caught up, and I'm going to be very, very tough on timekeeping. Our sponsors this afternoon, we're going to be very, very strict on our time. We're going to have a working lunch, and through our working lunch, we are going to have a presentation by one of our strategic partners. I want you guys to put your hands together for our chairperson, Bwana Simon Nyaga.
Our guest of honor, the Commissioner of Cooperatives Development, Mrs. Mary Mugai, Dr. Mbui Wagasha, Senior Economic Advisor, Executive Office of the President, Professor Joseph Kea, Coffee Subsector Review Chairman, Executive Office of the President. We are supposed to be having Director of Diaspora Services in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Mr. Washington Law, Vero Directors, our esteemed members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. First and foremost, let me say thank you so much, Madam Commissioner, for that elaborate speech that you've given to us and the challenges that you put across to the table on behalf of the board and on behalf of the membership. Like you have been told, we still have a lot of work to do as the board and as the membership. And I'm going to be highlighting some of those items that have been mentioned during my report. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel privileged and humbled to welcome you to this 5th annual general meeting of Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco in Seattle, Washington State. To our valued members, I am very delighted to note that you have chosen the Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco for your financial and investment needs. And as your board, we promise to remain true to our mission of actualizing your dreams with prudence and integrity. In this regard, kindly allow me to highlight some of the key milestones accomplished during the financial year ended 31st December 2017 as part of this commitment. The operating environment, Kenya's economy is estimated to have expanded by 4.9% in 2017 compared to a revised growth of 5.9% in 2016. The slowdown in the performance of the economy was partly attributable to uncertainty associated with the prolonged electioneering period coupled with adverse effect of weather conditions. Generally, key macroeconomic indicators largely remained stable and therefore supportive of growth in 2017. Interest rates declined due to the impact of the capping and became effective in September, or that became effective September 2016. And in the money market, the Kenya shilling strengthened against most of the major trading currencies, but weakened against the euro and the US dollar in 2017. And what we see here is performance across the various sectors of the economy varied widely, with accommodation and food services, information and communication technology, education, wholesale retail trade registering accelerated growth in 2017 compared to 2016. On the other hand, growth in manufacturing, agriculture, forestry, fishery, and other financial investment, financial and insurance decelerated significantly over the same period, and therefore dampened the overall growth in the 2017 financial indicators. So Kenya's financial sector recorded a slow growth of 3.1% in 2017. That was quite low, compared to the growth of 6.7% in 2016. The slowdown may be attributed to the low uptake of credit by large scale. On the other hand, the diaspora remittances remained the most active foreign exchange, recording the highest ever in 2017, standing at over Kenya shillings 200 billion by the end of 2017 per central bank statistics. And you can see the statistics as they are outlined below there. The leading being North America, which is us out here. So we can see we are still sending so much amount of money back home, but through what channels and for what? Subsistence, food like our brothers talked about here, where we're buying TVs and all these other things. But we can change that agenda or that discussion to using the Diaspora Sacco as a medium through which you send that money for investment purposes. So we're calling upon our members and those who are staying on the fence, please to come on board. And as indicated through the speeches that have been given today, that the Kenya Diaspora Sacco is a legitimate, registered by the government of Kenya entity that is looking towards growth of our members' investment back in the country. So for the year ended 31st December 2017, the Sacco registered remarkable growth after the board initiated a couple of measures aimed at growing and stabilizing the Sacco, including relocation and closure of the USA office in Atlanta, Georgia, to harmonize all operations from Nairobi. Because of these changes, the total assets grew by 38% to stand at Kenya shillings 170 million, compared to 123 in year 2016. Member deposits grew by 42% to stand at Kenya shillings 129, up from 91.1 million in 2016. The Sacco loan portfolio stood at 64 million compared to 41 million in 2016, representing a growth of 57%. The Sacco total revenue growth by 13% to stand at Kenya shillings 23.5, compared to 28.8 in 2016. On the other hand, the total operating expenses dropped by 14% to 17.1 million, compared to, sorry.
Your way. So they all come to me now, and I'm doing less digital literacy, which is what I love anyway, pretty much.
Sorry, I got some background noise.
Because you really have a not going.
David, we mean to get that off for some reason. So our operating expenses dropped by 14% to stand at 17.1 million compared to 19.8 million in 2016. All this notable growth was made possible by significant growth in membership of 17%. The Sacco sector average member growth against the Sacco member sector growth of 15% according to Sacco Societies Regulatory Authorities, HASLA. The financial results are summarized as below. And I will have this one just shown out there. It is a comparative of the last 5 years. And you can see which is going to be, this is going to be presented by our treasurer in the treasury report, so I don't need to read all that. He's going to break it down for us so that you can be able to understand and see exactly what we mean. Member deposit, we have the loan and advances, interest income, total revenue, total expenses, surplus and deficit, the tax, membership, deposit to member ratio, loans to member ratio, and dividends on share capital. So we are going to be sharing this with you through the Treasurer's report, so I won't dwell so much on that. So let's come to another area which is very, very interesting. Since inception, the Sacco never paid any dividends to its members, no interest, because of the operational costs or startup costs that we were experiencing, At the same time, also because of the low numbers in the membership. So right now, what we're saying is, courtesy of this impressive performance, we are pleased to inform you that Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco makes another great milestone by becoming the first Diaspora Sacco to start payment of dividend on share capital and interest on main savings for the financial year ending 31st December 2017. The Sacco reported an operating surplus of 4.9 million before payment of interest on main savings and Mavuno savings of Kenya shillings 3.5 million. The net operating surplus after the payment of interest was Kenya shillings 1.4 million, where Kenya shillings 1.1 million has been set aside for the payment of dividends on share capital. The board in this recommendation, the board is thus recommending that the AGM approve the payment of dividend on share capital at a rate of 15% per annum, and interest on a minimum savings at a rate of at least 2% per annum for the financial year ending 31st December 2017. The Mavuno savers enjoyed an interest rate of between 3 to 10% per annum based on the amount and period of investment throughout the year. Our general manager is going to tell you what we mean by Mavuno savings. This is outside of your main savings. It's the extra cash that you have that you put through the Sacco for the purpose of the money working for you. If you do that, you can see what we have done within the last year. We have paid between 3 to 10% on those who have given us those monies. And those monies are put in secure money markets and other government instruments like treasury bills, treasury bonds. And it is good, I'm telling you, it is a good way of having that cash instead of staying here earning 0.1% or 0.00%. So it's a good way for us to begin now having that conversation, and members, please looking at least as a great option for us. So in the current financial year 2018, the board anticipates that the interest payable on the members' main savings it's going to more than double as the Sacco revenue grows. We therefore continue to appeal to our members to bring on board friends and relatives to join the Sacco and accelerate this growth. Our theme this year is growth from within. Members, we are making this appeal to all of you. This Sacco, like the commissioner alluded to, belongs to you. It does not belong.
Test.
We have an interference. I think we have interference from the next door. There is another group working next door. But that's okay. Let's proceed. So what we are saying that we are calling for an appeal to the members. Members, this Sacco belongs to you. Each of these board members you see here, they are Sacco members like each one of you. You have just given us a responsibility to take on offices that you have allowed us to take on, to be able to make sure that the Sacco agenda is taken care of effectively. Tomorrow I will be standing here as your chair, but the following day I will be a Sacco member because somebody else will take over from me. The same way our first chairman, Mr. Frank Yoko, was our first chairman, and I've taken over. So what we are saying is, through the membership, please, if you are able to bring your family, your friends to this Sacco, we are going to grow. And we are going to even earn more better dividends as we grow and go into the future. Our visitors from Kenya, they have told us exactly what is happening in the country. Madam Commissioner, as you take back your report back to the ministry, and Dr. Wagasha and Professor Kea, we are not going to let you go. We are going to hold by you, and we are going to make sure that those opportunities the Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco does not miss. It is important for us to note that as we progress, we are also going to make some proposals. And Madam Commissioner has actually alluded to the same thing, is like she realized what I was going to talk about. Our share capital is very low. And we want to increase that share capital from 5,000 to 20,000 Kenya shillings. Why do we want to do this? so that next year I want you to earn more dividends and savings on these share capital amounts that you're talking about. So members, this resolution is coming and I want you to approve it because it is what is right and is what is going to grow your Sacco. So now what we are proposing is that the proposal to increase member minimum share capital from 5,000 to Kenya shillings 20,000. The board has made a proposal to increase the minimum share capital per member from Kenya shillings 5 to 20. And this is just a small amount. We want to take gradual steps. Remember, we had proposed some time to have a share capital minimum of 100,000, but that was really still too ambitious at that particular point. So we want to take these gradual steps. In the next maybe 5 years, we will be at 100,000 share capital because we are going to grow. On the other hand, the board believes that it is necessary to strengthen the Sacco capital base for proper functionality, while at the same time offering better member returns on the share capital held. So the new share capital figure of 20,000, and which will be 20 shares for Kenya shillings 1,000, is based on the benchmarking done where it was found that most Saccos have a minimum share capital of between 20,000 and 30,000. Then why should we be staying at 5,000? Unless if we don't want to grow members. We must agree that we want to grow and we are going to benchmark ourselves with the best, because Kenya US in Diaspora is going to set the pace for the diaspora Saccos. On the same note, a number of members have requested we consider supporting their financial needs here in the USA while investing for them in Kenya. For this reason, we will be requesting for your resolution to allow the board to begin exploring possibilities of partnering with a credit union here in USA or any other avenue available to meet this request. Exploratory, just exploratory. We are not saying that you are going to get it done. The request has been made. We want to see what is possible. We are not saying that the direction we want to go, but we want to explore to see. If we dig deeper, what is in this? And right here in the United States, all of you put your money into other banks, don't you? So what if you have your own credit union where you're putting your money and you're earning out of it? It is a possibility, and members, we must be able to dream and dream beyond measure, because when I look at what has been happening with other diaspora communities, look at the people from Mexico, people from Asia, people from other parts of the world. They have their credit unions that back them in this country. And they have a better channel of even putting investment opportunities back at home because they own their own banking channels. So we can be able to get to that level, can't we? So I'm proposing for us to get to that level whereby we are saying we are controlling our destiny from where we work to what we make, to where we save, to where we invest. And if we are able to realize that dream, dear members, that is where you realize what we call the real American dream. If we are not going to get to that, then we are not there yet. And please, we are going, as a board, we are going to make sure that we are laying the solid foundation so that our children, our children's children, those who are going to be spending their lifetime in this country, can also have a very solid foundation through which they can be able to take care of their lives better than ourselves when we came. And we can dream and we can do better. Let's look at the products and the services. Member loan uptake grew by 57% to stand at 64 million. This is a very small amount of money. Madam Commissioner, as you alluded to, we are not borrowing Sacco. We are savings and investment Sacco. We want to invest back at home. We do not want to be called a Sacco that just produces, that gives savings so that we can consume it again. We want to be a Sacco that makes dreams real for our members in terms of investment. So we will need to look at this. We need to look at what you have said. And of course, now there's also another issue of the housing society that we were supposed to register. And we held back from that resolution because you mentioned to us that the government, through your ministry, is looking at the policy of the diaspora Saccos. Are we called really savings and credit, or are we savings and investment and possibly credit? And if that is the case, then we hope that by the time we end this AGM, we are going to come up with a way forward, because we want also to participate effectively without being penalized by the legal framework that is back at home. So, dear members, this is possible, and what we are saying here, that looking at what you have done, the board has also negotiated with the developer of Vadili Home project to set aside a section of Vadili Houses project for standalone housing sitting on a plot of 80 by 40 and the new units complement the earlier units within, which are still on offer. So we are moving further, and we are going to be having the presentation of the investment on that magnificent project that we are doing on Kangudo Road with the partnership of Vadili Home. And Madam Commissioner and a chance to face it, that just to make sure that we are not like anybody else who is telling members that we are building for you and we are at the neighbor's yard. We are not that. We are real, all right? So the Sacco board would like to encourage all members to regularize their monthly savings contributions in readiness for the Sacco loan to enable them to participate in this above Sacco project or the financing own member development projects. Because, like the commissioner is saying, this, I think the secondary mortgage market is going to be very interesting in Kenya. We also want to play in that level whereby now we are also earning the benefits of being able really to issue mortgages to our members, do whatever you want to do from the Sacco. And that is a ground that we want to, if you want to own a home, back at home, we are going to have those mortgages. We're going to make sure that at least we are competitive enough together with whatever is happening at the market level in the country. Please note that without considering monthly contribution to the Sacco, without contributions to the Sacco, it will be hard for you to qualify for Sacco loan financing. Candidates do not wait until a financial need arises, but instead build your Sacco savings consistently, since you never know when a good investment opportunity will be cropping your way. Neither can you tell when you will need to funds for emergency needs. And remember, in case of emergency, you can always take a Sacco loan equivalent to your main savings without any collateral or guarantee. Emergency loan we give without collateral or guarantee, but a certain amount, is not so huge. So we have created that product, and that product the general manager is going to mention about it shortly. So now, again, let's look at what we are also looking at. What about our children? Yes, we give this good story, and I thank, there is a lady here that I want to thank who has introduced our children to the Sacco. Grace Jockey from Seattle, she has introduced her children to the Sacco, and they have been registered. The one who has gotten to 18 years, she is now a Sacco member. Nyambura, do you want to stand up for a minute? She is one of our youngest Sacco member right now as we speak. And there is another one in the making coming up after Nyambura, so I see she's going to be following suit soon. So we have created another program that is for the Junior and Children Savings Scheme, which we are saying that it does not matter how young you are to begin the culture of savings. We can be able to introduce our children from an early age to understand what it means to save rather than consuming credit. And if we do that, what we'll be doing is building a very solid future for our children and for our nation. So the Sacco intends to bring our kids on board early in life such that by the time they are 18 years, they can simply become full members and enjoy the Sacco member benefits. This early introduction to Sacco aimed at cultivating a savings culture nurtured partly through their parent who will hold the children account in trust. The key product features are the savings will be done at least one per month with a minimum of Kenya shillings 1,000 or $10. That's all what we want to do, parents, for your kids. $10 per month. And all the other activities that the general manager is going to talk about. Then we have also the vacation scheme. Remember, sometimes you want to take your family out for a vacation, but you need to plan this well. Sometimes you don't have all this bag of cash somewhere. So there is also a scheme that we're coming up with, or another package that we are coming up with for vacation. You can save for vacation. Put some little money aside, build it up. If you know that you're going to be going for vacation with your family next year, put it together, and the Sacco is going to be able to enable you take that family vacation that you may be desiring. Also going further, we talk about, let me mention a little bit about the governance, and Madam Commissioner, you talked about this. Last year, the AGM, through the resolution, requested us to set up a vetting and nomination committee, and as approved by the AGM meeting in Dallas, Texas, the Sacco board is pleased to inform that 3 vetting and nomination committee members were appointed during the year, and the board received 9 applicants who were all considered based on set criteria before the board settled on the following 3 candidates who met most of the set criteria. I am honored this afternoon to introduce to you Professor Keva Otiso, who most of you know in this society. I don't know, Professor Keva Otiso, are you in the room? Okay, could somebody mention to Keva that we will be needing him shortly? And then there was also Ms. Susan Okomwaura. She's also a member of the vetting committee, and there is John Kagiri also, who was qualified as a member of this committee. So this committee is going to be, already started its work, and what we are saying, it's second, the board is working on the vetting and nomination committee's policy and procedures that will guide the process. This is a new committee as requested through from the membership in the AGM, last AGM, because we got to get this committee ratified today, so that now we can fully have it engaged to perform its mandate and duties. Remember, like the commissioner said, as board members, we follow what is given to us as a mandate by the annual general meeting. So we will have them ratified, and then we can have them now fully beginning to do their work. But then the board is going to be working in developing the policies and procedures on what they are going to follow in terms of that vetting process and nomination process. At the same time, with the issue of the electronic voting, we're saying that to make this board and supervisory elections more inclusive and transparent, the Sacco board is still shopping for a credible voting system. We have tried quite a number, but they have not impressed us. We still want to look for a credible one that is stable, that cannot be manipulated easily, so that we can be able to make this process conclusive. And of course, after last year's elections, there was a reorganization of the executive. So finally, I wish to report that the Sacco board reorganized its executive committee following last AGM as part of normal and periodical procedure for the better service delivery to members and to match the board members' skills to their roles. Like it is necessary, whenever we are picking board members, we want to make sure that they have the skill sets that can come and improve the board performance or the organization performance. So it's not a matter of just picking people for the sake of picking them. We want to have the proper skill set so that we can be able to deliver on the mandate that we have given to us. So with the reorganization, the chairman, Mr. Frank Kyoko, I would say, retired from being the chair, and I took over the chairmanship, Simon Yaga. And my vice was chair, is Catherine Moredi. Ravel Claude took the honorary secretary position, and David Wajiro retained still the treasury in that order. So, finally, on this other item number 6, strategic plan and policy matters. Last year, we also talked about on the resolution the issue of concluding on our strategic plan. So during the year 2017, the Sacco board developed the 5-year strategic plan covering the year 2018 to 2022. This strategic plan will form our roadmap for the next 5 years. The board will review and fine-tune this plan on a yearly basis to line it with the current developments. Second, during the year, the board also strengthened the internal policies and structures by developing or enhancing the following policies. The procurement policy has also been developed and enhanced. Travel and accommodation policy for board members and the committees has also been enhanced to make sure that is in compliance with what is required as regulatory requirement. Review of the credit policy, also that one has also been reviewed, and we are continuing to review to make sure that the Sacco is not at any risk when it comes to credit. And then also we have, this includes ongoing staff and administrative internal policies that enhance efficiency in service delivery to our members and our partners. Like you know, by now, after consolidating our offices into Nairobi office, we have customer service staff that serves you from 7 in the morning to 2 a.m. in Nairobi. There is no time in any time zone here in the United States you call and your call is not responded to, or you send an email, and sometimes I know we have missed an email or two, but I would say 98% we have been able to respond to you very, very effectively through the general manager staff and coordination back in Nairobi. Then the numbers that were also registered here, they are still the same numbers, but they are received in Nairobi through technology. So you call anytime you want to call within your 8 to 5 normal working hours, and your calls are going to be responded to, your emails are going to be responded to. We want to also apply the sunset rule, where any email, any correspondence that comes through our system is responded to before sunset. Efficiency in terms of the customer service, the same way you guys get it back here. That's where we want to be. So I would want to skip that part of the member and the staff matters, because those are some of the things that I've just mentioned. So in conclusion, dear members, our Sacco is now bigger and better, and you cannot afford to be left out in this great success. The board has already laid down the key structures needed to propel this Sacco to the next level. The new strategic plan and the improved governance structures, including introduction of board, vetting, and nomination committee, are important milestones which will put this Sacco ahead in realizing its goal of bettering the lives of diaspora Kenyans. The Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco is currently the leading diaspora Sacco, and given the current growth prospect, things can only get better. The Sacco has weathered many storms and skepticism to deliver tangible value through Sacco loan financing, low-cost housing units, acquisition of plots for the members, and importantly, secure way of accumulating savings for your future. Well, all this would not be possible without the support of it's supposed to be, royal and esteemed members who stood with us and gave us the benefit of the doubt all the time. And for this reason, we salute you. As your board, we are committed to taking the Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco a notch higher by ensuring that we put the right structures in place to ensure that this Sacco outlives our personality, thereby becoming a permanent investment and financing solution for all Kenyans, if possible, in the diaspora. We are therefore appealing to our members to support the board initiatives and to remain committed to the Sacco through patronizing of the products and services, and to offer positive criticism where necessary. We want you to criticize us where necessary. Please do so, because that is the only way we can be able to improve. And lastly, I wish to appreciate all the members and other invited guests for attending this year Sacco AGM so that they can participate actively in shaping the destiny of this Sacco. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and as we continue enjoying this day.
Thank you, Chairman. We've heard from the Chairman. We are almost caught up on our program. We are still lagging a little bit behind. Now, the hotel cannot serve us lunch beyond 2 o'clock. They say they're going to serve lunch at 1. What time is it? 1 o'clock. So we're going to take a small break. You're going to go out there, grab your food, come back in. You know, if you haven't met someone in the room, try and meet someone new. Introduce yourself, just like I met Sam this morning. And then we come back to this room. We have a lot of stuff to go on. So it will depend on how fast we get back here so that we can get caught up. Before I do that, I want to thank our AV team, Taylor and Steven. Just wave where you are. Big hand to Taylor and Steven. They are providing the streaming, the AV as well, and I'm getting some good reviews online so far. We started this morning a little bit rough, but we are getting better now, and I think it's all very, very clear. So with that said, let's take a walk out, grab a plate, stretch a little bit, get a bathroom break, and then we come back here, and in about 15, 20 minutes, let's all be seated. And I'm told we got Kenya coffee. So if you've been drinking Starbucks, there's actual Kenya coffee out there. So let's take a walk out there and stretch a little bit, then be back here in 15, 20 minutes. Thank you. Grab your plate and come back. Thank you. Sorry, good. You got some music? Afternoon sponsors this whole pot. You're bringing it home. Bring it home. Yeah, but the people have to take a break. They gotta grab their food, then they come back. So because it's very hard to keep these guys' attention. These are their fun. So they go eat, they come back. As soon as they sit down, we jump on the first sponsor, which is Ken. After Ken, we bring you in. Isn't that good? Because what I've done is look at the flow of how things are going and read it. Had we brought you earlier, we would have lost everybody. Because there was no people. Yeah. So we're gonna try and see whether we get caught up here. Yeah. Grab food, bring it back. Are you okay over there? Doing good? You're getting all your audio good?
Titus, by the way. My laptop here or you? No, couldn't stay with you. Now you HDMI. No, couldn't stay with you. We're fine. No, we're gonna we're quite fine. Munduria at the Titus. Yeah, here. Todu, what are you? Todu, I know they need to hear from him. Come, Jerry. No, come back to Mori. I think you're many. I didn't work it out there. Right, and I'm a friend.
banana fall on you, Prada fall on you, cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you, cause I'm in love with you. Yeah, are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, Prada fall on you, cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you, cause I'm in love with you. If I offend you, if I offend you, because sorry, oh baby, take out. Sorry, oh baby, take out. I'm in love with you, I'm in love with you, oh baby, nothing of it to change, amo. Nothing of it to change, amo. If I talk, then go say I dey talk. Hey. Tell me why then they use Panadol for our headache. Yeah. How I go chop if my baby no chop? They want to spoil our market. Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, Prada fall on you, cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you, cause I'm in love with you. If I offend you, if I offend you, because sorry, oh baby, take out. Sorry, oh baby, take out. I'm in love with you, I'm in love with you, oh baby, nothing of it to change, amo. Nothing of it to change, amo. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, Prada fall on you, cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you, cause I'm in love with you. Kida me now. Your girlfriend friend person.
Mix mouse up.
Vulindela, when magabazi, and you want, and mushada lanza, Vulinde, when la mania busa, Suba.
Nimekuchagua wewe nikupende mama, sitaki mwingine, aushi usiniache, usinitende mama, usipende mwingine. Moyo wangu ni mwepesi, umenikalia chapati, nafanya vituko kama chizi, kukupenda sitasizi. Moyo wangu ni mwepesi, umenikalia chapati, nafanya vituko kama chizi, kukupenda sitasizi. Sura yako mzuri mama, na tabasamu lako maua, na sura yako mzuri mama, na tabasamu lako maua. Itabidi nikulinde, nikutunze mama, usikose lolote, pete nayo nikuvishe, nikuoe mama, usiende popote. Moyo wangu ushakubali, umenikalia chapati, nitakulinda kama polisi, itabidi nikumari. Moyo wangu ushakubali, umenikalia chapati, nitakulinda kama polisi, itabidi nikumari. Ile sura yako mzuri mama, mzuri mama, mzuri mama, yeah, mzuri mama, na tabasamu lako maua, mzuri mama, yeah, mzuri mama, oh, mzuri mama, na figa yako kama ya chupa, mzuri mama, baby, mzuri mama, yeah, mzuri mama, na sura yako mzuri mama, mzuri mama, mzuri mama, yeah. Piga dance kidogo, piga dance kidogo, dance kidogo, piga dance kidogo, dance kidogo, piga dance kidogo, dance kidogo. Sura yako mzuri mama, mzuri mama, mzuri mama, mzuri mama, tabasamu lako
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right. Well, keep eating. I just want to give you a heads up. We will start in approximately 10 minutes. So keep eating, keep making new friends, and we'll be ready in about 10 minutes.
Are we ready? All right, let's get it off. Taylor?
All right. As we continue to enjoy the food, which, let me ask a question. Is the food good? Okay. Continue eating. You can have seconds and thirds. Just be a little quiet on the forks and knives, okay? So that we can get to hear our presenters. They have sponsors, our Fadilis. They do have some great, great information to share. And so continue eating. Just keep your ears open. And so our first sponsor, really great organization. And I'm not even going to say anything to take away from what they have to say. Please welcome Rico.
Hi, everyone. I know we are eating, but kindly give me your ears. I'll be here a very short time. My name is Carol. I'm the CEO of Rico Homes and Developers Limited. Rico Homes and Developers Limited was started in 2014. It has two directors. One director is called Stephen Moy, and the other director is I. We sell and develop land in Laikipia. That is what we do at the moment. So, Rico Homes and Developers Limited is set to change the landscape of Nanyuki through provision of affordable housing. Ideally, we help our clients to get land. I think I need this. I'm not able to. Just a minute. It's a bit too tight. You just have it here. Don't take my minutes. Can you move this? Thank you. Thank you. So I was saying we help our clients to get land and related investments of their choice in Nanyuki. We provide our clients with necessary information regarding their intended and already acquired investments. We are guided by integrity, trust, and truth. So why do I come all the way to tell you about Laikipia? Laikipia is a beautiful place to be. It has beautiful sceneries surrounded by the mountains, Mount Kenya, Aberdares, and Loldaiga Hills. And so when you're in Nanyuki or Laikipia, you have the 360 view of all these sceneries. It's a beautiful place to be in. It is 195 kilometers from the capital, and we can access Nanyuki or Laikipia by air or road. We are expecting the government to revive the Nairobi-Nanyuki Isiolo Railway, and for us that will be a game changer and tourism will go higher. That's the reason why you need to be in Nanyuki now. It's a major tourist destination. Where is Alex? In 2017, Segera was named by CNN travel experts as one of their top 20 places to go on vacation. So that's why we love Nanyuki. Above selling the land, we don't just sell bare land. We accelerate the appreciation of the land. You agree with me that land will always appreciate. But the period of appreciation is what is in question today. So when you buy land from us, you start construction immediately, as opposed to waiting for a neighbor, you don't know when they will come. So that's the difference between Rico Homes and others. We have a few projects we have done. I'll take you through the projects very quickly, but I want to dwell on one particular that will interest you today. We have 3 projects. We have Hidden Hills, and we have Panorama, we have Kifaru. So in those 3 projects I've told you, we have amenities that we make sure they are in that project. So for instance, we will take like 10 acres of land, do the amenities in that particular land. One of the amenities we do is the perimeter fencing. We make sure it's fenced. We make sure we have paved roads, security, tennis and basketball courts, children area, swimming pool, and we drill boreholes in the projects. So that's Hidden Hills. This is a project that is already in construction. It's in Nanyuki, and it started last year by Rico Homes. It's located about 17 kilometers from Nanyuki, and it sits on a 10-acre piece of land. Sorry, I think I got lost. So that's one of the land. That's Hidden Hills you can see on the screen right now. I hope it's so clear. Okay, and as you can see, it's a progress. It's work in progress. It's just one of the things we do. We get the area, we make it favorable for you to start your construction. That's a house by one of our clients who are already building and it's going on. That's one of the amenities that we say. We just don't say we are doing amenities and not delivering. That's one of the things we have put in the project. It's already ongoing. So Hidden Hills, that's the match is going for. We can talk about the amount later. But I also want to introduce you to another project called Kifaru. Again, every project we do, we have the signature amenities. We make sure that they are on the ground, the one we spoke about before. So Kifaru sits on a 70-acre piece of land in Nanyuki. What you see there is an already planned Kifaru. You just don't come and buy land and you don't know what to do with it. So once you buy your plot, you ask yourself, what next? You have the plot with you, but we help you to get to the next level. So Kifaru is just 1.5 kilometers from those of us who know Olpajeta. We overlook the expansive Olpajeta. And if you allow me, I'll just play a very short video that will help us know more. Just a minute, we do the volume. My minutes are going. Probably as we work on the video, you can just work on it.
Okay. I have to exit out and go into the settings. Is that okay?
Feel free. What I can say about Rico Homes is once you buy any land with us and is one of the land that is specified to be a premier gated community or a gated community with us, we give you free architectural designs. May I have your attention, please? We give you free architectural designs. We make sure you have your title deeds. If we say we give you a title deed in 1 month, that is what we do. So as I wait for him to organize my video, I would kindly ask one of my clients is in our midst, probably to just come for 2 minutes and give us an experience they had with Rico Homes. What I would tell you is, Peter Gitonga, please, if you're around. Yes. As he comes, I can tell you there are so many of my clients who live here. I sold to them land even way before I ever met them, way before I ever knew who they were. And then later we come and because it's a long-term relationship for Rico Homes we create. So I'll just allow him to say 2 minutes as I continue with my presentation. Maybe he will tell you whether we mistreated him or maybe we did, I don't know.
Okay, hi, my name is Peter. And just like you, I was looking for an investment property, and I decided to do holiday homes. And I went online, and I contacted a whole bunch of people who are selling land in Nyanyuki. And the thing that impressed me the most is I contacted Rico Holmes, and I'm in California, and the time zone is really different. And within an hour, they had called me, and I would say within 3 weeks, I had paid, and I had my title in my hand. So I was really impressed by their customer service. They talked to me, they took me through the whole process, and the fact that you're gonna add value to whatever it is you buy, because a lot of times we buy plots and then they just sit there. But this one here, there's a fence, there's a playground. All you need to do is come and build your house, and they'll help you even get the financing. So anybody who wants to do something more than buy a plot, I would recommend them. All right, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Peter. So I will just play the video so that you can understand who we are. It's our first time to be in this circle. We're introducing ourselves to you, so just allow me to play this video. It will give you more insight about my company.
Our turnaround for giving titles is also very fast. We have a seamless system. We're able to deliver when we say we deliver.
What Rico Home says is what they do.
We just want to keep on improving.
This is the best place to pitch camp.
Nanyuki is a tourist hub, and there's a very high demand.
So this is to the presenters. Make sure your pitch is lined up. Make sure your presentation is lined up, ready to go. So.
Our turnaround for giving titles is also very fast. We have a seamless system. We're able to deliver when we say we deliver.
What Rico Home says is what they do.
We just want to keep on improving.
This is the best place to pitch camp.
Nanyuki is a tourist hub, and there's a very high demand for housing and accommodation. And that's why we have strategically placed ourselves in Kifaru View.
Kifaru is going to be very distinct from other products that we have done. Anybody who is buying a plot in Kifaru must be willing to pay 30% of the cost of the house, only 30% of the cost of the house. And that could be a cottage, that could be a 3-bedroom masonette, that could be a 4-bedroom masonette, that could be a studio apartment, 1-bedroom apartment or 2-bedroom apartment. You must be willing to do 30%. We're going to complete the house for you, and you're going to have a 2 years grace period to pay for your house, completely interest free. Then you're going to hand over your house as you do your last deposit. We are looking to getting the first 50 people who are going to commit with us on the cost of purchasing the plot, and also on the cost of putting a deposit on their houses. And we're going to begin the construction immediately. And the reason we are looking for 50 people is so that the 450 houses can go up concurrently. We're going to save on so many economies of scale. We're going to get mass discounts and all that, which are going to trickle down to our customers. And also, the first 50 people are going to get a very good discounted rate on the cost of acquisition of the plot. And that is a very, very good incentive.
So when you're not using your house, the management company comes in and helps you to keep earning. In that, the people who are streaming into Nanyuki can comfortably come and stay in your house. Our main goal is to see growth. We want people to own houses. We want people to own land. We have structured our products in a way that is achievable and affordable. So join us on board and let's walk this journey together. Okay, so that's Kifaru View. It's a product that we are very excited to put in the market. We have various designs for Kifaru. We have various designs, and I want to play one more video to help you see the designs that we have already put in place for you.
that's basically who we are. That's what we do in Laikipia. We are very excited to work with people who are interested in building Laikipia and making a difference in Laikipia. I hope if you have any question, please come to our table, ask us anything, challenge us with anything, and we'll be able to work together. So thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Any questions for Rico? Any concerns? You guys, I hope you're paying attention. Those are some really great products. And Miss Carol is going to be outside as one of our vendors as well. All right, so at this time, as we're still consuming what we just ate, I would like to change it up a little bit and bring in our general manager. And this is usually a very popular session. So, Bonanjuki, can you please come up and just get ready to set up? In this session, you get to learn a little bit more about the Sacco and specifically who we are, how you can benefit from it, and tangible products that you can be able to utilize as a member of the Sacco. Oh, did I mess this up a little bit? Okay, my apologies. It is actually, we're going to switch it up again. Okay, I'm very flexible, so I hope you guys are flexible too, right? So, one of our partners who started out with us and trusted us from the beginning, and we have built a very strong relationship. I think you want me to dance. It's not dancing time yet. Okay. And so this partner came in from day one and saw our vision, partnered with us, and a lot of our members have really benefited from this. And so without further ado, I'm going to present to you Mr. Michael Carrier, who is the CEO of Premier Realty.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Angela. On behalf of Premier Realty, on behalf of myself, I bring you greetings from Nairobi. I'm Jamboni. I wish to thank the Sacco for the giving me this opportunity and the fact that we have worked together for the last 5 years. This is our 5th year. We partnered in 2014, and together we have continued to serve the diaspora. We came in with land that we have been selling to people or other members of the Sacco in the USA diaspora. Premier Realty is a company based in Nairobi, is a limited company, and we are based in Westlands. And what we do, we are in the business of real estate, whereby we look for properties that are strategically located. We add value, or rather, we subdivide the same, and we buy in bulk. And by buying in bulk, we enjoy what we call economies of scale, and that is what we pass on to the clients and to the members of the Sacco. We partnered in this particular property, the Isinya Konza. I believe most of you have bought the property, and we still have quite a bit that is remaining. I believe out of about 600 plots in phase 1 and phase 2, we still have about 300 plots remaining. What is unique about this particular property? Now, this particular property, when the Sacco came, rather the Sacco people, when they came, they were looking for something to offer the diaspora. And when they came to us, we had this project which we were about to begin. They went ahead and did a due diligence on the property, and they assured that it met basically everything in terms of the location, in terms of they did the due diligence to ensure that it's clean, and it's something that people could really invest in. So we went ahead and subdivided the property. And that is the property that we're talking about. It's called the Isinya Konza Bypass Estate. This particular property is located in between Isinya and Konza. What the diagram you're seeing, rather the picture you're seeing there, is of what Konza City will look like once it's fully developed. So we took advantage of the fact that the Konza City is about to come up in that area, or rather it's already coming up. And there is also a major road that is cutting across from Konza City all the way to Isinya, and this particular project touches that road. So the Isinya Konza bypass is a two-phase project which consists of about 700 plots sitting on 189 acres, as you can see. It's subdivided into quarters, 8 acres, and also half acres, 1 acre, and 5 acres. Okay? The project has got beautiful landscapes, as you can see. Those are photos of the project, and the project is located 16 kilometers from Isinya town and another 16 kilometers from Konza City. So it's right in the middle, touching that road, and we are hoping once the road is done, then it's gonna appreciate, and people will basically benefit. Now, people have been asking me what is happening around Konza City. And those are the developments that are around the project. As you can see, the roads are already marked, okay? That is the proposed bypass. Those are markings by the Chinese company that is doing the road, okay? So we are hoping that they will start doing the road soon. And actually, they're already on the ground. They've already started working on the road from the from Kiserian side, coming to Isinya. So the road is already under construction. Then we have the PJ Day Flower Farm. That is to tell you on what you can do on the land. This is a family-owned cut flower business where they have about 1,000 acres and they are doing flowers there. Next to the development, we have what we are calling the Kitili Farm, where somebody is doing bamboo seedlings for sale. And we have next to the project, this is an Chipai campsite and cottages. This one is already up and running. So if you're going to see your property and you want to somewhere where you can spend, you can basically go to an Chipai campsite and cottages. Then we also have the Ketraco line that runs all the way from Olkalia to the Konza City. This is the main line that supplies the power to Konza City. And you can see this is the Konza City development. This is the office block that they're already working on. This is the Konza City itself. That's the signage to show you what is happening. So basically, you remember when we started this, there was nothing on the ground at Konza City. But basically now this is what is happening. And therefore, yes, developments are coming up, and this land is still available. We still have about 300 plots left. And as I said yesterday, we are giving you a discount. If you are to buy today the Isinya Konza project, we are going to give you a 5% discount, okay? And this is valid until Monday, as we are here. So you can take advantage of that. An eighth of an acre is going for 350,000 Kenya shillings. That's about $3,500 if you're paying cash. And if you're paying in installments, it's at 400,000. And we give you about 10 months to pay that 400,000. So what that means is you give us you give us about 40,000 Kenya shillings, then you spread the balance within 10 months. So we are giving you very flexible payment terms. Then we also have other academic institutions around this particular project. We have Uma University, Sorry. We've got Uma University, which is in Isinya. We also have RAF University, which is in Kisaju. And there's a Mua University also coming up. Now, why invest in the Isinya Konza bypass estate? We say the estate is a gateway to the futuristic Konza Technopolis. Investing in the project is a lifetime investment. It guarantees you return on investment. I've always said, when we were talking about the Eastern Bypass that runs from Mombasa Road, it runs from Mombasa Road all the way to Roiro. Before that road was done, plots were actually going for 300,000. And right now, those plots are going for about 3.5 million to 4 million. So, so it's the same thing. We are selling these ones at about 350. And in another 2, 3, 4 years, I am sure these plots will be at 1 million, if not more. So we are encouraging you to buy and continue buying. So in real estate, we say, you don't wait to buy. You buy and hold on to it, okay, for it to gain value. Also, if you look at the industrial expansion around the Konza city, the Konza bypass estate, there are so many industries that are coming up around Isinya all the way to Kajiado. So there's quite a bit that is happening. And of course, with already 300 investors from the diaspora having bought into this project, yesterday I said you people can come together and decide what you want to do with that particular project. It's yours, you own it, so you can make decisions on what you want to do with it. But basically, this one is for investment. You buy, keep it, So, because what we introduce is a concept of land banking, whereby you buy, keep, and you don't have to do anything. Because you are here, you are busy doing other things. So you just buy and keep it. And then within another 2, 3 years, it gives you value for money. Okay? And also, you know what's happening in Kenya, the high land prices that are going on. So you are assured within another 2, 3 years, you get about 100% increase in value. The next project that we are looking at is Premier Muse Estate. This one is closer to Kitengela. And what we have here is a concept of buy-build, okay? So we are selling you the land, and we are telling you you can buy and build, or you can buy, keep it for a few years and build later. But we already have people living in this particular estate, so this one is ready for development, okay? And the Premier Muse Estate is 22 acres. We have about 180 plots. This one we have, the subdivision is into quarters and eighths, okay? So, so for those who feel they don't want an eighth because it's more, then we have given you an option. You can buy a quarter and you have a bit of compound on this particular project. This one is also conveniently located in the Korompoi area, which is about 12 kilometers from Kitengela town. It's 2 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers off Namanga Highway, okay? And as I say, the strategy here is to buy and build, okay? Whereby here you can tailor-make your own house. We will help you with the building. We have the professionals who can assist you with this. And this one is ready for development. So here we can sit down and agree once you buy the plot, we'll give you the architect, or we'll give you also a contractor who can help you with the construction. The advantage with this is that you can tailor-make your own unit, get your own finishes, and do your own home as you would like it to be. Then what's happening around this particular project? As you can see, we have a hub of universities around there. There is the East Africa University, KAG. You can see on the right there, East Africa University is already up and running. KAG University, KCA is is coming up. There is a primary school there called Krompoi. Water and electricity is available. And there are also other universities that are proposed, like the Hindu University. And also Kampala University is already up. So there is quite a bit happening there in terms of public amenities. So, and why would you invest in Premium Use Estate? So the strategy here is a dream of buying and building a home. You bring that dream into reality. Its proximity to Kitengela town is also a huge advantage. There is a growing number of homeowners in Krompoi area. We have quite a number of projects coming up there. We have a number of Saccos that are already set base around there with housing estates. So it's an area that somebody can buy and move in immediately. Then we have Kajiado County being a cosmopolitan city, rather town, whereby we have got everybody in that area and people feel comfortable, or everybody feels comfortable in that area, okay? So it's a good area where you can do your home. Then we also have also other business entities coming up around Krompoi. We have industries, and as I said, we have the schools also. So it's a good area for development, because even if you don't live there, it means you can get somebody to rent your unit, okay? Then the other project is Green Gold Nanyuki. This one, now we take you to Nanyuki, whereby we are saying after you have done your house in Nairobi or wherever, you want to have a holiday home outside Nairobi or wherever you live. So Nanyuki is very ideal. And as you've heard with the lady who was there before me, Nanyuki is quite cosmopolitan. We have everybody there. And where this particular property is located is near the airstrip. If you know where the airstrip is in Nanyuki, we are right behind it. This area is called Baguret area. This particular project is subdivided into quarters and halves, and it's only 4 kilometers from the Nyeri Nanyuki road, okay? And it's near the airstrip. It's got a very good view of Mount Kenya and the Aberdares. Also, it's near there's a proposed Swiss International Hotel, which is a golf estate where the Swiss International Hotel actually came together with Mount Kenya Holiday Homes. They are sitting on 120 acres, and they've already done some villas that are on sale for about 30 million. It's a golf estate, so they're also taking membership. So what we are saying, if you don't have the 30 million to buy a unit here, you can actually come to us, you get a quarter or a half an acre, you do your own house. Nanyuki is very safe, so you can do your own unit and take advantage of the developments around there. You can become a member of that golf course and enjoy their facilities as you enjoy your cheaply done home without spending all the millions. So this one is ideal for a holiday home. It's also good for investment, or you can do some small scale farming. So the major landmarks around Nanyuki, of course, there's a British Army training unit. There's the hotel I've talked about. There's a secondary school. There's a primary school. There's a trout tree restaurant. There's a Baguret dispensary. So we have all the facilities that you need around there, okay? So why do people invest in Nanyuki? It's less crowded, of course. Of course, it's termed as a millionaire's playground. It also gives you value for money. It's cosmopolitan. Here we can have anybody and everybody around there. Take advantage of the LAPSET. There is a new role that is being done. There is a Isiolo airport that is being done. There is a 501 kilometers LAPSET corridor running from Lamu all the way to Isiolo and beyond. Of course, is that multicultural tolerance in Nanyuki, and it's also ideal for Nanyuki is a holiday destination with modern hotels and resorts. So that's the other reason why you should invest there. So if you're looking at doing cottages, or you're trying to do a small hotel, a boutique hotel, this area is very ideal, okay? It's also within the tourist circuit in Kenya, so you can take advantage of that and do something that could give you or could generate you some income as you are here. So basically, that gives you, that's a map of our projects. It's not very clear, but basically you can see we have quite a number of projects within Kitengela area, okay? And the reason why we invested around here is because of those universities that are there. We said we have about 10 universities within a radius of 15 kilometers. Those are not few universities, so you can take advantage of these developments around here, and that's why we have about 5-7 projects around here. So around 2010, between 2010, land here was going, this is Kitengela town, 6 kilometers from Kitengela town around here. We were selling land at 650,000 an acre, touching the road. Today, the same is going for 15 million, okay? So if you look at capital appreciation, or rather capital gain, this is an area that somebody can invest in. So what we are saying is that we are introducing the concept of land banking, which is, compared to the conventional banking, you know what interest you get at the end of the month, at the end of the year, if you put 100,000 in your bank. And so what we are saying is, if you put 100,000 today, or you buy into one of these projects, which is about $3,500, within another 5 years or another 4 years, this land should be at about 1 million, if not 1.2. So when you're based in the diaspora, when you're based in the US, you actually don't need to do anything on the land. You know, you buy it, keep it, and we wait for it to appreciate. So that's what we are looking at. And so we have all those projects. If you don't want to be in Kitengela, of course, there are other areas. We have land in Chaka area of Nyeri. Of course, that's the Nanyuki Gold. Then we also have land in, this is Kikuyu, Lemuru. We have some plots there going for 600,000. I think you have got some brochures from Premier. If you don't, then you can come and you engage us at the desk out there. So we also have land here in Lemuru, and we also have land in Nakuru, okay? So what we are saying is that at Premier, we are giving you value for money. And right now, there's a lot of growth in real estate back at home. We are saying, if you look at the demand for housing back at home, we've got a demand of about 200,000 units per year. But what the market offers is about 20,000 units, okay? So that tells you there's very high demand for housing, and therefore, people in the diaspora should take advantage of that shortfall, okay? So you can fill in the gap. You can come in and buy some of these plots and make a change, of course, for yourself and also for the people back at home, okay? And also, people have been asking about, is the bubble about to burst? We say no, because Kenya, we are not a credit dependent economy. It's not like here where you have to swipe for everything. Most of the people in Kenya, you find they own or they buy whatever they buy in cash. So the issue of bubble bursts is not gonna happen soon, because basically people don't borrow as much, okay? People of course, take advantage of these opportunities. You buy land in those areas that are not developed. You put your money in there before the developments come in, and when the developments come in, then you get your return on investment. Good. So I don't know whether there are any questions up to there. So that's what we have to offer. We are out here. We will continue to engage more. Thank you very much for your time. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael Carrier. And at this time, I would like to go ahead and bring up our General Manager, Mr. Fred Njuki. He has a lot in store. And one thing I like about our General Manager, Mr. Njuki, is that he engages you. He's going to ask you questions, and so you have to participate. This is a participatory session, okay? So even for those who are online, number one, send your questions. We're going to get them answered. And then also, please tweet hashtag Kenya Diaspora Sacco so that we can start trending and we can start having even those questions on Twitter as well. So as he comes on, if you have any questions about what is a Sacco, why should I join a Sacco, what are some of the things that I can do as a member of the Sacco and also specifically of the Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco, he's going to touch on some of the products that we have. And so if you've not been to our website, I like to say this is also a very interactive session. Go to our website. If there's a product on there you're not too sure about, I'll give him a little bit of some time to have a Q&A session. So without further ado, Mr. Frederick Njuki.
Good afternoon. Habari zenu. Yeah, this is another time that we are going to engage on matters personal finance. And I hope you are not so tired. Are you tired? Maybe we can start up and freshen up a bit. Because after that heavy lunch, I can tell you, some of us might sleep. Please, kindly, let's rise up a bit. Just stretch a bit. Yeah, and that one will make you a bit more alert for this session that's about to happen. Thank you so much, and I appreciate. Yeah, just stretch. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. We are having a little bit of challenge with technology, but it should be sorted soon. Yeah, fantastic. We are there. So I want to take you on a member education. I said one of the objectives of the Sacco is to equip members with the relevant knowledge to manage their personal finance. Where's the nene come from? Huh? I'm not running anything. My apologies for that. As I say, technology sometimes behaves like that. So we are saying we are here to equip you with the knowledge to manage your personal finance. And let me tell you this. I've been in issue of personal finance for now close to 10 years. And I can tell you I'm still learning. So I know we did this yesterday with most of you, but I can tell you you'll always learn something new on master's personal finance. It's okay. Sorry for that. We are going to get set up. So I know we spoke about personal finance yesterday, and I want us to spend some more time so that we can look at issues that affect us. And one of the surveys that was done here by Nad Wallet here in the United States is on credit cards. And in that research, they've actually found a majority of people living here, they were seriously indebted. And some of the reasons that were raised for that high indebtedness, there are some things we can actually avoid if you look from the face value. And this is what I want to project right now. Unfortunately, it is taking time. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, this is what I want us to look at. Is it clear? It's not clear. But if you look at the first item on there, this is a survey that was done why people are using so much money on their credit card. And the first reason, which had a percentage of 41%, they actually pulled over 2,000 participants in that survey. 41% they spent a lot of money on credit card because of what they called unnecessary purchases. Unnecessary purchases. They say they're in that debt because they bought things they did not actually need. That's called impulse buying also. The other major reason that I want to highlight, paying for necessities for the period they were unemployed. Paying for necessity for the period they were unemployed. You remember me talking about the issue of emergency fund? This is where you find yourself in if you have no emergency fund. You have to buy food, buy clothing, and all those other consumables from your credit card if you have no backup plan. The other major reason that I want to highlight, paying for non-emergency travel. Paying for non-emergency travel, that one attracted 21%. The other one for food or necessities was 23%. These people, they're saying they are spending because of those reasons. And the fourth reason is paying for personal emergency medical expense. I think that is reasonable according to me. For medical, that's reasonable. But that was a whopping 17%. So what are we saying here? Let's see what are the experts saying on matters personal finance. Here we go. This is what finance experts have to say. This is clear. I want us to read here. And this is not my word. This is according to somebody who is respected on personal finance. Finance experts agree that where people have much more money today than they did generations ago, the amount of knowledge on how to manage that money hasn't kept pace, not at all. Yes, we have a lot of money nowadays, but we don't have the knowledge to manage that money. Because the knowledge of managing money was only left to corporations. It's only in big companies that we have people employed to manage money. But at personal level, we think it's obvious. So long as you get a job, you can always manage money. But that is not the reality. The reality, you need to be trained to manage your money. Let's go back a little bit and see this. What we are saying, this training will be helpful in creating awareness for personal financial management for those who are determined to take charge of their personal finance. If you are determined to take charge of your personal finance, this training is for you. Let's go on matters personal finance. According to Investopedia, and Investopedia is a reputable company based in New York, the following are signs you are living beyond your means. One of them, your credit score is below 600. Na mimi sirangi mtu. If your credit score is below 600, you are living beyond your means. And these are experts. Investopedia is actually a very reputable company on matters finance. Actually, even also on corporate finance matters. You are saving less than 5% of your income. That's a sign that you are living beyond your means. And I would even consider somebody saving 5% to be doing better, actually. But according to the finance expert, you are living beyond your means. And if you, at that time, you're actually saving 5%. So if you're saving 0, what do you think the finance expert have to say for you? You are in a worse scenario. But don't worry, we are going to salvage you today. The other sign that you are living beyond your means is that your credit card balances are rising. And you know, for the credit card companies, when they see your balances rising, what does that one mean to them? More business. It's fantastic. You can even default and they get penalties. They charge you extra interest. They are making more money. And in fact, some of them will restructure that debt and just tell you to pay just the minimum, just pay the minimum. Then something that you could have paid maybe in 3-6 months, you are told you can even pay with 2 years, 3 years, or even 5 years. But if you have looked at the interest rate on the credit card, it's as high as 20. The average is between 15 to 18%. This is on a dollar loan. This is not on a Kenya shilling loan. So when I'm lending you at 12% and you are complaining, yet you are paying on a credit card at 18%, surely, on a dollar loan. This is something we need to think about. We cannot, or you have to state to yourself, you cannot continue like this. Why do you want to be in that expensive debt? Do you know a debt makes you a slave? And you start working for the purpose of paying the debt. Is that what you want in your life? Is that what you want in life? To become a slave working for the debt? You are just paying the minimum amount to sustain your credit card. First of all, I'm one person, unfortunately, who doesn't believe in credit card. I have personally never used a credit card, and I don't think I'm going to use it in any time. I think for me, I'm fine with a debit card. After all, the difference is almost negligible. Do you know the benefit of a debit card? What is the benefit of a debit card compared to credit card? You spend what you have. By the credit card, you spend in advance. You, in anticipation, some money will come. This is what I'm trying to remove you from. Sorry? So, so I am trying to encourage you. If you want to be financially disciplined, one of the hard decisions you have to make, you have to start using a debit card and not a credit card. You can have a credit card as a backup plan, but not the primary transacting tool. It can be there as secondary. Just in case you run into a very serious emergency, you can have it, but not to buy food stuff. I say no to that. So the fourth reason, a sign that you are living beyond your means, more than 28% of your income goes to house. It could be mortgage, it could be lent. I'm not against, I'm not after somebody, but I know we are many here. If you are paying rent, mortgage, in excess of 28%, then that's a sign you are living beyond your means. And actually, if you go to banks or these mortgage companies that are very serious, one of the things they consider before they approve your mortgage is how much is the mortgage amount vis-a-vis your income. If it exceeds 28%, most likely it will be given at a higher interest rate or it will be declined altogether. Your bills are spiraling out of control. You have debt all over. You have some payment to make you don't have money. That's a sign you are living beyond your means. At least now you understand what living beyond your means means. So let's go forward and see what is the way forward and how do you break this cycle? Because now, currently you are in this cycle. I spoke about this cycle yesterday. That's where you are. If you are living beyond your means, that's where you are. How do you break this cycle? Fantastic. That's true. Actually, one of the ways to break this cycle, either you have to work more for more income. But do you have control on the income really? Not always. Because it means you have to get another well-paying job or you have to do more than one job. Sometimes you may not have full control on that. What do we have full control of? What do we have full control on? Fantastic. We can control our spending. And that is one of the solutions the finance experts have recommended. So I've spoken about that. So I was saying this training is for those who are determined to take control on their personal finances. So this is how we are going to, this is our recommendation. Please take control on your personal finances. So the tool is here. I spoke about this one yesterday. The budget. And I said, don't look at the budget from an accounting perspective. Look at it from a spending perspective. Every one of us have made a budget for a wedding, for a project, even for an event like this one, we can do a budget. Who can't do that? Do you need to be an expert in finance? So I said it is so simple to do a personal budget, and we are going to do that in a few minutes. Let's proceed. And I say, the word budget has a negative connotation. Budget is viewed as restrictive reminder of things we cannot have. But to me, I say, the reality is a budget is a tool, and if used properly at the right, it may lead to desired outcomes. Budget. If you use it properly, it will lead to desired income. if it makes you feel better about the process, drop the word budget and call it a spending plan. Instead of viewing the plan as restrictive, think about things that it allows you to buy. After all, a budget is nothing more than a plan on how to spend your, yes. So I'm trying to simplify, demystify the issue of budget. Then, doing the budget. Start with the straightforward things. The bills. Who doesn't know their bills? The utility bills, the rent, the mortgages, and those are the fixed costs that you have. Who doesn't know that? Anybody can tell that, actually. There are those bills, fixed costs that you make per month, that you must make. And I'm sure when the salaries come, you do that one first. So that is the amount you've put in first in your budget. So instead of focusing on whether you earn enough each month, focus on the monthly spending. That's what we were saying a few minutes ago. Just focus on the monthly spending. The question is, where does your money go? And that is what forms part of your budget. Those are the common items in the budget. I spoke about them: the mortgage repayment, utilities, food, and insurance. Then once you have those recurring items, because those one you have to pay every month, you move to the next stage. And the next stage is non-recurring item. How do you get this non-recurring item? You analyze your bank statement, or you get your receipt for the last 6 months or so to see where does your money go. And that way, you are able to come up with a budget. Is it clear? I'm sure right now after this training, anybody can do a personal budget. Start with the fixed cost, the recurring cost, then you bring things that don't happen every month, what we call flexible, the things that you don't have to spend. In fact, I have the examples here. Yes, those are the other items. Entertainment, gym membership, haircut, clothes, vacation, holidays, birthday parties, others. Those are the stuff. You need this stuff, but these are the things that you don't have to spend. It's not a must. If you don't go for a haircut, nobody will question you. Of course, it will not look good on you, but nobody will ask you a question. Yeah. We are saying these items are listed as variables for 2 reasons. The first reason is that these expenses vary month to month. The second is if you don't have money to cover these expenses, the expenses can be reduced, eliminated without too much difficulty. These are the items that you can play around with. Do you have to go for a holiday if you don't have money? But in one of the reasons that I never highlighted, there are some people who went on holiday and spent on a credit card. Yes, it's there. Yeah. So you can see how people are getting themselves into debt. We are saying part of taking control on your money is learning to exercise some discipline in the spending habit. How you spend your money determines whether you'll be in debt or not. It determines whether you'll save or not. And me, I want you to save. Actually, why does the Sacco need to intervene on this matter? Why am I training you on this matter? I want you, I have an interest, that is true, I don't lie. I want you to save. Because you save, you are not helping me. You are helping your, exactly, and I want you to break from the cycle of paycheck to? Yes. Now, when it comes to the other part, you know, a budget has two elements, the income part and the expenditure part. We have done the expenditure part. Let's look at the income. Which income do you use to budget? And I know, like in US, this is very important because most of you, your income fluctuates per month. So do you use the best month that you got the highest amount, or you use the worst case scenario? Fantastic. Use the worst case scenario. If the least paycheck that you get is for $2,000, that is your budget amount. You cannot budget on $4,000 that you got on a good month. Do you know why? You budget on $4,000, and on most of the month you are getting $2,000. You'll be soon in serious trouble. So for the income, that's how you look at it. You look at your average income. But me, I would consider the worst month. What is the worst income that you can make? That is the amount to use for the income. Work with that. There's something I want to highlight here. That the income should be larger than the output. Unfortunately, that is the reality. You have to accept it, that your income has to be more than your expenditure. Why is that? Because the difference is what you pay yourself. How do you pay yourself? How do you pay yourself? Through saving. By the way, when you are spending, unfortunately, you are paying others. But when you save, you pay yourself. And that paying yourself is actually what makes difference in your life, not what you pay others. If you bought a very expensive car, if you bought a very nice dress, a very good suit, that's fantastic. It will make you look good in the current. But is in the long term, will that one be good for you? And I'm not saying those are bad things, but you have to accept. I can accept a suit of maybe $500. If you can afford $500, that's fantastic. But if your income can only allow you maybe $200, unfortunately, let me tell you something that I've just remembered. But I think I'll talk about it ahead. I think that's a very good example. So we are saying your income must be above the expenses so that you have something to save for yourself. So we are saying you have to review your spending habit. And this is the slide I was looking for some time back, but I never got it. We are saying you have more control on your expenses than income. So if you are overspending, deal with the expenses first, not the income. It will be easier to control the expenses. The other strategy to take control on your personal finance, eliminate impulse buys. Your friend has a very nice dress. You don't have to have that dress. Your friend has a very nice suit. You don't have to have that dress. Your friend has a very nice car. You don't have to have that car. So you have to learn to live within your correct. So cutting out planned but unnecessary expenses will make you take control on your personal finance. Let me tell you, when you are living beyond your means, do you know even that $3 may matter in your life? Do you know that? Just look at this. Keep in mind that simply by cutting $3, that cappuccino cup, every morning, if you avoid that cup, you are going to save $90. What is our minimum savings? It's $100. So by just cutting that cup, you are cool enough to save with the Sacco. Just $3. So it is that simple. This is the concept I was saying. When you are living beyond your means, you have to downsize. What is to downsize? This is a terminology that is very popular with the company: downsizing, light sizing, restructuring, retrenchment. Does it apply to personal finance? It does. Sometimes you have to take a very bold decision to move from a house of maybe $1,500 to maybe $800. Why? To get in line with your actual spending, where you should be. If your income cannot allow you to be spending at $1,500 rent, you have to go to the right house. That is called downsizing. And when you are doing this is what I was saying. I can tell you, some of your friends will not be happy of that. In fact, some of them, that will be end of your relationship. And unfortunately, when you are dealing with issues personal, me I say, be ready to lose even friends. If that, do you know why you need to lose these friends? When you are for spending, some of them have vested, and maybe you're taking them out. Of course, you don't expect that person to be happy when you're telling them, now, we can no longer go for this coffee because I can't afford it. That will not be interesting. So that person will run away from them. So you have to know that as a reality, you lose friend in the process. But it's a bold decision that you have to take. When companies downsize, Wall Street cheers and stock prices rise because the lower expenses lead to bigger profits. The exact same thing occurs when on a small personal level. So we are saying the concept of downsizing and right sizing can happen at personal level. So the slide that I've just let's read this one. Angela, I know I'm running out of, but I think this is very important. Can you allow me a few minutes, 5 minutes, please? Yeah. Members, are you in agreement? I get only 2 minutes. Yeah. Let me get 5 minutes. Now, this is what we are saying. In other words, you have to accept that your income is limited. By the word fixed, it's actually a connotation that your income is limited. And you are going to take control of your personal finance if you accept that reality. Accepting the reality that is key to living happier. Sorry, let me read this properly. In other words, you bring in a certain amount of income each month, and when it is gone, it's actually gone. So it's fixed income. So by accepting that reality, it's key to living happier, wealthy life. Keep in mind that your creditors won't work for free. Those people you buy from, they don't work for you for free. You have to pay them. So spending money that you don't actually have is incredibly expensive, because that's what I was saying. The credit companies are making 20% from you, and they don't care. That is your business. If you want to work for them like a slave, that's up to you. So, as a general rule, the finance expert that you have to set aside money to cover at least 3 months worth of expenses in case of an emergency. So you need to save so that you can have this emergency fund. Now, this is how we come in as Sacco. That money that you save, you put it in your main savings. Do you know you can get a loan covered by your main savings within 2 working days, just 2 working days? We have now expanded our boundaries. We are saying save for your children saving scheme. Save for vacation. When you're doing all this saving, what are you creating in the background? For example, the vacation. If you have an emergency and you had put aside some money for vacation, do you have to go for that vacation? You can redirect that money to an emergency. So, but if there is no emergency, you are able to use that money for vacation. That is the beauty about saving. Whereas, so you can actually have some money in vacation, others in children's scheme, others in the main saving. The main saving will entitle you to a loan. Then, in case of an emergency, you have option A, B, C, D. For example, if you don't go for a vacation, you can use that money to meet your emergency. Then, for the money in the main savings Sacco account, you can borrow and do a project. And that is how we come in as the Sacco. So this is what those people who are surveyed, this is what they had to say. Let's read this. In the NAD Wallet survey, many Americans who have been in credit card debt said that if they didn't have credit card debt to pay off, they would save that money for emergencies, 57%. Save for future goal, 50%. And they pulled about 3,000 participants. Or put that money toward down paying for other debts, 33%. So you can see, not that these people want to be in that situation, but it's because they have found themselves in that condition. I've talked about the emergency fund. The beauty about the budget. Let's read this. If the most successful multi-million-dollar companies must budget their spending, who are you? Actually, has anybody worked for a company that doesn't use a budget? I can show by heart. If you have worked for a company who are not told you cannot do this with it because it's not within the budget, have we come across such a thing? That's why the personal budget is equally important. Because there are some things you are going to say, I can't do because I can't afford. That is the reality. So we are saying it makes sense that a typical household should have to control expenses in a similar way. After all, accepting the limit of your income is the best way to take control of your spending habit. So the primary purpose, I'm finishing up, Angela. The primary purpose of the Sacco is to create that saving culture within its membership by instilling financial discipline in your life. That's why I'm here training you on member personal finance so that I can still instill in you that financial discipline. And once you empower that financial discipline, you are going to become good savers and we shall have a very good Sacco for you. As I wipe up, so the concept of Sacco is very simple. Save small but regularly. Small but regular. That is the concept of the Sacco. As our motto goes for this year, we want to make you our ambassadors. Go out there, reach to your friends and relatives. Tell them this Sacco is becoming bigger and better. I can tell you, don't be left behind. You lose it. So, if you register a new member, we give you $50 for free. Just like that. So, it's an opportunity also to make some retro money. Yeah. So, as I conclude, what Brian Tracy said, the primary reason for financial problem in life is lack of financial discipline, self-mastery, and self-control. These are experts in personal finance, and this is what they are saying. Brian Tracy notes that most people have inability to delay gratification and have a tendency to spend everything they earn, plus a little more in form of debts and credit card. The core objective is achieved, we are done. Let me just go to the conclusion. Yeah. Those are the benefits of the Sacco: savings, retirement plan, affordable loans, member education. Member education. When you become a Sacco member, one of the benefits is this education. And the other benefit is interest and dividend. Effective last year, we are paying dividend and interest on your savings. And then is access to genuine or option investment.
Fred, we have to wind this up. We have to absolutely wind this up. We got other sponsors waiting on this, and we have to honor them.
Okay.
Paid sponsors.
Sure.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I'm very grateful. I wish we had more time. So we shall be doing more of member education online. So whenever I said that notice, please take interest. It's something that you spend. I only do it for 30 minutes, but you benefit a lot. Thank you so much. And if you are not a member, please join before you leave. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Fred.
All right, thank you, Fred. He kind of overthrew me when he asked the members to give him time, and it's all about you members. So what you want, we give that to you. So thank you for that education. So really quickly, I'm going to call up to the stage the following sponsors. And please note, I will be timing you, and I think we're going to start activating or deactivating the mic on you. So you'll be doing this. So in this order, please, may we have Miamu Properties. Is she here? Fantastic. And then right after that, we're going to have ABC Bank. And if you've not seen David, if you have a PowerPoint, 5 minutes, come on up, get that situated. Then we're going to have EcoBank. And then right after that, we're going to have Ukarimu. Then we will go to username, and then Savannah. So please kindly, I will be timing you, and I think I'll put we'll drop the mic on you. So come on down, Miss Joanne.
Thank you, Angela. Awesome. How are you guys? Changamkeni tafadhali. How are you guys? You're good? Ebu nyosheni mkono. Yes, I like a lively group. It is wonderful to be here once again. I've been given 5 minutes, so I'm going to take that 5 minutes. An iota of those 5 minutes, I'm going to give a round of applause to this Sacco. You are part of this Sacco, so we're going to do it in a fantastic way. I want you to put your hands like this. 90 degrees. Vizuri, mwekeni madoido. And you know it's for yourself, eh? Angusheni, 1, 2, 3. Tena. Fantastic. It is not easy to have an AGM and to bring it together like they have done. So I'm very proud of you guys. I'm proud to be associated with you. Who am I? My name is Joan Miano. I'm a director at Miamu Properties, where we do property sales and marketing. We also do property management, property valuations. We also do survey works, project management, and we partner. We have strategic partners, like what we are doing right now with Anchor Villas. Now, why Miamu Properties? Why am I here? I'd like to engage you. Broti maguta. You bought a plot about 5 years ago. How many of you have plots? Of course, you bought somewhere. By a show of hands. Most of you, come on. Most of you have bought plots, no? Do you know exactly where it is? Does it have beacons? Do you know whether it has squatters sitting on it? Do you know? You know, it's good to tell the truth. Do you know whether it has squatters sitting on it? You don't know. So what does Miamu do for you? We go, check it out, see that there are no squatters in it. We come in and we do fence for you. We fence for you. We also do property management. Anybody who has seen a recent video of children picking on a floor, they come and they are sitting down and they have been trying to chimbua the floor. What does Miamu do? We vet for you the tenants. We want to know who is occupying that house. Why are we vetting? It is very important. The government right now is requiring that most management companies have to know the people who are sitting in those houses. Some people are actually, like I told you last year, there are guys who go take the house, the chimbua, the floor, and they put guns under there. You wouldn't know. You are right here in Seattle, or you are in the diaspora, in the USA, wherever it is you are within America, you cannot tell back home what is happening, isn't it? That is where I come in. I come and vet for you who you put into your houses. That is not all that we do as Miamu. We stand in the gap for you. You want to do investments back here or back at home. For example, if you have 20 tenants paying each of them 10,000 shillings, you have 200,000 that you're expecting at the end of each month, isn't it? So let's say, for example, you tell me by the 10th you want your 200,000 in your account. But because you've given it to Arela, they tell you for 3 months there has not been tenants for 5 houses. You don't know where that money has been going, isn't it? Most of you have been swindled like that. Let's tell the truth. Now, where does Miamu come in? I guarantee you, because I have an MOU with CBA Bank. I have an MOU with Kenya Commercial Bank. So I can guarantee you that your 200,000 bob is going to come into your account every end of month. Is that good or bad? It is fantastic. Some people cannot guarantee you that. I will. I'm inviting you to come to our offices. We're based in Ruaka. That is Kiambu County. 2nd floor, Joe's Complex. Come and visit us. Come and see what we are doing for other tenants, for other landlords. Who is our major landlord? Devki Steel Mills. Would Devki come to Miamu and get their apartments looked after if we are not authentic and we are not doing a good job? No, they would not. Now, another thing that we do is that we source for you. We are actually property scouts. Now, if you have a chama back home or here, and you're looking for 5 acres, 10 acres, 20 acres, 100 acres, 300 acres, we can guarantee you that we will get for you that plot that you're looking for. All right? Who is one of our clients that we have satisfied as Miamu? Centum Group. Mkono tafadhali. 120 acres for their agricultural project back in Nakuru. If you go to them, they will tell you, yes, Miamu Properties provided that one for us. We scouted, we got it for them. Done deal, signed. All right? And they're already working on it right now. So we are the people to go to for your services. Project management. Are you looking for a surveyor? Are you looking to subdivide that piece of land? Are you looking for valuation? Don't assume that your plot is worth 100,000. Don't assume that it's 1 million. It might be more. So why don't you engage us? Get to know exactly how much your plot is worth. Get to know where it is. Get to know who are sitting in your houses. One of the most beautiful things, and I like telling people and I'm proud about, is that the company, which is Miamu Properties Limited, is fully owned by women. Where are the women in the house? You know? It's fully owned by women. And I'm very proud of that. And for them to send me here, it is one of those milestones that we did it last year. We're going to do it this year. We'll do it as long as you guys are here. We are here for you. Engage me. Let us talk. Come to the desk right at the entrance. Looking forward to meeting once again each one of you. My take, and I've always said this, is I am more interested in a relationship with you than money in my pocket. Let us forge that relationship, because the relationship will take me not just this generation, even to the next generation. Thank you very much.
I definitely love Joan because she finished with 1.5 minutes left. So fantastic. Thank you, thank you. ABC Bank, real quick. Can we get you up here? ABC, real quick. Let's keep that momentum. And thank you for Changamshari and everybody, right? Let's keep it lively. Thank you. Always rely on you for that. Thank you so much.
So hi, how is everyone doing? Okay, yeah, my name is Joseph Waidaka, head of Diaspora Department for ABC Bank. My presentation will only be maybe about 2 minutes because, I mean, basically I will just be going through the products we have. First of all, let me say that even from talking to most of you, there's a lot of people are so skeptical. I guess maybe banks have let you guys down. Is that true? Yeah. And I tell you what, even me, I've also been a customer as well of a bank in Kenya. Like I told you guys yesterday, I'm a diasporan myself. I lived here for 16 years in the state of Oklahoma. I was a banker there as well. So when I was given the job by ABC, I had to do some research to find out, what kind of a bank is it. And the good thing is, the position was actually recommended by someone from one of the big banks, by the way, who is an executive. But he told me you might not be happy with he was talking about where he works. He said you might not be so happy, but there's a bank called ABC. I did not know what ABC was. So eventually I found myself working there. We have a very big department. And the biggest thing that we care about is customer service. I think we've banked a few of you guys. So we are trying to make a difference, just do things differently from what you guys have experienced. Even right now, even as much as I'm in Kenya, there is one account I've been trying to close that I think I opened back in 2009 with also a bank. And yet, that has never happened because of, again, you go to the lobbies and you find those very, very long queues. So, but we are different. So I'm just gonna go over, just a few things, who we are. We've been in business. Well, it's not 27 years, I think now, it's about 30-something years. So this PowerPoint presentation was made maybe a few years ago. And our mission is to nurture long-lasting relationships with the stakeholders through innovative value-adding financial solutions and services that help them realize their objectives. That's our vision, empowering you to achieve the extraordinary. I'm not going to keep reading everything. So those are our core values. I think everyone probably already has our brochure, but when you come to our booth, I'll probably be able to explain more about our products. I mean, some of these things. So we have very special products for diaspora customers. We call them ABC Global Products. Unlike most of the banks, if you go there and you're diaspora, you'll be given something so local, and maybe they might not even have something specialized. But for the diasporans, we do have very, very special products, ABC Global Current. That's an account that also comes in 3, those currencies. And also it has features of a savings account. So if you have more than 10,000, you start earning interest. And I think the last time I checked, I think it's about 7%. So you can imagine your money is then, you're earning interest as well. So the other thing, I think I went backwards, sorry. So now we also have global salary accounts. This account we usually recommend it for, we have so many customers who are working for the US military installations in Afghanistan, and Iraq. So usually those guys, we have so many of them, by the way. I think we have over 4,000 or 5,000 of those guys who are, actually they have to open an account in Kenya, USD account. Their salaries come from here because they work for contractors who are contracted by the Pentagon. So that account is usually very good for them. They like it. So, so that account also earns interest as well. So we also have global savings account. So as you can see, just to open that, you need 5,000. When you have more than 10,000, you start earning interest. But of course, the law changed anyway. So every savings account should be earning interest anyway. If you have an account with a bank and it's not earning interest, you might need to think of suing them. So, and also youngster accounts. These are accounts for the, some of you guys, you have kids and you might want to start saving for them. We do this a lot, by the way, because sometimes when you throw that money out there, it, first of all, it's earning interest, and plus also at the same time, you are not going to get tempted, to pull that money out. Then we have investment accounts, fixed deposits, those ones you guys, that's what you call certificate of deposit here. And then we have callable fixed deposits, that's called deposits. So you put your money in there, it earns interest until the day you will need to pull your money out, so that you're not going to be penalized for that. Flexi fixed, that's some kind of an account you can open that can be tied up to your checking account or the current account, so that money can move back and forth depending on the limit that you set or the so then we have Chama accounts. By the way, we've been opening lots of accounts for Chamas. So I know all of you guys belong to Chamas, so I'll be more than happy to have a conversation with you. And we can also, when you are a Chama and you want to borrow money, we can also give money to a Chama. In fact, like we have several Chamas that we are banking, and in fact, even some of them have even taken out loans. So next is the requirements. You just need to make sure that you have your ID and a color picture, but of course we can always, if you take a nice selfie, that one works very well. Kenyan ID, passport, but we've also even made accommodation for a lot of people who don't, maybe whose passports have already expired and they have, let's say, their US passports. We can always open an account for you. By the way, we are making that accommodation as well. Now, we also have global assets. Those are the loans. As you can see, we have residential home loans. So we can finance up to 80%, minimum 2.5 million, maximum up to 20 million. But I've also seen us do even more than that because we always make exceptions. Land purchase, the same thing. We can finance up to 5 years, 70% is what we finance. You come up with 10%. 30%. And we also do construction loans as well. Then those are the requirements. I'll be more than happy to discuss that with you guys. I'll be out there. And then money transfer. I think a lot of you guys use all those, I know we have PowerPay. There's also M-Pesa. You can do, account to the bank, to yourself, or from M-Pesa to your account. International money transfers. I think then this is another product that is very, very popular, Diaspora Insurance. We call it ABC Day Bouquet. So you can actually get a Diaspora return ticket, Diaspora funeral expense, Diaspora life cover. The return ticket is very popular, by the way, because you know very well that what happens is when you lose your loved one, people have to raise money for you. So I guess maybe my time is up. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll be out there, so feel free to come and ask me questions. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ABC Bank. And if I can have EcoBank real quick. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Right, my name is Patrick Keta. I'm from EcoBank, and I'm here with my colleague, Beatrice. She has just walked out. By way of introduction, EcoBank is a Pan-African bank with presence in 33 countries in Africa. When we came into Kenya, we bought out the East African Building Society, if you remember, and Akiba Bank as an entry point into the market. So right now, we offer a wide range of products and services, but for purposes of diaspora banking, we view our diaspora clients as individuals that we should have individual conversations with, as opposed to viewing you as statistics or account numbers that are bundled into numbers and then we treat you impersonally. So our diaspora clients are treated as personal clients because the assumption is most of their wages will be in excess of $3,000 and above. And these are people who have a story to tell about themselves. So if you have a relationship manager, they will have a conversation with you. And my positioning here today is just to give you an example of some of the clients we are banking in the United States and perhaps other jurisdictions. So the first case study is of a client X who lives in Boston. He's an IT expert, has been here for a while. This particular individual has a monthly income here of $5,000, and he hails from Nakuru, where he put up a block of flats with savings from the United States. Now, he's come to EcoBank twice to borrow $3 million each to expand those properties, which he uses the same residential rent from those properties to repay the loans. So he paid the first loan to expand his units, took another $3 million, expanded using the same property. So now he has 20 units that he's charging 12,000 per month, collecting 240,000 shillings. So just before I left Kenya, he wanted now another 3 million to buy another piece of land there to put up, other flats for rental purposes. So the conversation I have with him, or my relationship manager has with him, is you've invested in Kenya, you don't want to keep bringing money from the US to support those properties, but rather get them, to work for you on their own. So that is a client who has elected to follow that route. Now he has 240,000. If he continues to do that very soon, he'll have 480, which means the $5,000 he's earning here in the United States will also be accruing in Kenya as 5,000. So the money works for you. Case study number 2, client Y is a nurse in California. That one we just met the other day, but did not bank with EcoBank at all, was banking with other banks in Nairobi. The client took out a mortgage for 20 million using her salary in the United States and the husband's salary. They've been repaying that mortgage, so they've run it down to 2 million shillings. So she decided that she was going to move back to Kenya and do some business. So when she went back, she came in April, brought a container worth, stuff worth 1.5 million shillings. So the container actually arrived on the 22nd. 22nd was yesterday, Friday, in Nairobi. But before the container arrived, she needed 2 million shillings to clear the container. Now she went to the bank. The bank was problematic because you've stopped working in the US, you've come back home, you want to do business, you've brought in a container. So as we speak, I don't know if she's been successful to get that money to clear the container and continue with her business. If she doesn't, she'll suffer demurrage charges, all that property will be sold, she may have to come back here to regroup herself. So these are real life conversations. So I said, if I knew you are coming before you landed here, we would have worked out a way of ensuring that you can get the cash you need to clear your stuff and get your business going. Moreover, the property she purchased at, for 20 million, she was being paid a rental income of 65,000 when rents had already shifted for the same property to 120,000. So for a very long time, It was just a rip-off. But because you don't have a relationship manager who you discuss your financials with, okay, you end up at a loss, really. So even if you visit your country, nobody knows what is happening. So you want a trusted financial advisor. I try to use my network between myself and Beatrice. She has 15 years banking experience. Mine is 30 years. So obviously I've worked in a number of banks in Nairobi, and she's worked in a number. I tried to call my friends, can you help this lady? They couldn't. I said, I wish I knew before. We would have, crafted something for you. Client number Z, I can't name their names, is a banker in New Jersey, has a brother who has a wife and 4 children in Nairobi. That particular one, the brother passed away, but luckily, this gentleman in New Jersey had taken out last expense insurance for the brother and the family. And last expense is a funeral insurance cover. The premium for the whole year is $60. So unfortunately, the brother died. And because we have the insurance agency, we quickly paid $500,000. Obviously, the brother, working out of the US, had taken all his leave days. So first of all, he has to go back home with no pay for about 2 weeks. You've gone to bury your brother. And then number two, I got disoriented. All right. So number 2, again, you need an air ticket, which is quite expensive because it's emergency, and you've got to go back home. So him, because of the conversation, we recommended sort this thing out for your family. It might help you in future. And indeed, it came in handy. The last one, client number W, is a nurse in Michigan here. That one follows a different model. The children study in Nairobi, both of them. She works off the United States here with a wage of working very, very hard, about $10,000 per month. Very, very hard work, which she sends by perhaps borrowing here. Every year, she takes out a loan of $10,000. I don't know how they borrow. It is brought to Nairobi through telegraphic transfer or SWIFT at a charge of $50. We give a premium foreign exchange rate because that exchange rate makes a difference. There are banks in town there that will have a spread of 10 shillings to the dollar. Now, we don't rip off our customers. We make sure we give you a very fine rate. With that money, they place it in fixed deposits if they like, very high yields. The days that things were good, we were paying as high as 13%. Now rates have gone down to maybe 8%. But still, even if you have excess liquidity, we place it for you on a savings deposit, accruing interest daily and paying out monthly. And of course, with the digital solutions that we have, this client can transact from here, basically paying all the bills for the children and the family, and then went ahead to take a medical insurance for herself and her children. So when she's in Kenya, in case she falls sick, she's taken care of. And sickness does happen. I was actually in a commission at Strathmore University when a professor from Harvard had come in to teach, and there was some terrorism drill at Strathmore. The professor jumped from a 4-story building, broke all his legs, had a serious injury. So in as much as he's got excellent medical health care in United States, he could not be moved. So he needed local insurance there to sort him out. Otherwise, you go into Kenyatta Hospital. So these are practical issues that we think, as EcoBank, we would prefer to have a conversation with individuals instead of prescribing products and saying, these are the solutions we offer. Thank you very much. Sorry for overrunning the runway. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. So I need your participation right now. So as this gentleman comes up front, can we sing happy birthday to him? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mateti. Happy birthday to you. Yes, we do surprises too. Thank you. And he is a wonderful member of the Sacco as well.
If you're going to give me an extra 5 minutes. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Kenya, USA Diaspora Sacco, for putting up this great event. Now, again, as they've said, my name is Muteti, Dr. Muteti. And as I stand here this afternoon to talk to you about Ukarimu, I just want to engage you, and I would like you to look at yourselves as Kenyans in the diaspora. Been here for many years. We have welfare associations that have served us, and really I would say they've served us well, but they haven't met our needs. And what has happened is, when you think about it, these welfare associations, most of the time they give us, maybe when you're bereaved, maybe $1,000, $1,500, $2,000. And the real question is, do you send that money to Nairobi? Do you buy an air ticket? Or what do you really do? And through that, we looked at it and we said, no, this was not tenable. Because what these families were getting and their need, there was a big gap in between. Ukarimu was registered and came up to bridge that gap. Ukarimu came in to bridge the gap because whether we like it or not, death is inevitable. Planning, we have to do it. And we have to be smart in the way we do it. Why would you want other people to come to you and fundraise and give you $50, $100 every time an event like this happens? Ukarimu is here for you and saying, nope, you will need to stop that. We actually need to do it ourselves. Now, how do we do that? We're offering a real solution. And the solution is very simple. The solution is very simple. And I want to think about it. On your desk, there's a brochure like this. It's there. It has our website. Just look at that. There's a brochure like this. And I would like you to keep it well, because you're going to need it. All we're saying is very simple. That you become a member of Ukarimu, and you're able to cover your spouse, your children, including adopted children, as long as you have legal papers for them, your parents, regardless of their age. It doesn't matter how old they are. They might as well be 100 years. I'm sure the banks and the insurance companies will not touch your parent if he's 100 years, most likely. We are willing for you to bring in your brothers and sisters. Ukarimu does not mind how many family members you're going to cover, as long as they're related to you. What is the catch? Enrollment fee is $414 to become a member. So you have to pay $414 to be a member. And then you pay $45 per month for up to 10 people. So if you're covering up to 10 people, you pay $45. That really comes down to about $4.50 per month per one person for a check of $8,000, if anything was to happen. Think about it. If you have more than 10 people, just give an extra $2 for the extra people beyond 10. Meaning, if you have 11, you pay $47 per month. If you have 12, you pay $49, and so on. If you have 100, just factor the number. I don't expect a family to have more than 100. Well, more than 20. Generally, all we're saying is that there's no limitation as long as you can prove what? Relationships. As long as you can prove relationships, we are fine with it. Now, how do we cover ourselves? There's several things that you have to provide to us. Number one, you must give us the legal names of your dependents as they appear on a government-issued document, like an ID. You must give us their dates of birth, actual date of birth. Wait a minute, I know you're wondering, my mom does not have an actual date of birth. The only thing they wrote on their ID is the year 1945. Yes, we take that. As long as that's what's written on their ID from the Republic of Kenya, we will take it in. But on our system, because when you go online to register for them,
our system requires you to put the actual date. We'll actually just ask you to put 01/01/1945. When we see that, most of the time we believe that on the government issued ID, the only thing that is appearing there is the year alone, 1945. Then you must give us the ID number or a passport number. So 3 things: name, date of birth, ID number. Why is that important to us? Because that's how we protect ourselves. If a death occurs in Nairobi, within 48 hours, we are able to ascertain 2 things: that the death actually occurred, 2, the relationship. Within 48 hours, our office in Nairobi is able to do that. Within 5 days, we will cut you a check of $8,000 after we've ascertained that actually that did happen, because we're able to get a report from Nairobi. So what are we really saying? We're saying this: we can do this for ourselves. You can do this for yourselves. We can actually throw away the fundraisings. We can throw away the Arambes and really take care of ourselves individually by being members of Ukarimu. It's a good place to be because together we are strong. Together we are what? Strong. This is a good place to be. I don't know how many minutes I have to go. Can someone tell me? Because I need to entertain some questions. How many minutes do I have? 30 seconds. Okay, any questions on the floor? Later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muteti. All right, so the next person coming up here, I really need to know their password because the name of the organization is called Username. So I need their password first. So, Mr. Rubin, come on down, and I need a paper and pen for him to write his password for me. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a 2-minute break. One of our sponsors, CBA, provided pastries. So they're sponsored by Feeding You. So we have some Kenyan coffee out there. We have some Starbucks for those who are a little bougie. And then for those, please step outside, grab some pastries that were provided by CBA Bank. All right? And so let's get to eat on their behalf as we get this sorted out. Catherine, do we know what type of pastries they are? Okay, quick break as we get this started.
Ralph, were you saying something or you were asking about
Let's get back in so we can keep it moving. Get everybody in. Get your coffee. Let's go.
Hey, Rona. How are you? I'm going to give you a call about, give me about 5 to 10 minutes. Stand by. I'll give you a call back. Huh? Come again? All right. You can just say hello. I have your brand and logo up there.
All right, those pastries were too sweet. Conversations were too sweet. Let's get back in and so we can give username his due time. Thank you. You may proceed.
Hi. I think I'll, yes, yes, yes. I would like to take this opportunity to say or to answer the biggest question in the room. What is username? I would like to ask a question because I believe you have, most of you, if not all of you, have invested in a property somewhere. Have you bought a property, and I believe especially if you're in diaspora, have you bought a property that you don't know where it is? Or have you bought a property, you know where it is, but it is somewhere in the bush? When you came to Kenya and you are taken to third property, you even wondered whether you'd ask for a refund or something of the sort. You may be such a person. Or have you bought a property that is good, but when you landed into Kenya, you realize you bought something for 3 million, and maybe you should have invested 1 million for the same objective? Or have you bought a property, it was okay, the pricing was okay, the location was okay, but it was a bush. Nothing has been done to it. Now, username was formed to address those three things. Username was formed by 3 hungry young men who were engineers. We decided to come in the property sector. Of course, we saw a gap. And when we sat down, we met somewhere in town, in Nairobi, downtown. We were asking ourselves, what do we call ourselves now? And out of the many suggestions that came, one of us came with username. It was so hard to agree. But then we said, we are people who are very aggressive, very unique in our offering, and we would like to change and bring confidence in the sector. There were so many issues in the sector, which some of them are still there. Number one, and the biggest, is confidence in the market. It's about trust. You may not be able to bring your million shillings to me or to another organization if you can't trust it. People are running with your money. Some of them are relatives. There are many companies and individuals who have taken advantage of the fact that everyone is trying to invest in real estate and they are running away with people's money. So that's how username was formed. We basically wanted to be very unique, very different in our offering. And we decided to do 3 things, which I repeat before I go through my presentation very fast. We wanted, number one, to ensure that the property you're investing in is within reach. We wanted to reach as many people as possible. Initially, we wanted to reach the young people, but when we started launching our projects, we realized that it is not only the young people. The need was everywhere. So you'll find our projects are affordable. They are from 95,000. There's one we sold for 95,000. Was cheaper than iPhone at that point. And the most expensive is 429,000. They are within that range. The other thing about username is about strategic locations. You invest because you want your money to grow. There should be value for your money. Indeed, estate location is very important. You have to look for places where the property is said to grow. Basically, these are places where we know through research, especially from government ministries, places that infrastructure development are coming, like railways, you have SGR, you have universities, you have bypasses. We have maps in the office, which we have sourced from the relevant ministry, to just show you, if you invest in this area, this will happen. Then the last thing we do, we don't sell a bush, we add value to it, and we fence all our properties as a standard. I think if you go to our Facebook page, you'll see that. We also grade the roads. We put electricity and we put water. That's a standard for us. If you come to our company, you'll find that. And we do it very fast. I would like to go through this presentation very fast. I'm being told I have 20 minutes, but okay. So as he changes the presentation, as he checks what might be a challenge in his laptop. So username is about those things. Number one, we decided to ensure there's trust in the market. We call ourselves a tradition of trust. So let me go through this very fast. What is very important to us, number one, we call ourselves a tradition of trust. We wanted to ensure that those stories you hear out there, you no longer hear them, especially with username in the picture. We wanted to ensure that we deliver your title deeds. We also do refunds very fast. Somebody actually commented, how can I get my refund? This is Kenya. We actually do that in 2 weeks. We also give free site visits. And maybe to highlight other core values that you can see there, professionalism, innovation, we also give something called first-class customer experience. After you have brought your money to us, we don't want to disappear or run away or just keep quiet. We have to deliver your title deed. We are not yet done with you because we believe in relationships and we want to walk the journey with you for a long time. We actually came in this because we have customers. We'd like to visit all over the United States just to say thank you. And we also believe we work with them in their investment journeys. We maybe to highlight our management team, I'm the CEO, Ruben Kimani, and we have 2 other directors who are not here with us today. One of them is already on air, coming. We have Julius Karanja. I know some of you might have met him, especially those who came with us. He is in charge of finance and customer experience he has a lot of experience in customer care. We have Joseph Gitonga is coming. He's in charge of our sales and marketing division, and he's the person who does all these things. Those who are in social media, and I'd like you to look for username, we have the biggest following for social media as we speak, 317,000 followers. The last time I checked, you can like our page so that you get all those, and we engage you. If you ask a question there, it will be answered right away. So I'll not talk so much about the market. You already know that we have a shortage of 200,000 units in Kenya every year. Accumulated deficit is 2 million. And developers are only able to do 50,000 or 35,000 units or thereabout. So these are need. And I would like to mention this very fast because my time is running out. The reason everyone want to invest in real estate is because in Kenya there is a need. There's a shortage of housing. Population grows at 1 million people every year. 500,000 people move to urban centers in Kenya every year. Looking for jobs. They never go back to the village, and they need somewhere to call a home, somewhere where they can build. They also need a plot or a property where they can invest in, and the properties that are there are not enough. That's why prices will continuously go up. The government is doing Vision 2030 and infrastructure. So if you buy a property there at an affordable price from username, you don't know what will happen in 5 years. People will settle there. They increase the demand. Infrastructure will come. A property that was going for 400,000 will not be 400. And that is where the opportunity is. And that's why people are rushing to invest in real estate. Username is there to provide that particular property that is affordable, is potential in nature, and we add value to it. Very fast, about being able to invest in diaspora. We are people who are innovative in nature. We try to look for ways of getting things done very fast, and also looking for ways where we can be able to ensure that you can invest here without coming home. Right now, we have instituted a program that will ensure you can exactly do that. If you go to our website, which we changed the other day, you can be able to buy a property online. It will take you exactly where the property is in Google Maps. Even the plot itself, you can be able to see that. And the moment you process our titles, which we do in 3 to 6 months, we don't overpromise or underpromise, and we have delivered 5,000 titles in 3 years as we speak. The moment you get those titles, the title can be delivered maybe by your relative, or it can be delivered by secure courier if you choose to. We have so many options. We are flexible and open. If you tell us, I would like you to use DHL, we'll do that so that you don't say, hey, sasa nitakuja huko lini. You can send your relative or someone you trust, including lawyers, to come and check where the property is okay. We allow that and we facilitate that. My time is up, and I would request for 2 minutes only. I finish this, and all of us will be happy. She has given me 30 seconds. Okay. I think there is a challenge. Maybe to conclude, username as an organization, there are so many things that we have been able to do. It has been there for 5 years. This is our 5th year. In those 5 years, we have done and delivered 5,000 titles. In those 5 years, we have done 25 projects, and I would like to highlight one of them in 10 seconds that are remaining. We have a new project in Nakuru called Springfield. We sold 2 other projects in Nakuru in a record 2 weeks. And this one, I really wanted to mention about it, and I would like you to engage us because you'll be here even when we are done with the event. And there's a brochure on the thing for Diaspora. You can check, you'll find username brochure. You can be able to have as much information as possible. Please go with it. Bring a friend and give it to a friend. And please engage us because you'll be here. You'll be able to know more about us. So 3 things: the properties are affordable, the properties are value added, and the properties are in strategic location. Those 3 things together is what defines username. You find a company saying we are affordable, the properties are very far from civilization. Another company will tell you our properties are value added, they are still very far. Another company will say they are in strategic locations, but they are very expensive. So you bring those 3 things together, and our properties move very fast. We sold a certain property with 500 portions in a month's time. So that tells you how fast they move, and that we felt diaspora people should not miss that kind of an opportunity, and that's why we are here, and we are ready to answer all your questions. Thank you so much. I wish we had more time, but you are out here. Please engage us.
Thank you so much, Ruben. I still don't have your password, so write it down for me. Okay, thank you. All right, so it's an honor and a pleasure to introduce our next sponsor, and she promised she's only going to take 2 seconds. So 1, 2, you're done. Please. She asked me if I was a prefect in high school. Yes. And I was a second deputy in high school. So yes, we're going to keep this straight and running. So Miss Lucy from Savannah Land.
For technology overpowers me. I'm going to try to go through this as fast as possible, given the time, before Angela unleashes a whip on me. I think everybody has a little brochure on their tables and a little form. So if you have any questions, please fill out this form, and I will try as much as possible to answer your questions after this. So I'm going to start by saying why. Why Savannah Land Apartments? First of all, I think it's an investment opportunity to begin with. The location, it's strategically located off the bypass, and it's also centrally located between the central business district areas and areas like Westlands and Kilimani. What else? The value. What value does it bring? The price actually is below the market price. The value in Kileleshwa has actually gone up, has been on an upward trend for very many years, and it will still continue to go up on an upward trend. Just to give you a little background on that upward trend, in 2016, when the property owners of this property valued that piece of land, it was valued at 200 million. Now, and that was in 2016. Now, 2 years later, from my understanding, it's being valued at about 220. So this is actually just moving on up. Okay. The one thing I've learned from this AGM is what takeaway do you have? The takeaway I've taken from this is challenge. So what is a challenge? Are you going to do better? Are you going to think different? Are you going to think bigger? So my question to you before I do this presentation is, are you up to the challenge? And ask yourself, why not take up on this opportunity? So on behalf of Savannah Land, I'd like to thank Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco for inviting us to share in this AGM meeting. So about this property, it is a residential development with a mission to build inclusive, luxurious residential housing in Kililisha. It is located in Kililisha at the junction of Kangunda Road and Tabera Crescent, and it consists of 49 units and in 2 tower blocks. That makes it consists of 46 3-bedroom apartments that are ideally situated, and each one of them has a domestic servants quarter, 1 2-bedroom apartment, and two penthouses. Now this is a profile of what it is. So at the bottom, right there, between the basement and the second floor, those are shared amenities, and that includes parking, ground floor, and first floor has a parking. It's also slotted to have a little mini grocery on the first floor. It's slotted to have a barber shop and a salon. So that's where the inclusive part comes in, whereby you have all these amenities right there where you are. On the second floor, we have the management office. It has a clubhouse, a swimming pool, a gym, sauna, and all that. Between the 3rd floor and the 13th floor, those are where the apartments are, and that's where each block has its own apartments. And then on the 14th floor, the 2 penthouses that are available. So what are the shared amenities? Parking. The parking is in the basement and on the ground floor as well. And the ground floor also has it's slotted to have a mini grocery store. The first floor also has some parking on it, and the second floor, like I said, swimming pool, management office, the gym, sauna, steam bath, and the clubhouse. That leaves the apartments like I showed you guys before, the 23 apartments on Block A and Block B. And Block B is the one that has the 1 apartment with 2 bedrooms, okay? And then the penthouse. So the 3 bedrooms, what does it come? It comes in a total area of about 232 square meters or 2,502 square feet of living space. It has a lounge in the balcony, a dining area in the foyer, a fitted kitchen with granite countertops. There's enough drying area, domestic servants' quarters with its independent entrance, so they don't have to come and knock on the main door. All the bedrooms are en suite, and the master bedroom has a jacuzzi, bathtub in the master bedroom, and all apartments are accessible to two lifts. Now this is a typical 3-bedroom floor. I'll try and do this as fast as I can. So the main entrance to the house is there, the living room, 1 bedroom, the 2nd bedroom, the 3rd bedroom. You got the kitchen area there. There's your laundry area right there, and that's the door to the domestic servants' quarter. So the DSQ has an entrance right there, and from the main entrance to right there. On Block A, which I believe is the one that's facing Kangunda Road, this is the typical floor plan of what it would look like. So you'll be sharing, your 1 apartment is over here and the other apartment is on here. Here are the 2 elevators that you have access to. Oh, I can't. Really? Okay. All right, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, and this is what the typical floor plan will be, which are the 2 blocks like I mentioned. Ooh, sorry. Okay, like I mentioned before, the 2 floors, so that will be the block. 1 block will face in that street and the other block is facing Tabera Crescent, so that will be what the floors look like. The other features that are available are the solar water heating system. There will be piped and borehole water supply throughout the whole complex, 24/7 security system, parking space for 2 cars per apartment, control gated community, a standby generator, cover paved parking, and like I say, the mini grocery store, barbershop, and hair salon, which are pending approval. So I'm gonna show you a brief video. Where's Angela? Okay. Can you hear? Well, I would love to show this video, but apparently it's not, the volume is not going to.
Is a two-tower iconic residential development on a half-acre parcel in Kileleshwa. Easily accessible via major highways and roads, with superb proximity to the Nairobi Central Business District, located within 4.4 kilometers, and the Westlands Business District within a 3.8 kilometer radius. Savannah Land Apartments is located at the junction of Tabera Crescent and Kangundo Road, both off Oloitoktok Road, which is also serviced by Riverside Drive, Chiromo Lane, Arboretum Road, and State House Road. The location is in a prime area with breathtaking views of the Nairobi Arboretum Park. With close proximity to Kasuku Center and upcoming Arboretum Square, Kileleshwa Police Station, hospitals, and shopping malls. The development is showcasing 3 levels of parking bays and 13 levels of 2 residential towers, consisting of 46 3-bedroom residential apartments with DSQ measuring 232.5 meters square, which is 2,502 square feet. 2 penthouses each with a terrace measuring 465 meters squared, approximately 5,003 square feet. 1 2-bedroom apartment. Open-plan kitchen with spacious laundry area, elegant lounge and master bedroom with individual balconies, changing rooms with heated swimming pool overlooking Arboretum Park, multi-purpose hall, gymnasium, 2 lifts in each block, standby generator, piped and borehole water, intercom and Wi-Fi infrastructure, access control entry to apartments. The ongoing construction is expected to be completed in the month of September 2019. For those accustomed to living a life of indulgent luxury, your apartment gives you an abundance of space to do with as you please. The expansive living and dining rooms open out to a large terrace with balconies for great entertaining. Intelligent use of space means all bedrooms are en suite, with a domestic servant quarter per apartment. The modular imported kitchen will offer you a more enjoyable way to cook, eat, and live. The granite top and sink areas are durable and of high quality. The lavish proportions of the master bedroom offer a private balcony, bathroom with separate shower and jacuzzi, walk-in wardrobes, and an area ideal for a dresser. The penthouses boast a rooftop, private and spacious terrace which offers breathtaking views. Savannah Land exclusive apartments, the epitome of luxury.
The next, obviously, the next questions are what's the price? Okay, the purchase options are there's single purchase and there's bulk purchase. The single purchase, the 2-bedroom, the pre-sales price is 15 million and the market price is 18. The 3-bedroom is going for 23.5 as a pre-sale and the market value is 28.5. And there is a shell option, which means that you're just getting the apartment with no finishing. It comes with exterior doors and windows, and you get to finish it to your own taste. The office and the deposits are, if you're gonna pay a 70% deposit, you're gonna be able to pay 22 million. If you pay 50% deposit, you'll pay 22.5. If you pay 20% deposit, you pay 23.5, and 20% down at 25 million. Now, the question is why the different prices? Because it depends on what time you come in the construction. Right now, the Block A, like you saw in the video, is almost completed. They're about to start Block B. So if you pay 70% down, you can get it for 22 million on Block B. So that is why the difference in prices. All this, the payment plan options are, if you pay the 50, 20, and the 70%, 50%, and 20%, all that is due before the end of the construction, and you can either pay quarterly, biannually, or by an agreement. 25 million is, I'm sorry, 25 million, that is when you come when the construction is almost over, like maybe 2 weeks towards the end of the construction, after the construction is over. It's gonna cost you 25 million, but the minimum deposit is gonna be 20. If you have any questions, I'll be out there. I will explain this further because I know I'm rushing through this. So if you don't want to approach the developer themselves, they are partnering with these companies in Kenya, Tysons Limited, Cityscape Valuers, and the state agencies, Crystal Valuers Limited, and Dunhill Consulting. And I think most of you have had some of these companies as well. All this information is actually on the website, so I will skip that. If you have any questions, please take a note of this. And it's also on the brochure. If you have any questions, email or contact that person. And all this information is also available on the website, which is savannahdevelopers.com. Questions, I'll be out there, or you can put them on the sheet, and I will answer as many as I can. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Lucy. You kind of twisted my arm there. All right, so David is also twisting my hand here. So David, you got 1 minute.
So, good afternoon, everybody. All I wanted to do was actually acknowledge Commercial Bank of Africa. So if you do me a favor, stand up, because they all look sleepy-eyed after eating tea and pastries. Stand up for a minute, and then I want you to clap so that they know that you are very appreciative of their pastries. Come on, you gotta, okay? Yeah, thank you, CBA, for the pastries. And I had told her that I'll give her a minute to speak to you, but I know right now it's actually 2 o'clock in the morning. I tried calling her, and I know okay, so you know the story. So, but anyway, we really thank CBA for the tea and pastries. That's how fast my recognition is. Thank you very much. Well.
All right, thank you, David. That was excellent. All right, so we're going to change a little bit, or pivot just a little bit. So thank you to all our sponsors. They have fed us. They have given us a lot of information. But at this moment, I want to introduce you to someone who I have come to really become a good friend and also good family member as well. Last time he was here, he had his birthday at my house. Surprise. I like surprises. So this is a guy I call a super lawyer. And also a lot of his peers consider him to be a super lawyer. They only say that his taste in art is a little bit questionable, but that's for another day. He's a super lawyer because whether it is mergers and acquisitions, private equity, investors, whether it's personal or corporate, performance benchmarks, consultancy, advising foreign and local investors, whether it's on the Nairobi Stock Security Exchange or the Capital Markets Authority, he is your guy. And his firm was voted the #1 law firm of the year in Kenya. And I bet you if they put their name in the hat for Africa, definitely would win this. Nelson Ashitiva.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. I think I have thoroughly enjoyed my day. Of course, fantastic presentations from the Commissioner, Dr. Wagasha, Professor Kea, and all the partners, the officials of Kenya US Diaspora Sacco, and just meeting all of you. It's always such a joy and a delight to be a part of this vision. So please allow me just to start. Okay. One other thing is that my highlight of the day, of course, together with everything great that has been said, was that when Juki asked, when you have that vacation to go for, and you have an emergency, will you still go for that vacation? Someone shouted, yes, you yes, I will go. I thought that was my highlight. Yeah, but of course, I've also thoroughly enjoyed the intellectual discourse that has happened here. Njuki, thank you so much for that great presentation. I'd like to start first by just taking a bit of intellectual property of a gentleman called Vusi. He's a South African. Please just listen to this. Because it's TED Talk, I want to believe that it's allowed for us to share it. It's supposed actually to be for shared content. Volume?
Quo that over the past 100 years continues to put you and I as African people at the recipients of all forces shaping the global world.
Sorry, let's just start again. All right.
Let me ask you a question. For how much longer will you and I be happy with the status quo that exists? A status quo that over the past 100 years continues to put you and I as African people at the recipients of all forces shaping the global world. So if I asked you a question, what's happened in the world over the past few years that we've done that's shaped the rest of it? How many of us here would answer in the affirmative and give an example? And the truth is, it's because of the narrative and conversations that we've had. We've had a conversation that makes it okay for Africans to just be okay. And a part of that conversation, we see it in my environment where we finance businesses, is there's this huge thing now about small businesses. It's like, just start a business and just get in, and it's okay if it's a small business. Well, I'm here to tell you something new, and that is, it's not okay. So in my own country, South Africa, we have these things called kotas. By the way, kotas are an institution. And here's how it works. You take a loaf of bread, you cut it in half, and then you cut what's left in half, and you're left with the quarter of the bread, hence kota. What you then do is you remove the center piece of it, which is the soft bread, and inside you put in whatever you like. So the innards could be French fries, it could be sausages with a bit of ketchup, and you overlay it with the soft part and you eat it. And please understand, it does something to the soul that a McDonald's burger will never do. It is perhaps our greatest export, except here's the thing, we're not exporting it. So here are two businesses. Thibault's Kotas operates in Alexander, run by an interesting entrepreneur. He started his business in the year 2005. He turned over 53,000 Rand for the year last year. Interestingly, there is a listed South African company which started a franchise called Kota Joe. And they pumped in a bit of capital. They started in 2013, 8 years after Thibault's, doing the same thing he does. And last year they did 20 million Rand in turnover. My point, we are big business. So maybe this is an anomaly, right? Here's a question. What's a bank? A bank, ladies and gentlemen, is nothing more than a collective investment scheme. We all come together, we put our money in the central pot, we put it there usually as savings, with the idea that when you unlock that money and you need it future, you can get it. What the bank does is it takes that money and it says to people, if you're credit worthy, we'll lend you the money and we'll price it at a premium. Hence your ability to buy a car or a house. In South Africa, we have these advents of things called stokvels. It's usually a group of black women who come together and they put money in a pot. And at the end of the year, they have money and they go to the ShopRite and then they buy stuff. And then the next year, the cycle starts again, right? So here's an interesting stokvel called Siangoba. They operate in the Eastern Cape. Started a year after we achieved our democracy in 95. Last year, their collective investment, 300,000. Now, if you bundle together 300,000 over the past 20 years, you can do the math about the kind of numbers we're talking that they cumulatively over the past 20 years have put in the same place. In 1991, 4 years before them, a bank was formed in South Africa known as ABSA, which does, in essence, the same thing. The stokvel, last year, 300,000. ABSA is a 4.6 billion Rand a year turnover business. My point, our models of doing business are big business. You and I need to unlock our thinking. It's not okay for us to start small businesses. It's not okay for us to be happy to be vendors on the side of the road anymore, selling fruits and vegetables. What we need to do is own the place that produces the fruit, own the road infrastructure that moves the fruit, own the retail infrastructure that sells the fruit, and own the banking system that transacts the whole platform. And by the way, why don't we just take the taxes as well? So the idea here is we need a radically new form of thinking. Now that we're clear on this, let me explain to you why we're not doing it. Because we could blame colonialism and, in my country, apartheid as long as we want, but there is a deeper problem. And the deeper problem is our inability to understand the ecosystem and life cycle of entrepreneurship. All entrepreneurs start out as startups. Whether you're Bill Gates or Steve Jobs, you start out as a one-man show with.
All right, so we'll cut it there, and when you have time, please just, go to it. It's called the big lie of small business. Does it remind you of something? The Chams, isn't it? But also reminds me of another thing, the Juakali. Yeah? Our uncles, our brothers, our sisters have been doing Juakali for quite a while, but they're caught in a trap where they have to continue. Otis allows his son to learn, to be an apprentice under him, and Otis remains at that level. And Otis Jr. and Otis Jr., the family remains at that level. It reminds me of another thing, plots. So we hear that the government is going to do a road on this tarmac this road, and what do Kenyans do? We go buy plots, and what do? We wait, isn't it? We speculate. And the tiny little things, quarter acres. I have my own plots, by the way. But I think our thinking must change. And my question to you is, when you left your village, I think by the time you were leaving the village, coming to America was a big deal. And the whole village must have escorted you to see you off at the airport. And in their hearts and minds, you are going to liberate them. You are going to bring help. So my question to you, is help coming? Is help coming? Help must come from you. It's very important that we are able to take home solutions that can radically transform our economies. We cannot do things the same way they've been done before and expect different results. Ethiopia is doing big things. South Africa is doing big things. Nigeria is doing big things. Egypt is doing big things. We must do bigger. We are more strategically located. We must take home solutions to improve even the way the cooperative movement has been structured, to be more effective. A cooperative is a collective investment scheme. How can we radically improve by using the Kenya-USA Diaspora Sacco as a model that will showcase big things? I serve one of the big six, actually two of the big six, Steamer Sacco and the UN Sacco, and those guys. When the commissioner was saying that, she's concerned about your share capital, your minimum share capital, she's right. I mean, the UN Sacco, the Steamer Sacco, and Balozi Sacco, which we serve, they're big. But they're not big enough. The US Diaspora Sacco must lead. We must be far bigger than them. And it goes back to what Njuki was saying. We have to save a lot more. We have to bring our friends and relatives into the Sacco. But the most important thing that we must do is that we must take home solutions that are radically ahead of their time. We're going into the energy cycle. My firm is quite involved in that part. The capex of the Lokichar Basin is $5 billion. That $5 billion could easily go to Houston if you don't plug into that value chain. Because, you've lived in Houston, Laban. And you've lived in Dallas, you've lived in the oil-producing parts of this country, and also in the consultancy world that does a lot of, or the engineering world that does a lot of work in the oil and gas energy sector. We must be able to create avenues or platforms to ensure that that money remains, and the skills that you've gained here go back home, and a lot of that $5 billion capex remains at home. But help must come from Seattle. In my class, the brilliant girl and boy from my class, after Form 4, and they came to the US. So I'm assuming that you are the cream of your classrooms. For you to actually harness that cream, then this Sacco begins to be a fantastic forum through which you can do bigger things. You can get us help. You can change our form of thinking so that Otis is not just Otis Jr., he is bigger than his father. And the Asians have perfected this. We can do better. That's all I wanted to tell you. But we must plug in through the Sacco and through this fantastic forum and the relationships that, the partnerships that we're building with the government and a few of the other private sector, EcoBank, ABC, and all the other private sector, so that we actually transform our economy. We can't transform our economy by, imagine what would end up happening in those small plots. Everybody has his own idea of what to build there, isn't it? That's all I'll say. Please, let's do bigger things. Let's bring bigger solutions. Let's leapfrog our country 20 years ahead of the continent. Thank you. God bless.
And the man was on time, not a second more, not a second less. All right, thank you so much, Nelson. All right, at this time, I would like to invite my good friend, my colleague, my fellow board member, Ms. Rose Musioka, to let us know what is going on with Fadhili Homes. What is Fadhili Homes? What do we need to know about investing with the Sacco? How much time you got? 3 minutes?
Oh, yeah, give us about 5.
5 minutes?
We will try. Okay. And I line up my people, Mr. John and Mr. Ashitiva again, to come here and help us accomplish what we want to accomplish. Mr. David, for purposes of time, no, play the video, please. That's yeah. So for purposes of saving time, let me introduce myself first. My name is Rose Musioka. I'm the head of investments for Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco. And for those who are watching us online, I would like the media people to stream what's going to be played, so at least they can take a look. Kindly, Mr. Treasurer, those are the photos. Would have wished to have had more time for people to see them, but for now, maybe we'll go straight to the video so that at least we can save on time. So I would like Mr. Treasurer to stream the video and put it with no sound, so that at least I can be speaking while it's playing. Yeah. And as we go on, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Madam Commissioner. She came on site to Fadhili Homes. She didn't want to come and talk about something she has not seen, lest it turns out that it's a hoax. So thank you, Madam. So you're even going to see her in the video. She was present in person, so she can attest to what I'm about to talk about. Thank you, Madam. So there she is. You can see her there. It was very cold in Nairobi then. So I'll begin as the treasurer goes on with getting the video started. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. So maximum. And started from the beginning. So for the benefit of our guests, our members in Seattle, our friends, and those visiting us in Seattle, we would like to introduce Fadhili Homes. Fadhili Homes is our flagship low-cost housing project. It's a strategic partnership between Urban World Development Limited and Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco. It's located off Kangundo Road, which is 15 minutes away from the Eastern Bypass Junction. It's 35 minutes away from Thika Superhighway, 45 minutes away from the Nairobi CBD, 30 minutes away from the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. At launch, the project comprised of 265 units of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, and they were to be built in phases. However, the project has undergone some adjustments, and the completion timelines were pushed forward last year, which was, of course, a very difficult year in Kenya because of the political climate and the uncertainties because of the long electioneering period. This year, however, the project has had a steady development going on. The developer on site has been working very, very hard, and we've enjoyed remarkable progress. Since the last AGM, where we handed over keys to owners of 5 units, pending certificates of completion, this is what has happened with the project. The original site plan was restructured to ease access to financing of the project and also fast-track the units of the members who had already completed payment. Thus, phase 1 was restructured to 65 houses, comprising of 3 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. 60 units are booked by our Sacco members, who are either paid in cash, but majority of them, of course, are using the Sacco loans to pay for their units. Construction of phase 1 is scheduled for completion by May 2019, or before our next AGM. Phase 2 and phase 3 of the project will be commenced upon completion of phase 1. From the video you're watching, we are happy to report that 16 of those units are now fully complete, and today the owners will receive their certificates of completion and occupation. And next week, they'll be signing their leases with our Sacco lawyer, Mr. Ashitiva of Ashitiva and Company Advocates. That means those units will be ready for occupation. That means that person can fly from from the US to Nairobi. Assuming they have furniture and a bed, they can actually go and sleep in their house. Now, with the consent of one of our members who owns one of the units in that project, phase 1, I worked with a furnishing company, and they were able to furnish the unit. So I'm sure you have seen one of the units is actually furnished. And that means at least you can envision what your house will look like. Once you've bought, once it's furnished, it will be ready for you to live in, and that's how it will look like. Now, the complete units, of course, have got all the amenities, that is water, sewage, front yard with a lawn, perimeter wall, parking space, and of course, electricity is still pending to be connected. The service roads are still being worked on, as you have seen in the video, so that is still works in progress. But of course, in the next, I'm sure Mr. John, in the next 2-3 weeks when you go back, that work will be completed. And that means, of course, we want to be able to provide accessibility to the people who already their units are complete. 8 units among those you're looking at are currently being fitted inside with sinks and, the tiles and walls are being painted and whatever else that goes into the inside of a unit. So those ones will be ready for occupation in August of this year. Then, of course, we have some members who didn't quite like the design of the phase 1 because the units are attached together. So as a result, what we decided to do, we asked the developer if it was possible to design the phase 2 with detached units so that members who want to buy into those units can do that. But of course, those detached units are gonna cost slightly more than what phase 1 costed. So that means it'll be somewhere maybe between 5.1 to 5.5. But once that has been worked out, we will be able to communicate that information to our members and those people who are interested in that phase. And of course, if you want to book the phase 2, you can do so today through our general manager, through any of the board members. We have the forms outside, and you can book your unit, and when the information is out, you'll be communicated to by our general manager. The Sacco remains very committed to ensuring that every member who purchases Fatili homes will have their unit built and delivered to them. I hereby invite Mr. John Kimani, who is the project manager behind Fatili Homes. He's a manager, he's a developer, he's everything, to answer to not more than 3 questions about Fatili Homes to anyone on the floor who may be wanting to know anything about the project. And then after him, I'll invite Mr. Nelson Ashitiva to hand over. I'm sure there's some members here who already their units are complete. They can receive their certificates of completion today. The ones who are not present, of course, the manager will mail those ones to them. We'll arrange how they'll be delivered to them. So please, Mr. John, come on over. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Asante sana. Hamjambo. Okay, now, I was not told to make any speech, so probably I'll just take a few questions. I'm sure you can see what we are doing. So if there are any questions arising from that, I would be happy to answer. But so far, we are happy with what we are doing. It is very intensive, and it really requires a lot of commitment. But I believe we are up to the task. And I really appreciate the support I've received from the board of the Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco. They have just been tremendous. Okay, so please give them a clap. Many of the members have also visited us, Douglas and others, and I really appreciate your encouragement.
I'm going to add something.
Also for visiting us the other day. Asante sana.
Yeah, I was going to add something about John, because he's a very modest guy. John is at the site every single day. Project manager, he's the builder, he's the one who's managing those people building. The builders stay on site. So behind, he builds sheds, iron sheets, and then they put mattresses. I'm losing. So I want you guys, when you look at John, to give him a big hand. John gets his fuel. When we tell him what to do, he goes there and does it. Told him this is just a beginning, and we are going to move from this project to the next one and the next one. But his work ethic has been second to none. He's not just a sponsor, but he's also a strategic partner. This project is not John's. This is owned by you. And John is... Yep. So, and John is the one who's building. So we are strategic partners with John. And through that, we work through Ashitiva advocates, and we issue the keys and the certificates of completion. Rose, carry on with the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Asante sana.
So if we have anyone who has a question to that they would like John to answer, quick one, please. Yes, madam. Eric.
Give the mic.
Mike.
Question, you?
Hello there. I just wanted to know the price of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, generally.
Say your name, please.
That's a great question.
Nancy.
Nancy, we don't have 1 bedrooms at all. Yeah, we eliminated them. Now, you want the price of 2 bedroom and 3 bedroom. I would say, since you're a Sacco member, you can still book at the old prices.
Which is what?
It was 2.95 for 2 bedroom, and I think only about 2 or 3 2 bedrooms are remaining. Okay, for the 3 bedrooms, okay, was it 4 million or 3.95? Okay, but again, very few of those are remaining. So probably that you can pick up with the general manager. Okay.
And I know people who have 2 bedroom, so if you want, you can grab one of those for rent. Coming your way.
3 bedrooms about out of the 67, I think we have about like 10, about 10. So you probably better be quick, Nancy, isn't it? Sawa. Okay. Those are still the introductory prices. Let's not talk about the new prices. That we'll talk about later when we get there. Any other question? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. John, and congratulations for what you're doing.
Asante.
Do you have a pre-purchase price?
Pre-purchase price? That, what I said is a pre-purchase price.
The 2.9 for 2 bedroom or
Yes, yes, 2.95, yes.
You said that is the old price.
Yes, I would rather you still work with that for now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, if there will be any houses remaining. Yeah.
And we'd like to know your name and state.
My name is Adela Mumbua, and I've just remembered another question. Do you have a plan if, should somebody think of the 2.9, do you have a long-term plan for that?
Financing? That one you get from the Sacco. Financing you get from the Sacco.
We got you.
Yeah.
We get from the Sacco.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other question for John Kimani? We are very proud about this project. John, big hand for John, Rose, and the team.
Very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. John. And this moment, I would like to invite Mr. Shitiva to come and hand over the certificates of completion to the members who could be present today. So he's going to read out all the names, and whoever is present can come and collect this. And together with Mr. Shitiva, we'll have the commissioner come and actually hand over those certificates. We are very proud of this project, and we would like to be an example and show that example of that we are serious with what we do and we deliver. Thank you.
So I guess this was a test run. We started with Konza Isinya, which was plots, isn't it? Boroti. But then we graduated to now building, a mixed development, actually a residential development, multi-dwelling. And then now, hopefully, we'll move now to a mixed development use where you'll do bigger things, isn't it? We need to impact an industry, our economy, isn't it? I'd like to propose a slightly different amendment on how we do this, because John is the one who has built this. He should hand over this to the owners. These are completion certificates. Yeah. So John will hand over this to the chairman, Simon, and then the chairman will then, he will hand over this to the chairman, then the chairman will, actually, he will hand over to the commissioner, then the commissioner will hand over to the chairman. Yeah.
So maybe we'll first start by reading the names.
Okay, so the names of the people who have been fortunate or wise to invest in this project is Mr. Paul Wamwea. Is he here? Mr. Isaac Casera? Mr. Peter Gitonga? All right. So John, you can hand over to Simon, then Simon will hand over to the commissioner will hand over to Mr. Gitonga. Yeah. Congratulations, Mr. Gitonga, congratulations. Proud owner of a residential mansionette. Eunice Kaesa, Peter Mwangangi, George Manyara, Dorcas Githinji, Sarah Mberia, Catherine Jerry, Sarah Mutisia, Peter Kande, Agnes Kivuvani, Anna Matumbia, Patrick Mwangi, Mary Sipala, Peterson Mwangi, Peter Ngigi, Peter Kuria Githinji. Ah, good, good. Peter Ngigi. Congratulations, Mr. Ngigi. You have joined the Property Owners Club. Congratulations. Peter N. Ngigi. Congratulations. Congratulations. Peter Kuria Githinji, Peter Kabingu, Caroline Kinyanjui, congratulations, Caroline. Congratulations. Welcome to the Property Owners Club. Charity Kagwara, Ben Waswa. All right, so those are the 22 whose houses are complete and ready for occupation. As soon as the electricity is connected in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks' time, the electricity will be connected. But the fact that they're being given a completion certificate and an occupation certificate basically means the architect have confirmed that the property has been fully completed. And the county government has also certified that it is ready for occupation. All right? So it's just electricity, which is a small part. Yes, Bwana Laban.
Sarah Mutisia,
Yes.
who also sent me as a delegate from Houston, in my effort to be a founder occupant of a homeowner, would it be okay for me to receive her
Absolutely.
certificate, even if it's on picture?
Yeah. Your dreams have finally come true.
Slowly, slowly.
Big hand to Laban.
Founder, house owner. Honorable delegate from Houston, Houston City. All right, so we also want to recognize Mr. Douglas Ndinga. His house is not complete yet, but he's here in our midst. In August, your house will be complete. Please come and just come, let's recognize you as well. All right, so there was a small gift yesterday night that you missed, and they've said, why not just also receive that gift all the same? Yeah. All right. So the next process that will follow is that we'll draft the leases and forward them to you. I'm sure congratulations, Douglas. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. What will follow next is that we will draft the leases and have them registered. And therefore then, of course, the management company that you will own will become your landlord of your own, your tenants of your own company. You'll also be given one share in the management company. You'll be eligible to be appointed as a director of that management company. So that management company will own the reversionary interest, and you'll become long-term owners. The leases will be 99-year leases, and renewable automatically, of course. So it is actual purchase, though it is called tenants in common, but it is actually a purchase. And that is how all the gated communities in Kenya, that's how they are structured, that you have a long-term lease and not a title deed. the law is being changed where we have the Sectional Titles Act. It's already in existence, but the Sectional Titles Act has had a lot of challenges to execute. So that's why 98% of the projects in Kenya, multiple dwelling projects, are done through long-term leases, all right? So congratulations, all of you. Congratulations to the Sacco. This, I think, is a proud moment. You should be proud. Thank you, Bwana Kimani, for a good job and the passion with which you have helped the Sacco to achieve their aspiration. Well done. All right?
Thank you very much, Mr. Shtiva and John. So as you've heard, and in case of anyone who would like to purchase a unit, feel free to see any of us or the GM, and we'll be happy to share more information. Or John, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, everyone, and congratulations. Whoever's phone this is now mine. Oh, yeah. Okay, so at this time, I would like to invite the #1 noisemaker in the room. Yesterday, today, and always, he needs no introduction, wants to be a founder member of something, but he's a founder member of the supervisory committee, Mr. Laban Opande.
Thank you very much, Angela. No, I actually don't. And if it's okay, I will. I believe that we did share our report among the reports that were available to the membership. So for the sake of time, it may not be prudent to read what you already have. So you can forgive me for that. But should you have a question regarding that same report, then it's okay. You can reach out to me. So our team is comprised of 3 members, and unfortunately, 2 of them were not able to make it here today, but they have given me all the blessings in reference to what I have to share. Geoffrey Mburu, he traveled to Kenya with his family, so he wasn't able to make it. And Caroline Nganga couldn't make it because of logistical issues. But nevertheless, they have shared with me with what I have to share. So last year, I had some trouble because I gave a scorecard which was not very pleasing, and I'm not sure if we're still friends with the team that I was giving my scorecard. But ever since, I think as we grow, there is always room for growth, and we shall continue to grow even with, with time, every time, every year. So I just wanted to make note of a few highlights, which I thought would be good to mention in terms of how the board has performed this year.
Hey, Laban, point of notice, you haven't said what your role is vis-a-vis the Sacco.
Oh, okay. So, and thank you, Eric. Is that Eric? I don't know where he is. Right, so I had asked for forgiveness not to read it because it's there in terms of the report that we have. But I can briefly just kind of mention as to what we do, or at least what we think we do, because we may not be doing what we're supposed to do. So first and foremost, the board has made the Sacco is required to have this supervisory committee under the Cooperatives Act. I don't want to quote the exact section because Commissioner is here and my co-counsel is here, and they're very knowledgeable about the Kenyan acts. So as part of compliance, we had to have that committee. And so we are, I am the founding founder member of the supervisory committee of the Sacco, and myself and my other 2 colleagues were first appointed 2 years ago. So this is the 3rd AGM. No, is it the 3rd? Oh, the 3rd AGM. that we're attending. And so we do oversight, or at least we are supposed to provide oversight of the board. But it's not so much oversight as far as how we have thought in working with the board, that in addition to that, we actually try to complement each other. So we do share ideas. In fact, we do have joint meetings every so often with the larger board. And we share ideas because first and foremost, we are all members of the Sacco. So we have to be cognizant of the fact that we do have a vested interest as members of the Sacco. So our relationship has been, as much as being oversight, it has been also complementary in terms of sharing of ideas and just debating on certain issues in trying to find what is common good for all the membership. Now, to how far we've been able to succeed with that, I think time will tell, because it's only history that can judge us with time. So if that's okay, then let me just highlight a few things that I wanted to share. And they may not actually be on the report, but the observations that I've made as we've been sitting here and sharing throughout the day. One, I thought that it was commendable that for the first year we have had an issuance of dividends, which I know there are many companies in Kenya and even elsewhere that go for many years without dividends and interest. So I think that is commendable. And of course, the only people, not really the only, but I think the people who ought to get the most credit on that is the board. So please give them a round of applause for that. Of course, together with the manager, the general manager, Mr. Njuki. The second thing that I thought that they have been able to achieve, when I came on board, I think one of the things that I thought was that we had to have had some kind of a vision, some kind of a strategic plan which would guide us, some kind of a roadmap as to where we ought to be in certain timelines. And so we challenged ourselves, and it ended up being, I think, a resolution in the last AGM. And so during the course of this year, the board has managed to come up with a strategic plan. Now, obviously, times may change, that may change, but at least we do have a roadmap to go somewhere. Because before that, I don't think that we really knew where we were going, even though we felt that we did. So with that, I think that is also very commendable. So please give them a hand as well for that. The other commendation that I would want to make note is that the board has been, as you can see, as is evident, that they have been very proactive in reaching out to key stakeholders. And so that's why we have such a powerful delegation, especially from government, to be here. And in fact, I think, and this also goes to, I think, what Brother Nelson was talking about, that thinking big and the ability that we should be able to think big, especially the fact that we are stationed here in the United States. I had a small discussion with Dr. Wagasha, and I wish he was here so he can hear, in terms of what the government wants to do. And I've thought that we, being the Sacco that is here, structured and now well organized and ready to move, then we should be that vehicle that the government should be partnering with so that they can achieve what they wish to do, and we become the vehicle that they need to use. How that comes out, I think we'll discuss. Hopefully we'll get to figure out. He was talking about issues of bonds and bills on certain projects and developments. And so we, being a real legitimate organization here in the diaspora, I think it's an opportunity that we should not miss and jump on. So hopefully we'll get to engage with him and see how we get far with that. One other thing that I wanted to share is that the board has, in my observation and that of my team, has had some good synergy with the membership as well as with the partners. You can see how many partners sponsors we've had this year. So that, I think, is credit to them, because otherwise we would not be having such a good AGM as we've had if it was not for the aggressive approach and proactive approach in seeking good relationship with other partners. So please give them a hand of applause for that as well. The other, now, the challenges that I think I would say were observed, and by means they're not the only ones, but at least I'll mention a few. And I think it's something that maybe we all as members need to think about and come up with a formula on how to do it. I believe that we still have a challenge with the electioneering procedure and how we onboard new representatives. And the reason why I'm saying that, so for example, we do have a board coming in, and the board, of course, will be taking credit of what another board was doing before. So my thought process is, if we had a mechanism where there is a certain term whereby that board then can be evaluated on that term that they did, but of course with being careful to have some kind of continuity from the past in terms of institutional memory, then I think it'll be fair to assess how we perform as a Sacco, rather as a board, and then give proper credit to that team that has done that. I don't know that you all understand what I'm saying, but the point I'm trying to say is that I think we need to fine-tune our procedures in electioneering, such that there's a term that is enough to effectuate whatever policies or whatever vision that the current board has. Another challenge that I thought and that we observed was that there still appears to be challenges with the internal processes, all right? And some of this, I think, it's something we develop with time. And by that, what I mean is, for example, we ought to have a clear procedure in, for example, procurement. And that procurement should be from every category of purchase of service or goods. I don't know if we do, and I don't know how we reach to engage, for example, the current partners that we work with or that we use for their service. And I think once we have that mechanism, then it's always clear and transparent to everyone that we know that whoever who we are engaging is somebody who a proper method and procedure was used. Another challenge that I thought that we hadn't, but I think it's being put in place, is in terms of public relations, that we have to have a proper mechanism of engaging, the board engaging with the outside, be it members or the public at large. And I think that we did have an incident that was brought up during the year, and the board was addressing that. So I don't know if that has been now in place in terms of a proper procedure of engaging the public, whereby we know if someone says something, then they are speaking on behalf of the Sacco. Because when someone goes out there and says something, and they associate you with the Sacco, and maybe something you did has nothing to do with me as a member, then you're putting all the members in bad light. And so we have to be careful with that. Now, in terms of the members, now, Commissioner did mention earlier that the membership is a supreme organ of this institution. But I think we as members are still quite somewhat detached with the running of affairs of the Sacco, or somehow we assume things will just kind of run on their own. Part of that, of course, is shown by the numbers we had in terms of share capital, which is pretty low. And the potential that we have, if you can imagine how much real potential, if we were engaging ourselves fully with the Sacco in terms of investing into the Sacco, we cannot imagine how exponential the numbers would be in terms of growth in pretty much every numbers that we saw in the the financials. So I'm encouraging the members, as much as we know that the board is the one that is running the show, but the members are the supreme organ, and therefore we have to be engaged. And this is a financial investment institution, so it's not a hobby. It's not something to do just because you're bored, or if we fully engage ourselves as members, I think we'll do, all of us, a great service. Now, I wanted to mention also that I think last and not least, something that I wanted to mention is the challenges that the government the government representatives that are here put up to us. We want to tell them that we are ready. We are more than ready. We want to be ready and partner with you. Obviously, there are always issues that come, that we hear in the media about that are not so pleasant. But I think we have the capacity in terms of expertise, in terms of resources, to manage ourselves, to be able to engage the government. And I think this being a properly structured institution, we should be able to accomplish that. So for the other report, like I mentioned, please, you can read it in the documents that were shared earlier. I don't know if anybody else has a question. Otherwise, I want to say thank you to all of you and the board, and for allowing us to continue working with you. And also for us as a committee, I think we are learning. We are learning on the job, actually, in terms of how we even conduct some of the things. Of course, a lot of times we just apply common sense, but luckily we've had a team with a varied background in terms of what they do, and that has helped in being able to read documents or synthesize an issue. I did see someone raise a hand. I'm not sure. Brother John, you had a question, and I don't know how much time I have. I don't want to go.
Yeah, we'll take this one question, then we'll move on because we are pressed for time.
All right.
Appreciate it, John.
Thank you, members. And my name is, like you heard, my name is John, all the way from California. My question touches on issues to do with taxes. Kenyans living in the United States, we've been bombarded with statements or some articles in the newspaper saying that Kenyans living in the United States should pay taxes. I really don't know much about to do with it, but my question is, I know as a Kenyan, it's my legal duty to pay taxes. But it's a little bit tricky because we do not know, living in the United States and paying taxes on income earned, yet I'm living in the United States. There's that one aspect. But there's another aspect of, if you are Kenyan residing abroad, yet you have properties in Kenya, how are you supposed to go about paying the taxes? Like, for example, here, if you have a property in the United States, you're able to approach a tax firm that can do taxes for you. But us living too far away from home, it's a little bit tricky. Now, my question to the board and the Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco is, are you guys able to look into that? And especially we have members from our government back home. Can we address that issue where we know if we are supposed to pay properties back home, and now having Kenya USA Diaspora Sacco as our investment board, how can we work together to make sure that Kenyans do not sleep on paying their taxes and having their properties taken or confiscated?
All right. Thank you, Brother John.
Great question.
So, yes, please, give him a round of applause. Yes, that was a very good question. But before I start, even try to attempt to answer the question, let me put a disclaimer that whatever I'm about to say is not legal counsel. Please go seek legal counsel or come get my card, and then I can consult with you. What you're asking is a legal issue, is a legal question that I don't think that falls within the mandate of the board, or rather what the board is doing. Because what you're asking is, why is the government taxing you there, and why is the government taxing you here? And I don't know whether that's the Sacco that can really answer you that. But from what I know, so some governments do have corresponding relationships, either through treaties or through whatever agreements they have in terms of tax issues when they cross, border. We know that in the recent past, for example, the U.S. has been, or rather I should say, President Trump has had some issues with NAFTA, for example. And that would, as an example, would be an issue that would fall in that category, because we are talking about citizens in one country, how do they trade and do business or invest in another country. So that would be the forum that would be able to address that. But, and I know Brother Nelson is here, and he may be a little bit more knowledgeable in terms of local tax regime in Kenya, that tax is, you're taxed on whatever income you earn. So if you are having a rental property if you have a property in Kenya and you're earning rent from it, you're supposed to report the income that you get from that property there, right? Because that's where the actual property is in terms of jurisdiction, and so therefore you have to pay your taxes there. Now, I can't imagine how you would tell the Kenya, KRA, that, well, I live in the U.S., and that's where I spend my money, so therefore I'm not going to pay taxes for you there. I don't see. Just similarly the same way, if you own property here, right, but you are a Kenyan citizen who resides in Kenya, where and you're earning income on the property here, aren't you expected to pay income on that, tax on that property? So I think that goes beyond us, but if you need guidance, I think that's a legal issue that you can seek a lawyer, or rather just call me later.
And I'll give Ashitiva or Daktari Wagasha 30 seconds to
very well.
To just add on to what you said. Did
True.
you guys hear Chair?
Chair, Supervisory Committee, I think there is something that is not flowing effectively to this matter, and Madam Commissioner has raised a query. Do you have a report that you're supposed to make reference to?
Yes.
That you should have zoomed out there.
Oh, okay.
For it to be seen, because it's like you're talking from your mind without
a report.
A report, yes.
Yes, I do have a report, Madam Commissioner. It's just that I didn't want to read through it. Rather, I thought since we had shared with the membership and they have it, instead of reading through it, I thought I'd just give highlights of the talk. Maybe this is a learning process also. Yes, it's a learning process maybe because I don't know whether that's the procedure I'm supposed to do. I don't know that I was supposed to read through that report as is, or I could just talk about it, all right? So forgive me if I did, but there's a report that we have, and we shared it with the membership, and so I'd ask the members to forgive me instead of reading through it because of interest of time, to simply have them read it, and then I was just adding my comments. Yes, thank you very much.
So at this stage,
yes, there it is. Actually, Madam Commissioner, we did homework. Yes, in fact, you see the role of supervisory committee. Someone had asked the question. It's there. We have the overall performance, and we talked about these numbers. We got them from the audited numbers. We talked about recommend. So we did have a report. It's just that I was hoping not to spend too much time reading it. Yeah, so. All right. Thank you very much, and hope you keep enjoying the rest of the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laban. Bwana Treasurer.
Yes, I'll take the mic back.
Angela, do you know what's left on the program? Just so that we know what's happening.
Absolutely. So thank you so much. If you have been kind of dozing off a little bit, this is the time to wake up because we'll be talking about finances now. So how has your Sacco been performing? Are we getting dividends today, David? What should we expect? So we'll go through rather quickly the financial statements and then also the audited reports and the auditor's report as well. And then right after that, elections. And then we'll also have, so we have 3 more things left. So hang in there, we are almost done. So we're going to deal with finances, then we're going to go to elections, matters arising, then we'll close it out. So we're almost towards the end.
So, hello everybody. And do you want to stand for a minute? I know most of you. Do you want to? You've been sitting all afternoon like me, so just stand up for a minute, and we'll get going. Just stretch and wave your arms. You know it. Okay. And while you're standing, I just wanted to share that I'm playing a couple roles here. Normally, we do have the Auditor General who calls in and reads the Auditor General statement to you. Because of the time factor, I'm gonna read it for them, and then that's the only piece I'm gonna do. So you're welcome to sit down, thank you. So I'm gonna read it on their behalf, and then after that, then I'll actually go ahead and I will provide you with a treasurer's report. So with that said, if you want, you click on the management report right there. I'm just gonna read the management report. So I'm gonna read the management report from the Auditor General. Click on it. Sorry, you're going to have to move this the other side. You have to move things on this side and then look at the screen. Yeah. And so you have to look at the screen too. Okay. So the auditor's report was actually done by an associate, certified public accountant. And this was submitted to the cooperative and accepted. So as I said, I'm reading what were the findings. Let me scroll up over here. Okay. The directors have pleasure to submit the report together with the audited financial statements for the period ended 31st December 2017, which disclosed the state of affairs of the society. The society is incorporated in Kenya under the Cooperative Societies Act, Cap 490, and is domiciled in Kenya. The principal activity of the society is receiving savings from and provision of loans to its members. Results for the years. Surplus before taxes, 287,530 shillings. Income tax expense was 851, $106, shillings. Net surplus after tax is actually 1,436,424 into 424 shillings. And the declared dividends are going to be 1,096,985. And those were the results for last year, which we were shared previously. So, another category of interest and dividends. The board of directors recommends payment of a first and final dividend of 15%, based on the weighted average shares held during the year 2016, amounting to shilling 1,096,985 shillings. They also recommend an interest in member deposits of 2%, based on the weighted average deposit balances during the year, amounting to 3,518,967 shillings. As far as the financial statements, we'll just go down. As far as the financial statements, at the date of this report, the directors were not aware of any circumstances which would have rendered the values attributed to the assets in the financial statements misleading. Board of Directors and Committee Members. The board and member and supervisory committee members who served during this year and to the date of this vote are shown on page 1. It is the board members and supervisory members who were introduced to you. I'm not going to go to the page, but that is who they're referring to. The auditor, the society's auditors by and associate certified public accountants was appointed in the office and have expressed their willingness to continue in office in accordance with the provisions of Section 25(4) of the Societies Act of 1997, amended 2008, by order of the board. Okay. So this auditor report is also available to you and was provided to the entire membership, so you all have access to it, including the findings of the report. So with that said, that's the portion that was done for the audit report. Thank you for that portion. All right. Okay, now let's go to the money matters. As I say, it's all about the money, right? And I know it's close to the end of the day, but what I will do is I'll put up the financial statements, but what I'll do is I'll focus on the important highlights. Information I think will be important, of interest to you. Again, the financial statements are out there, the state of income, the balance sheet, all those documents are available to you for the purposes of, for review. I'm actually going to pull up a PowerPoint this time. And let's see if we can get to the PowerPoint. And I can probably run this one from here. I think I can. Okay. First of all, let me just tell you, our work is cut out. And when I use the term our work is cut out, I'm not just referring to the board and the members. I'm actually talking to the fact that we have the other branch of the government that oversees Saccos. And now, why do I actually say this? Madam Commissioner, I just wanted to make a couple observations as a diasporan Sacco, things that we have seen. One of the things we focused on is actually expanding our membership as we would. And one of the challenges we had is, and this is being addressed in terms of a new framework, is that we do have members of Kenyan diaspora who have large disposable incomes but want access to investment opportunities as opposed to saving opportunities. And so many of them are out there waiting in the wings for the opportunity to in fact bring that financial capital base to the Sacco. So it's a critical investment piece, or rather a critical important framework that would go a long ways to helping us, or helping the Saccos that are based here. The other thing I also wanted to acknowledge as we go forward, I want to acknowledge that the prudence and the financial practices that have been discussed by the GM as they relate specifically to personal finances relate as much to the Sacco as was alluded to by the Commissioner, and they relate as much to government agencies. And by that I'm talking about the basics, the basic tenets of what it is required to do financial management. I have worked with the government of California for close to 20 years. And I can remember the years when the government of California, which happens to be the 6th largest economy in the world, was having financial and budgetary issues. And you can tell why they were having those budgetary and financial issues, because they weren't following the basic tenets. They were living beyond their means. And in subsequent years, in the current years, we also now have followed the tenets of saving, requiring statutory reserves. That means there's actually dollars saved for rainy days. Now, why is that important in our context of our Sacco? This Sacco is 6 years old. It's not very old for a Sacco. And one of the things I took the time to do was actually try to compare the performance of this Sacco against already existing Saccos. And so, in actually comparing them, I realized one of the things we talked about was the capital reserves and the requirement for capital reserves. It was actually very clear that we, as a Sacco, need to grow that portion of it. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Okay, so let me move forward. Okay, this is a summary of the performance for the last 3 years. As you can notice, we have progressive growth. And the reason I said when I was talking about learning the fundamentals, we as a board have spent considerable time actually trying to build the fundamentals that will actually help get the organization to be successful. And as you'll see in the numbers, you'll see what some of the things we did to actually start help us to get there. You'll notice the trends, starting with membership. The membership has been growing at about 18% per year. This year, we're going to project to have about 1,049 members. And we're talking about active members, not necessarily inactive members. The deposits have actually been going upwards as we're increasing our membership. As you can tell, the member deposit also is going up for the same reasons. Our total assets also have been just growing. Now, the reason I had this little exponential curve over here is very simple. This Sacco has actually turned the corner. And I say has turned the corner because we are making money off interest. What our core business is actually making money off interest in loans and savings. And once you have started doing that, and we have started that with 2 major projects, the Senior Kwanzaa project and the Fadili Homes project, your money is earning interest from all the folks who are either borrowing from us and who have already borrowed, and also from the project itself that we financed. So there is no going back. All there is just future growth. And so why that's important to recognize is we're somewhere along here. And as we develop other investment opportunities, because one of the things we're looking for in varying our product is to make more different type of products. For example, we talked about we're looking into providing a vehicle loan program. You can use the money to actually help you buy a vehicle here and in Kenya. Again, the goal is to get interest off of your monies with providing such programs. So, our loan advances have been increasing membership. Our loan to member deposit, which is another measure of liquidity, and I'll explain what liquidity is and why we care about that, is about the 50% percentile. And that basically means you can have the ability to service those loans and service other needs that we have in the organization. Total revenues for this year were 19,381,000, and then net income interest is about approximately, I'll call it 12 million shillings, 12.5 million shillings. And the total expenses were approximately 17.1 million shillings. And our net surplus deficit, or net surplus was actually 1.4 million shillings. And that is the statement of comprehensive income from which those figures actually came off. It's also part of the audited financial statements. And I'm not walking through all those again, and I'll pick off what information that I believe is important for you to be aware of here in terms of looking at the sources of income. Now, what makes up the revenues, the monies that are incoming to the Sacco? We have, I'll just start with the fact that the largest portion of that is interest on normal loans, and that makes about 40% of the monies that are incoming to us. We have interest on fixed and call deposits. That's also generating money that's incoming to us. We have the commission on sales from the Insio na Kwanza project, the plots that we sold first. We also have monies that come from processing your loans. That's incoming to the institution itself. And then we also have income from treasury bills that we actually use with your depository monies, with your depository savings. 6% is membership fees, and we have interest based on loan financing that's provided. This year, we had less of a net surplus income than last year. You'll probably see that. And the primary reason, if I can show that. As you can see right here, last year, we had a total operating income of 20.5 million, and it's today 19.4 million. That is because we did not take in as much commissions as anticipated from Fidelity project. We had a delay in December. We were doing some financing restructuring, so the projected income did not, we did not make or meet that projected income. So those are the sources of income that we have. And this is an actual breakdown of the actual amounts of monies that we have on that. As you can see, we don't have any monies incoming from the Fidelity Homes project itself. We do get money from membership fees against processing of the commissioners, loan commissions, commission the sales of Isinia Kwanza plots, and also, as you can see, also get monies from when people withdraw. These are just your regular interest on loans and the other interest income that constitutes and makes up what is basically our source of income. Okay, now, how do we actually use your monies, or how are those monies actually expended in terms of expenses? As you can see from this, the largest chunk of monies is going towards administrative fees, and I'll give you a breakdown of what those administrative fees actually are. 14% goes towards governance, 5% towards establishment, and then we have 13%, which actually makes up the finance charges and the net income itself that we allocated. Okay. Again, that's what you saw on the pie chart there, represent breakdown. So in terms of administrative expenses, you can see the highest expense we have is actually staff costs, and that's the office that we're basically running in Kenya that's taking care of all your interests. And then, of course, the next largest item is actually this AGM meeting itself, which is a significant expense as we go over time. And we have service contract fees, and these are just your standard telephone and communication, office expenses, and that basically gives you an idea of what, for all intents and purposes, will constitute fixed expenses. As Jim was talking about, we figure out what it is that each month is recurring much. Now, the reason, as you figure out your budget for each house, you can go back and say, how much can I save? And you can walk through each of these, and you can figure out, I'm going to probably work at saving more money by seeing how we do the AGM. I can probably get some savings there. And but you're not necessarily going to save on staff, on office rent. But again, where I'm going is that it becomes important to actually start thinking about how else, other than saving, can the institution make money or grow money. And so you have to look beyond just the expenditure savings. And this is the statement of financial position. And again, that's you can see the breakdown of what makes up the assets up here. These are bank and cash balances are roughly 6.1 million shillings. The trade and other receivables are 35.4. The taxes are 134,000 shillings. And the loans and advances we're providing to members is 64. And again, these are assets because they're bringing in money to us as a organization. So you can see that on the liability side, your deposits, monies that Sacco is actually making use of are actually, we're collecting them as what you deposit to us each monthly or yearly is your monthly deposits. Other savings we have going towards like the Movunos, you can actually see them there. Now, you can look at the shareholders' funds and capitals. Look here, you actually see the share capital. That's your share capital. Now, the share capital is the money that you, when you first become a member, you actually pay your, is it the 5,000 shillings? And that's the share capital we're actually talking about that we need to raise. And there's reserves that we're required to have as a Sacco. And basically, we have to be able to cover for rainy days. And so there's a requirement, the regulatory requirement is for about a 10% requirement for reserves. But then that's the conversation. I'll talk a little bit about when we go on my next slides so I can illustrate a little better.
Hey, David, we have a hard stop at 6.
Okay. I'll wrap up in about, give me about 10 minutes, I'll wrap it up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
10?
Huh?
Less than 10.
She says less than 10.
Yeah, we have a
You
hard
took
stop
up
at
all my
6.
time before, huh?
Yeah, we have a hard stop at 6.
All right, no problem.
Thank you.
All right, I'll try to get this done quickly. All right, and again, this is a picture that shows you a comparison of what the share capital is as compared to the total assets and the loan advances. As you can see, we have very low share capital, so that's not news. Okay, this is a picture of the loan, the amount of loans we issue in each year and the performance of them. Again, I'm just going to point out that the number of loans is increasing. We did have doubtful loans. We have about 10 of those. And doubtful loans means the loans that are not performing as well as we want. And usually because members are unable to meet their payments or loan requirements for whatever reasons. And typically what we do is work with those members to actually turn those loans back, to turn those loans around. So what I usually tell people when I say is that if you're a beekeeper, you have to expect to get stung. So we're in the money business. So I'm saying we have to get expect to get stung, but we want to work with people. I also remember that a Sacco really takes very little risk because all those loans are actually covered in terms of having some kind of fee or security. Thank you. Okay, so that's. This is just useful information, statistical information, and again, it's also again all these are documents in financial statements that are there. Capital adequacy ratios. Now you may ask me, okay, what the heck is capital? What is capital adequacy, and why is that important? Now I'll just share these definitions so you know what they, and it'll make more sense to you. So capital adequacy is the amount of money necessary to absorb losses when providing financial stability. It is a percentage of ratio of capitals to total assets that the Sacco is used, and it's used as a measure of financial strength and stability on an ongoing basis. Now you have to remember we're separating the Sacco as an institution from you as the member. Okay. So like I said, we have capital requirements. And the core capital is the minimum amount of capital that a financial institution such as Sacco must have on hand in order to comply with banking regulations. And it consists of equity capital and declared reserves. Institutional capital, which is another term we use with the capital requirements for the Sacco, is defined as the total of Sacco regulatory reserve accounts, undivided or retained earnings, special reserves designated for a specific purpose, and net income that has yet to be closed to the retaining earning account. Okay, so now what I wanted to point out with this, if I go. Again, look at they're in the negative. And if you remember, the commissioner was asking what the numbers are, and I said they're low. And I just wanted to leave it at low because we're in the negative. And I don't know how else to say it than it's actually low, okay? In terms of liquidity, we are doing pretty good. And what liquidity really means is basically we have the amount of money to pay for the day-to-day, okay? So to take care of the emergency loans, to pay for the bills, taxis, staff needs as we go along. So for that, we're actually pretty good. And then, so what I wanted to point out to you is the change, and I'm talking about the fact that the circle is growing and that we are on an exponential path, curve of growth. Look at the percentage of expenses to revenues. In 2015, for every shilling we spent, we were actually writing a check we couldn't cash. Okay, for every shilling we actually were paying basically a shilling and 54 cents. And as time has gone with the reduction of expenses, we're actually now saving money. Okay, and then you can also see this is the year that we actually have now declared dividends and we've declared savings on interest. Okay, let me switch to projected to next year and projected figures. We're anticipating for the total income to be about 25.7 million shillings. The total expenditure is about 20.1 million shillings. We expect the members' deposits to go up, and with the Fadil Homes project, we do also expect loan advances to go up, and consequently the interest income to go up. We also expect to have more cash on hand for the deficit and more surplus, which will be about 4.7 million shillings. Okay. Okay. With that, let me just briefly say, there's a treasurer's report that I wrote, and it's actually been circulated. I didn't read it, but if I could just tell you that it's been an honor to serve you as your treasurer, and that what you see as a reflection of the financial performance has to do with the management of the accounts, the management by the general manager and the board providing oversight and their support in actually achieving those. I believe as a treasurer, my primary responsibility is to ensure funds and resources are allocated to serve the membership. And so that's why I said it's important to know that the performance is associated with the handling and management of organizational operations by the board and team on the ground. And with that, I do want to make one quick comment. There is foundational organizational work we're doing in terms of building the organization, in terms of a framework of policies and rule sets that are to be followed to ensure that we're successful. We actually did develop, we do have a procurement policy. And I know the supervisory board has not seen it, but we do have that for managing procurements. We also have travel policies. We're also working on a dividend policy so that we have a way to actually know and to explain why it is we're electing to declare, not elect to declare dividends. So you will see that coming as we go forward. So there's a lot of moving pieces as we actually are building this foundational piece for there. And that's why I said it's in its growth path, and you see that's the unseen work. Typically, all you do is you see the end result. So that's the behind-the-scene works that the board is actually doing. So I'm getting the sign over here. So next time what I'm going to do is I'll start next at the AGM. I'll start the morning meeting with the numbers, and then you can go to sleep and wake up in the afternoon. So anyway, so with that, I'll take any questions. I guess we don't have time for questions, so all right, we do. Okay, so I'll take questions. And it looked like you're ready to get out of here, but.
So let's give our treasurer a big hand.
Okay.
David has added a lot of value to the organization in the last 2 years. He works in Sacramento. And he's not just a good friend, but he's a guy who's adding great value. He's very visionary. He's a guy who wants the best for this Sacco. David, do you want to have something you want to finish?
Oh no, we do have a budget we didn't present, but when AGM will make it available to the membership, right? So I know, so that you can see what the details of. And again, how we actually came up with the projected budget. We have the information and details for you.
So thank you,
We'll
David.
make it available. So thank you. And thank you for all the support that you and your interest in our organization too.
Thank you, David. Big hand for David. We have 2 more things we're doing. And I want to also recognize we have a CEO, Mr. Ringera, with help. And we're going to bring him up at some point here He's one of the people that we have to listen to. He's one of our sponsors. I want to hand this mic to Simon to drive these next two items. And if we can allow Ringera at some point to present to us what he brought us all the way from Kenya, I think it's important. And I'm handing this mic over to you, Simon, to drive this. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Treasurer. And I need maybe make one correction there because we won't be requesting the membership to approve the budget. It is important for us to have it at some point upon AGM. I need it put there so that they can't approve what they don't see or they don't have. So it's important we have it. Now, I think we are getting to an interesting point now of our agenda item. And I apologize to the membership today. You know, the last AGM, the flow of the what we call the AGM activities was done very well in the morning, and then in the afternoon we had all these other activities. Today, I think we had a little bit of a mix-up, and I want to apologize for that because we have had a few itches here and there in terms of the flow. Now, with that being said, let me say that we are at the point where we want to conduct the elections. There are 3 board members who are due for re-election this year, today. And I would wish now to say that these elections, in normal circumstances, it is not the board members who do that. We have an appointed person who takes care of that. And if I could have a Steva back into the hall, please, for that process to kickstart, it would be great. And then, Madam Commissioner, I think I'll give you 2 minutes to walk us through what we need to do with the elections process.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, I just want to mention a few things. One is that election is one of the agenda items in an AGM. And I just want to give you a highlight that what is supposed to happen. If we look at our Cooperative Societies Act, Section 8, subsection 4, and Section 4, subsection 3, the items of who should be in the management committee is well articulated. And I'll read as fast as possible. I'll start with Section 28, subsection 4. No person shall be a member of the committee if he is not a member of the cooperative society, is under 18 years of age, is unable to read and write, receives any remuneration, salary, or other payment from the cooperative society, save in accordance with this act, is a committee member in 2 other cooperative societies, or being a member of a cooperative society that lends money to its member or lends money on his own account, or being a member of a cooperative society which trades in goods or produce, trades either on his own account or on some other person's account in the same type of good or produce, or has not, within 30 days of being appointed, declared his wealth to the commissioner in the prescribed form or filed his indemnity forms within 14 days, is undischarged bankrupt, is of unsound mind, or has been adversely named by the commissioner in an inquiry report adopted by a general meeting for mismanagement or corrupt practices while a member of the committee, or has been convicted of any offense involving dishonesty, or is sentenced to imprisonment for a term exceeding 3 months, or has been convicted of any offense under this act or rules made there under, or has uncleared debt owing to the cooperative society at the end of its financial year, other than in the respect of a loan under the provision of any rules made under this act, or is a person against whom any amount is due under a decree, decision, or order, or is pending recovery from this act. And he is not participating, economic participation in the cooperative. The other things that we also consider, which I'm reading this so that when you're doing your policy on election, it's clear. The person must exhibit leadership qualities, is visionary, is a team player. Inclusivity, gender, that is women, youth, male, should be factored in. The skill set should also be factored in. The other thing that is now becoming a trend is that we have seen a member of supervisory, while still in office, standing to be a member in management committee. Those are restrictions. You can't jump from supervisory to management or management to supervisory. You must give a time frame in your policy. The reason why this morning I talked about a vetting committee, it is so that they look at these issues. You cannot come on the floor and have those issues addressed at that particular time. And that's why we said it is very important to have a vetting committee. And this vetting committee is a tool for the management board to put in place. But the criteria must be approved by the board. Then we are saying, after the vetting committee presents the nominees, election can be decided on the floor. You can either have a ballot or acclamation. Once election is done, assume today we are electing 9 members, I'm assuming. If we're electing 9 members today, if the election is done, the elected persons will sit and put in place the executive. Once the chairman, the vice chairman, the treasurer, the secretary have been identified, in accordance with the circular issued, and I think I have sent to you, Chairman, I don't know whether you heard it, the election circular, it talks about a third rotational rule. This means the chairman, the vice chairman, are the last people to undergo the rotational. So it means that once the committee has sat, the executive has been appointed, the membership in that committee will now write number 1 to 7. People will pick on secret ballot other than the chairman and vice chairman. Whoever picks number 1, 2, 3, in the following year, they will offer themselves for election. Then 3, 4, 6 in the next one. Number 7 with the group that will be going the last. Am I clear on that? The chairman, the vice chair, are the last to be elected. However, in the event that that person, the chairman or the vice chairman, commits any offense, and one of the offenses I'll read here, it's still under section 28, subsection 7, the commissioner may suspend from duty any committee member charged in a court of law with an offense involving fraud or dishonesty pending the determination of the matter. So if you're put in court, we can stop you. Or the chair or the vice chair are unable, and it must be objectively verified, they are unable to discharge their duties. It is at only that point that they can be removed from office. Once they have these returns, they should file the annual returns, and this is important, to the office of the commissioner, so that in the event somebody wants to know who is legally in office, we have a place to refer to. So having said that, now I want to call Nelson to move to the next stage. Thank you.
I have been given the humble duty of being the presiding officer for this important process. And just to mention that your section of your bylaws, section 37, word for word repeats what Section 28 of the Act speaks about in terms of eligibility. And then Section 38 rather, talks about the election process. 38.1 says the board shall notify the members of the vacancies arising in both the board and the supervisory committee. 38.2 says there shall be a nominating committee constituted as per the Sacco electoral policy formulated by the board to vet and clear the prospective candidates for elections. The reason for this is because the board itself has an interest, isn't it? We have a saying in law that a monkey cannot decide the affairs of the forest because it is one of the animals in the forest, isn't it? So that's why the board then constitutes a vetting board committee to handle the election process. So I want to ask the secretary, do you have a vetting committee?
Yes, we do. Let me answer that for you on behalf of the secretary. We have established a vetting committee, but the vetting committee has not been ratified by the AGM as per the requirement. So at this particular moment, but they have done the process of vetting those who are supposed to be presenting for the election. So that process has already been done, even though we are going to be presenting the vetting committee for ratification to the membership during our resolutions process.
Could the chairman of the vetting committee step forward? Sorry? Sorry? The representative, okay. The representative of the vetting committee, please move forward. So, sorry, sir. Just 1 second. Because you will be the committee will be ratified shortly. The board had already communicated that the vacancies which were available, and there were some candidates who had presented themselves for vetting and nomination. And I'd like to confirm if the board has the names of those who have expressed interest for those positions that have fallen vacant. Yes. Okay. All right. The secretary, do you have the names?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Please call them forward, and then I'd like to know who has proposed them and who has seconded them.
Yeah, the names of the people who were presented through that vetting, there are 4 of them. One of them is Eric Mwangi. The other one is David Wanjiro. We also have Charles Onchoke. We have Susan. I'll pull up the name, Susan. And of course, there was a member of the board who was also, whose term was also coming up. Mr. James Sang. Thanks.
So the members of the board, I think there are 3 positions in the board that are falling vacant and 1 position in the supervisory committee. So could the members of the board whose term is coming to an end please stand up so that we recognize you, appreciate your role, and the good job that you've done so far. All right, please come forward. All right. Okay. All right, so that is the supervisory board member who is up for retirement as a supervisory board member, committee member rather. But those, as it happens in state corporations as well, when the outgoing members of the board, their term is up for retirement, we first thank them and appreciate them for the job well done. Mr. Eric Mwangi, congratulations and good job. Mr. Sang, thank you very much. And Mr. David, thank you very much for your dedicated service and passion towards the vision of the Kenya-USA Diaspora Sacco. I wish you all the best in the event that you have offered your names for reconsideration. If not, then we still thank you, and we hope that you will continue to support the next team that comes on board. So congratulations and thank you very much. You are now officially retired as board members. All right, so then we move to the next level, where we now find out from the secretary who among our members have expressed interest. So Mr. Secretary will tell us the names of those who have expressed interest in taking up these positions this year.
Thank you, Ashtiva. We have the following names. We have Susan Matindi. Susan has declared interest in either the board or the supervisory position. We have Charles Onchoke. Charles Onchoke, both of those are not here, but they've declared their interest in vying for those positions. Charles Onchoke has vied for the board. Then, of course, there are the retiring board members, the three of them. Thank you.
So there's, let me just get the names again. Okay. Yes, Mr. Laban? Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Got a mic.
And maybe, I'm not sure if, I wish Madam Commissioner was here. We did mention about the vetting committee being ratified.
Correct.
Does that mean, because we don't want to find ourselves in a position where the work they have done is nullified or is null because they have not been ratified? Does that mean that do they have the authority and the power to do what they did after they have been ratified? Or is it that by the fact that we agreed from the last year's resolution to have that committee, then and it was set up, so therefore they had the power to do what they did in terms of the vetting?
Yeah. In my view, yes, this is what your constitution says. This is what your bylaw says about the vetting board. There shall be a nominating committee, that is the vetting board, constituted as per the Sacco electoral policy formulated by the board to vet and clear the prospective candidates for elections. All right? So the nominating committee is constituted by the board, and since you had already given them the mandate to constitute the vetting committee, though they did not actually require the mandate because it's already in your bylaws, that they have powers to establish a vetting committee for purposes of elections. My own view is that they were properly constituted. The ratification just is an enhancement of their acceptability. But in my own view, they did have the legal backing to appoint a vetting committee.
That's fair. I just want to make sure in case someone may challenge the fact that whoever maybe was not vetted, and then make whatever exercise we're doing, pointless.
Okay.
But if that's the understanding, then I think that's fair. The second question that I had was in reference to when a member offers themselves for multiple positions, then first, does the Constitution allow that? And so therefore, what happens if they get elected to both positions? Or is it even possible to get elected to two positions?
No, you cannot be elected for, you have to choose one.
Right, but I did hear
Yeah.
that one person did present themselves to two positions.
You have to choose one. Yeah. So one person has proposed,
So-
has recommended themselves to two positions, either the board or the committee. And
Right.
Laban's question is that proper? Should they have chosen one, or is it proper for them to still offer themselves for both? All right. So
In this particular case, what happened was, and if I got it right, there was only one person in the 4 or 5 who chose to be in either or. In this particular case, there is only one person whose name has been has actually asked to be nominated into the supervisory committee, and that same person has her name also in the board position. That is what.
And that's the challenge, because the challenge is if let's say that person gets elected
for both.
So how does how does she function, or he and so therefore, wouldn't the rules of the vetting committee set up to say, no, you can't run for two, you have to choose one, and whichever one you choose, you die with it.
I agree with you.
And at this point now, we do have that one individual who is in both, and I'm not sure how we need to
I want to defer
reconcile.
to the wisdom of the commissioner on
Yes.
that point. But my view would be that you choose one. But I prefer to defer to the wisdom of the commissioner.
I hear one person wants two positions, isn't it? Okay.
Initially, we had advised them to pick one, but later, because that particular issue was not clear, we decided to approach the group, the lady, and actually, for the sake of being transparent, let it be that the weight had come in initially, all right? But part of that is basically because the rules are not clear. But, substantially, when she came back to us first, she went for supervisory. So in a way, she made a choice, but it's up to you whether you accept that or not. It doesn't. No, I'm not making a choice for her, but because initially when we approached her and said, we want you to make a choice, she went for supervisory. But it wasn't really clear. That's for the body to decide.
Thank you for the clarification. It is one position at a time, isn't it? All right. So who is proposing Susan Matindi for the position of supervisory committee? Rose Msioka, and seconded by Raf Kilondu. Who is proposing Charles Onchoke for the position of board member? Mr. Kefa is proposing, and the seconder? Mr. John is seconding? Yeah, currently, yeah. John Gully, proposed by Kefa, seconded by John Gully. And Susan was proposed by Rose Musyoka, seconded by Ralph Kilondu. Who is proposing Eric Mwangi for the position of the board? Sorry, madam, what's your name? Diane Bell is proposing Eric Mwangi for the position of board, and seconded Diane Bell. MBEO. And John Gully is seconding. All right. There was a third person's thirding. Yeah. Who is proposing David Wanjiru as for the position of the board? Catherine is proposing and seconded by Mr. Sang. Who is proposing James Sang for the position of the board? Angela is proposing, and John Gully is seconding. All right? So, my second task is to confirm which process of voting that the AGM has resolved to use. Is it secret ballot or is it mlolongo? Secret ballot. All right. So I know that the process had already begun online, and that process, I think, came to a conclusion 2 days ago. Sorry. It was nullified. Okay. All right. So, so the process online has begun afresh. All right. Is tallying the votes online. All right. So the whole process. Sorry, sir. Please go ahead.
Is it possible to have the names of the candidates displayed?
Typed out? Yes, certainly, sir. Certainly. Okay. All right. We will put the names on the screen shortly. Mr. Treasurer is putting up the names, or is it you, Raf? Okay. All right. They're all there. All right. And the online tallying is going on as well. May I request that we allow Njuki alone to do the tallying, if you don't mind? Njuki, you're our tallying officer. All right, as the online process is going on, Njuki is tallying.
Nelson, can we get a member to sit with Njoki? A board member?
I would prefer not a board member.
No, not a board member. I mean a regular Sacco member. John.
All right.
John Gully.
All right.
Do we need a third one for an odd number?
I prefer lady.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, madam. All right. So that is enough. In the meantime, as Njuki is doing the tallying, supported by observers, international observers from the diaspora. Yes. Sure. Sure. Okay. 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 Yeah. Yeah. The proceedings here. Mm. Yes. Okay. 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 Um, that's why going forward it will be important to have the vetting committee. Yeah, it'll really make your work going forward easy. But because we don't have a vetting committee, I will defer to the chairman to explain the circumstances under which the previous online voting was declared null and void.
Thank you. Thank you, Nelson. The emailing process that was sent out to the membership voting for the last couple of days, we realized that it may have some tampering issues, because then again, we have not also put together a policy procedure, the vetting committee policy and the elections procedure that requires to guide them on how that process is supposed to take place. So based on that, we are actually saying if that was to go on, then it will be in violation, because that process is not set up yet. So what we were advised is that that process, let us hold, because as soon as we ratify the vetting committee today, then immediately thereafter the board is given the mandate to make sure that within the shortest time possible, those policies are put in place and they are given the guidance on how to carry the elections going forward. So going forward, we have to give them the tools for them to be able to execute that. So we put the cart before the horse, because that process was not complete, and so it had some flaws, which now we have been advised to hold. Let's conduct on-spot elections, so that now we can be able to complete that process that has been pending. That last bit of the process that is still pending. Thank you. I think that's the reason why that process has been held.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon Nyaga, the chairman. All right. So at this stage, it has been clarified that online voting, as well as physical secret or manual secret ballot, is a process through which we are going to express our democratic right as Sacco members to choose who among these four, as well as the fifth person for the supervisory committee, will become our next leaders. So may I request you to please come forward and exercise that democratic right. The green. Sorry? Yeah. Only eligible members who have been confirmed as members are allowed to vote. All right? So
the orange ballots are going to be for the board members. Yeah, but still we will issue them out for the purpose of, if they are anonymously confirmed, then that will be okay. But then for those who are our Sacco members, you are the only ones who are given the allowance to be able to do the voting. So please, the process is going to go like this. You're going to put your name, your number, your Sacco number, for the purpose of verification, because that one will need to be verified officially. And of course, we also need your email. Those two are criterias that must be verified through the ballots that are going to be cast. So I believe you're going to pass that on. It's the same requirement online. Those who are voting online, you need to be able to put your full names as you are registered in the Sacco. And then you're going to put your Sacco registration number. And also, we need your email address, even though it's the same one that you're going to be submitting your information on. So we need that one on. So the number, your name, and the email. Those are the verification documents that we're going to use. And of course, we have the database right here. We are going to do it very quickly. Is that clear? Is there anybody having a question on that process? Yes. That is good. The number we can be able to get for you right here. Well, we can give us your name, your details. We are going to verify it for you. Any other question? I think that is okay. Yeah, the commissioner agrees that is okay. If there's only one person and the person is the presiding officer, I think we.
Yeah. Could we say this? I think chairman has clarified on an administrative point, but in the legal process, I'm still in charge. All right. So the voting online is going on. I would like to ask the members who are online to kindly go ahead and begin voting. And to ask that those who are legitimate members of the Sacco to begin manual voting. So would you kindly please stand and come forward? All Sacco members who are eligible to vote, please come forward and vote. Please get your.
Four. Yeah, it's four. It's actually four. You're calling for, you're taking 4 ballots. Yes. No, three. Because we are the supervisory, we are not voting because it's only one person.
It's only one position that we are voting for. Actually, I'll shortly be declaring the elected member of the supervisory committee. But let's first conclude with this process. One person at a time. Yeah, one person at a time. You will indicate 3 names at the back of the card, of the orange card. Out of the 4, you vote for 3. If you put 4 names, then your vote will be a spoilt vote. If you put 2, you are allowed. It's allowed. If you put 2, you are allowed. If you put 2, you are allowed. If you put more than 3,
or you can put even 1.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, madam. Okay, it's fine. Let's. Okay.
Can I have the orange ones back?
Yeah, kindly. Kindly take the papers afresh. Sorry about that. I think it's a mixture of colors. We're using the green ones. Sorry about that. We're using the green ones. We're using the green ones. Sorry for that. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. Let's use the green ones.
Can you give me one? I give some.
Right?
May I clarify again? May I clarify again? Out of 4 names, you're choosing 3, all right, for the board position. The supervisory committee goes unopposed, all right? So the supervisory committee will soon be declared up duly. You are free to write up to 3 names. If you write more than 3 names, it's a spoilt vote. You can write 1. Yeah.
Out of the 4.
Yeah. All right. Can we target to complete this? Can we target to complete this within the next 5 minutes? All right. Yes, and your number. And yeah. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Sang. One is fine, 2 is fine, 3 is fine, 4 is bad. Yeah. The names at the back, please. Kindly write the names at the back. Yes, then you drop it in the box. Candidate number 1 has. Member number 2 has completed her task. Thank you. Thank you, John. The box is there. Thank you, Frank. All right. Yes, kindly. Gitonga, here. Your name, you'll just read from your desk. Your name, your number, and then at the back you write the 3 names that you recommend. Sorry? Oh, I'm blocking the screen? Okay, thank you. Here, sir. Here, Charles. Okay, so there are 4 names which have been proposed. You're choosing 3. You're writing those 3 at the back of the card. You're choosing 3 names. Yeah? So if you choose, sorry, please put back the names. Out of the 4 names that have been proposed, you're choosing 3. So you write them at the back. But at the front, you write your name and your number. Your email, the numbers are being collected or confirmed from the queue there. Yeah.
Is it the membership number?
The membership number. No, if you can remember, you're good. Yeah, please go ahead and drop it. Thank you.
For supervisory board, I did not vote.
Sorry?
So I don't need. Oh,
No, it's only 1 person. Sorry, Frank. Wait a bit. You've already dropped. Okay. So maybe we may need to consult. Okay, you can pass because yeah. All right. sorry. Thank you, founding members, supervisory committee. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Fred. Thank you. Sure. Yes, you're free to write even one. Yeah, absolutely.
Can I campaign for myself?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Douglas. Asante sana. Thank you, Sam. Yeah. Sure. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. No, you're free. Okay. Once you voted, you're free. Yeah.
When they're counted and everything is done, we cannot let people know who voted for who. Exactly. That's what I meant. That is the but how? He's going to do it. Thank you, sir. Oh, yes.
Please keep voting online. Our members across the world, please keep voting. Keep voting. Online members, please keep voting. We'll be closing this in the next 20 minutes, so please keep voting.
For the members who have voted, please don't go away. We still have resolutions that we are going to read through. Please don't go away. Please wait. Give us another 10 minutes after the elections so that we can do the resolutions.
Thank you. Right here in the box. Thank you. Thank you, sir. It's now 28 minutes past 6. We will close voting at 6:40. Our members online, please note that we are closing voting at 6:40. right here. You put your name at the back? And the other 3 names? Good, good. Excellent. Thanks, Jackson. Excellent. All right. Yeah. Yeah, so 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes, then we close this. Yeah, we'll go through. I'll just go through and confirm. Yeah, I'll confirm all of them. Online, yeah, is disqualification. Yeah. Yeah, it becomes a spoiled vote. Juki, way? Juki, I need you back there. I need you back there. Is that the computer that is doing the tallying? No, you just put through the box there. Yeah, through there. Yeah. Sorry. All right. Seven more minutes, then we close this. Okay, so the members who are manually physically here, could I get your attention? Could I get your attention? Since everyone in the hall has completed voting, is it okay for me to start reconciling them? The manual ones, isn't it? But the online one, we still have 6 more minutes for you to complete your voting. I'll do it alone. Yeah.
Members, if I can have a few minutes of your time, I am proposing that we do the resolutions now as the counting of the votes is continuing because it does not affect us in terms of doing this activity for the board. And Angela, if you can get some of get them back in. And I need David Wajiro. I need the budget on the screen. Rose, could you find David for me? We need the budget on the screen out there. So, members, I think we can begin to. I need to read our resolutions that are necessary for us for this year. If you please give me a few minutes of your time, we are going to do this very quickly, and. So we are going to read the resolutions that are going to be our resolution for this year. And the first one is the resolution to increase the share capital from 5,000 to Kenya shillings 20,000. I need a proposer and a seconder for that resolution. Please, yes, sir. Your name? Samson Mwaniki. Samson Mwaniki proposes. And the seconder? Gitonga. Your full names, please. Peter Gitonga. All right, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Then I need to go to the second one. Resolution to appoint buyer and associate auditors for the year 2018-2019. I need a proposer and a seconder. Mr. Muridi? Charles Kingori proposed. I need a seconder. A seconder, please. I need a seconder for the appointment of the auditors. Laban, thank you, sir. Then we go to resolution number 3. I need this one. This one is to the members' benefit. Resolution to pay dividends at 15% and pay interest rate for main savings at 2%. I need a proposer. That's a good one. It's money in your pocket. Yes, madam. Priscilla? Oh. don't know. The secretary is oh, yeah, yeah, we're taking notes. Okay, yeah. Priscilla, please give me your second name. Jogu. Priscilla Jogu. Can I have, yes, sir. Amos who? Huh? Amos Rob. Thank you, sir. So that is approved at 15% and 2% on the main savings. Resolution number 4. Now, this resolution is normally our every year, but this year we want to reduce our borrowing request because we never borrow. As a Sacco, we never borrow. We have been utilizing our own resources. We have not had a reason to borrow for any reason because members, you have been very gracious. You have been funding us effectively, but it's a requirement just in case there is need. So we are requesting. I'm asking for somebody to propose the resolution to borrow 100 million. You know, we have always been requesting 2 billion, but this time we have dropped it down to 100 million Kenya shillings. Resolution to borrow, to allow the Sacco to borrow up to a tune of 100 million if it's necessary. Yes, Rob. Can I have a seconder? A seconder. Yes, sir. Seconder. Full names, please. Pronounce your names. Thank you, Dr. Ari. Resolution number 5. This one is a good one because it follows what we have received, the presentation received from the government of issues. And we cannot do anything as a board member or as the management without your permission. So you are seeking your permission in this resolution to allow the board representatives to engage with the government on the Big Four agenda and other investment programs. I need a proposer. Yes, ma'am. Susan who? Seconder? Jack John. Susan, again, your second name? Kanyiha. Okay, Susan Kanyiha, and seconded by the gentleman here? John Kahora. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And then resolution number 6. This one is the resolution to confirm the board and nomination vetting committee. No. To confirm, that this is the affirmation. Yes, madam. Proposer. Nyambura who? Gidome. Gitonga. Gidome. I'm baptizing you again. Sorry. Okay, can I have a second for that? Yes, sir. Titus, thank you, sir. Then we have the resolution. Puana Treasurer, do you have the budget? Now, what is your budget? I think you need to run through the members on your budget because I can't propose a resolution when I don't know what it is that you're requiring for, or the members don't know what you're requiring for the next financial year.
All right. As far as and what I'm going to do is for the proposed budget for the upcoming year, I want you, would like to get a request and approval of a budget of, on the basis of income interest of a total of 14.2 million shillings. Projected other operating expenses of 25.7. Anticipated administrative expenses of 12.7. I'm rounding it up for purposes of expediency. Governance costs of approximately 6.4 million shillings. Establishment costs of around 750,000 shillings. anticipated finance charges of 20 million shillings approximately, and surplus before taxation of 5.6 million shillings, and a surplus deficit of taxation of 4.7 million shillings. That would be the projected budget that we would like your approval on, that we will actually plan the strategic plan and the activities of the various committees as broken down in the proposed budget up on the screen. So I request a resolution to pass this budget for the upcoming fiscal year.
Members, I think the numbers are out there on the screen, and I think they had been shared to the membership earlier along, so, but it was important for us to have it projected. So a resolution to approve the budget as presented by the Treasurer for the financial year 2018-2019. May I have a proposer? Mr. I don't want to call your names. I want you to call your names. Yes, sir. Can I have a seconder? Yes, sir, at the back. Frederick who? Morigo. Thank you, sir. And the last resolution is the resolution to explore the partnership or formation of a credit union in the United States of America. Yes. No, it's exploring. It is not creation. It's giving the board the money to explore, to see what options are available. Not setting one yet. We are not there yet. Yes, sir. Oh, you want to move the motion? Okay. Okay, proposed by our brother there. Seconded by who? Can I have a second? Yes. Your full names, madam. Your full names. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the session of our resolution, this 5th annual general meeting. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being with us this far. We are not concluded yet. We are waiting for the presiding officer to give us the results of the elections. And then again, remember, we are also having the dinner, and I'm going to give Catherine the mic now to give us the next process.
I am going back to last night. We had awards that we gave some people, and there were people who are absent. So I just want to check and see if you're still here. If you're here, we have your certificate here. You need to pick it up and take it home. We have a certificate here for the chair of the community of the Seattle Pastors Fellowship Council. Is there a representative from the Pastors Council here? That's all I needed. If you're not here, then we're going to hold it until... No, there's one more, sorry.
Okay. Just so that we are moving concurrently, do I have your blessings to appoint Nyambura as my tallying officer as well? Because I need some hands here. All right. And I also just want to say that I'm opening the ballot box. All right. I'm cutting the seal, and Nyambura will be seated here alone. All right. She'll not receive texts from, what's her name? From mom or the little sister. All right. So I'm cutting the seal.
Is Mary McCory here? No? Atlanta? Okay. Rose Kajuji is in Texas. And of course, Benta Hukom is not here. Thank you. Catherine?
Thank you, Ralph. And thank you, everyone, for coming. This marks the end of this function here. Very grateful for your patience and keeping on. Now, from here, we are going to go have a little Kenyan food for dinner. It's going to be at a location that is not this. So for those of you who are from Seattle, I will give the address. Thank you, thank you. So we are going to go to 3900 East Valley Road, Renton, Washington, 98057. For those of you who are not from here, we will figure out how you will get there. So for all those who don't have means, kindly let's meet at the reception after this. Now it is going to begin, I'm going to say 7:30. So we have about 30 minutes to get there, to wrap up and get there. So we can start heading there as soon as we are able. Now, we're going to close with a word of prayer, for it has been good that we have reached this far. And then when we are done, we still have a few things to wrap up. Yeah, the elections.
The elections are still ongoing, but I wanted to call Mr. Charles Rigera of HELP for a minute to come in. Check if he's out there. And members, I have a gift for a few of our members here, the pure Kenyan tea. I am going to be giving some gifts, so please don't leave the room. You leave the room, you're going to miss a gift. We have some gifts, the Kenyan tea, and some others, you might be lucky to get some Kenyan coffee. So please stay tight. Uh, Now, I think we are going to, I had mentioned, we are going to be having the CEO for help, Mr. Charles Ringera. And I would like, at this particular moment, David, is it possible for you to set Mr. Ringera up for his presentation? As the rest of the process is going on, I think we still have the members in, waiting for the final results. Before the ballots are counted, Bonaringera could be able to walk the members through. And I'm going to get those ones who are outside, anybody who is outside, please come in. Otherwise, you're going to miss your packet of tea, of chai. Yes. The incentive is either a packet of chai or your packet of coffee. Please give Mr. Charles Ringera an applause. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please help me welcome Mr. Charles Ringera, the CEO of HELP, to give us some presentation.
It's on the right source. It's a HDMI as well, but
can I mention that the online voting is still going on? We're allowing them to complete because I think it's only fair that we allow them a bit more time. The manual voting has been tallied completely. We're just waiting for the online voting to be completed. So as Mr. CEO gives us his wise counsel, so we're giving you just a few more minutes as Mr. Ringera gives us his wise words of we will allow you to continue sending your votes until we finish the speech from Mr. Ringera.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I quarreled the board earlier on because Simon came and told me, you cannot present because we have not seen your check. I told him, when government says I owe you, take that to the bank and you can be able to discount it. And we'll look at some numbers. But I'm happy still we have been able to come here. I had a very long one. I'm not sure that we are going to run through the clips. Because one of the key things I still think with the diaspora is the amount of information gap between here and the country back home. In terms of whether government or what other people are doing, what Ashtiva was talking about, bringing that knowledge so that you can see where people are and where you can be able to come in and intervene in the process. So as I Education Loans Board, that is what exactly we have been trying to do. Simon, I'll continue talking, or Ashtiva, I'll continue talking, and when you realize I should stop, then you need to advise me so that I can be able to stop and give an opportunity for Ashtiva to complete exactly what he was doing. But I thought maybe first of all running through the macroeconomic factors in terms of education, that will give you a sense of where we are coming from and why we are doing what we are doing. And I'll leave maybe these lines back, so I will not go through everything. But one of the key drivers for us, of course, is the Vision 2030 as a country, the global pillars, the SDGs that we are trying to push through. Vision 2030, I don't need to retaliate this. I think it was ably put in the morning, but it's important to contextualize what is happening in terms of that vision on the 3 social pillars and see that education comes in very closely in terms of being an enabler, and in particular supporting STI, science, technology, and innovations, because that's where the nation seems to be going. And so the new legislative agenda, in terms of when you look at the vision and Vision 2030, and when you link to education. So the key 4 things that education is trying to push for is governance, access equity, quality and relevance, and again, equity of everybody being able to go to school. And we have seen the numbers are moving, but then we need more resources to be able to take to more of the marginalized people so they can push on their education. I think Wagasha talked about this aspect of the big 4 that the president is pushing. And so I agree with Ashtiva when he was saying that you need to know as diaspora, what is it, where is money going to? And I thought maybe giving you a simple diagram like this will tell you exactly where money is going to. Because you need to start following that money so that it can help, whether it is Kenya, US diaspora. And you can see education still continues to carry the lion's budget. Almost a third of the total GDP of the total 3 trillion is actually moving towards education. Those are the goals as propounded by the Constitution. I'm not going to belabor on them. And everything that we are doing is actually based on these goals, which are part and parcel of the Constitution 2010 that we actually gave ourselves. And so when you hear that there's the localization of teachers, for example, where does it come from? It comes right from the Constitution. So when you hear TSC making a lot of noise saying that I cannot be transferred in Western Kenya, I cannot be transferred in Northeastern Kenya, then ask them, the Constitution we give to ourselves is nationalism, patriotism, and of course promotion of national unity. Those are critical parameters. And there are good development, of course, happening. If you look at enrollment rate in the country, it is doing extremely well. And now we know that we are pushing for a transition rate between primary and secondary to about 100%. And that will help the nation in terms of building a good, base in terms of human resources. Again, these are the transitions that we are seeing. We're still very worried about the ones who are leaving Form 4 and they are not able to go to higher education. That is quite serious, and we need to work on how do we improve this part of transition, even as we improve the primary secondary transition. Enrollment in higher education, doing very good stories, and these are statistics. If you are investing in education, for example, you need to know where your customer is going to come from, moving forward. On TVET space, a lot of work has been done already. We now have about 203 TVET colleges across the country, which are government-based, and in those TVET colleges, they are producing more skilled workers. So getting out of this degree program, particularly on humanities, and getting into this space of, technical colleges, because we have realized that that is where the future of the nation, and if you have to deliver Vision 2030, if you have to deliver the big 4, there is no way you're going to deliver that without, the human skills that are supposed to be there. Nothing much to talk about where we have come from. These are our classes a while back. This is how we have traveled the journey, a Manyata classroom, an open area classroom. Then we get into a brick and mortar classroom. Don't mind about that brick and mortar, how it looks currently. You see how we have been learning all that time that, we've been existing there. And now it's becoming almost nearer there. As you are aware, out of the 22,000 primary schools now, government has connected 21,000 of them to the national grid of electricity. Out of the 12,000 secondary schools, now we have about 11,800 secondary schools which are connected to the national grid of electricity. And that is good because it helps us, in terms of His Excellency's mission and vision of digitizing every kid. And that's important. There is no way you're going to digitize these kids so that they belong to the information economy, unless then there is power where they can power them. We are reviewing our curricula. We're doing very well on that curricular review. But if you look at it more, it is more on vocational and technical skills. That is where we are laying most of our emphasis, and start that modular program that everybody has been complaining about, that it is not helping our masses, it's not helping our Kenyans. And so this curricular review, which comes into place by 2022, then will help us in terms of achieving that. But I thought in terms of really understanding why we do what we do, maybe it is important for you to clearly understand why even as higher education Louisbourne does what it does.
At a glance, 20-year-old Francis Leramban looks like any young man. But he is troubled. If he had a choice, he would have preferred to be in a learning institution rather than doing this. Francis completed high school in 2010. He scored a mean grade of B plane. Early this year, he got an admission letter from Maseno University to pursue climate change, development and IT degree course. But money is standing between him and his dreams.
Sikuwa nimejoin kwa sababu ya poor family background. Baba zamani alikuwa Nairobi, alikuwa anafanya tu kazi ya sema washman. Lakini baadaye alikaa ameseka amerudi, sasa tuko naye hapo nyumbani. Pia mama na
At a glance, 20-year-old Francis Leramban looks like any young man. But he is troubled. If he had a choice, he would have preferred to be in a learning institution rather than doing this. Francis completed high school in 2010. He scored a mean grade of B plane. Early this year, he got an admission letter from Maseno University to pursue climate change, development and IT degree course. But money is standing between him and his dreams.
Sikuwa nimejoin kwa sababu ya poor family background. Baba zamani alikuwa Nairobi, alikuwa anafanya tu kazi ya sema washman. Lakini baadaye alikaa ameseka amerudi, sasa tuko naye hapo nyumbani. Pia mama na kazi na hatuna hata mali kama mbuzi, ng'ombe ya kuuza. Sasa tunategemea tu sana watu wanategemea hapa relief.
Francis was a bright pupil. He sat for KCPE exams in 2006 and was the second best pupil in Laisamis district. His parents could not afford to pay his school fees, but well-wishers came to his rescue. He was admitted at St. Paul's Secondary School in Marsabit. In the KCSE exams, he emerged the 11th best student in the school. He was hoping to join university.
Nimekaa nikasumbuka nikaenda kwa CDF. Wakaniambia ni 10,000 tu tutakusaidia. Nikaenda kwa politicians. Hakuna ule hata watu wanadanganya tu, naenda narudi, wakaniambia enda shule tutakutumania. Lakini sikuwa na pesa ya kuanzia kwenda shule.
Born in a community where many families sacrifice their children's education in favor of tending to livestock, the only source of wealth, Francis is among the lucky few who have gone that far in education.
Wale wamesoma mpaka university hata wafikii 10 sasa wapo Laisamis. Wengi wanasoma secondary, wakimaliza wanakuja kutafuta kazi ya askari. Mimi nilikuwa nataka tu nikae niombe Mungu ili nipate sponsorship niende ni join university. Just need to change maisha ya watu wetu.
I'm helpless. I don't have any money to educate my son, yet I'm counting on him to assist the family.
He knows that without a good education, his opportunities in life are limited. He has now resorted to do casual work.
Dream yangu zamani ilikuwa ni kumaliza secondary na kwenda university na kupata kasi bora baadaye. Lakini vile nimekaa makambili kwa nyumbani, hiyo dream sasa ya kasi bora imeendelea. Sasa bora tu nipate kasi. Nilikuwa nafanya tu vibarua hapa kama nilikuwa nasaidia hospitali kupima watoto and nutrition.
Francis is still keeping hope alive. Despite the odds that are against him, he refuses to give up, hoping that someday help will come his way to enable him to realize his dream of joining university and changing his life and that of his community. Rozongoi,
Ladies and
NTV,
gentlemen,
Laisamis.
it's good that Francis is back in school, but he will not be back in school without you and I. And one of the key things I give an opportunity for Kenyans, particularly who have been able to stand on our shoulders and seen the world, it's really to come together and see how do we try to help our people back home. You might have the wealth, but you might not be in a place where you can be able to take that wealth from where you stand. And that's why when we do what we do on a daily basis, travel these countries to be able to come near you and send this message to you, is for you to start reasoning with us so that we can be able to execute this agenda of getting skills to our people. As you're fully aware, the new executive order is out, the first one of 2018, and now we have 3 state departments, which are under the former CS Foreign Affairs. One of the new departments is this one, training and skills. Chamwanda was asking me earlier on, what about when somebody does not get a job? Does he repay help? And we have realized the biggest problem we're having is on this. Beyond their normal education, beyond their university education, what happens at this point? And that's why we are saying the driver to Power Vision 2030 will be particularly on that TVET area, and a lot of work is being done on that. We know now curricula has been reformed under early education, and this is doing very well. Transition is doing well to come to the university level. The next one now is to equip them with skills that can be able to assist them to move forward. So as higher education loses, then what are we doing? We are trying to answer this myth, where using education, we earn finance which we give, and then we create opportunities for our people. Opportunities will not only be created into formal employment, but even getting into some informal kind of arrangement where people can be able to feed for their lives. That is the current staffing level of higher education loads bond. Between contract and permanent, we have about slightly less than 300 people. We serve about 71 universities which are within the country and 5 in East Africa. The president has directed that even the Kenyans in America will start getting funding from higher education loads board. We are starting with Sudan, then we are moving on to India, we are moving on to South Africa. We've not gotten the resources, and that we are bringing a concept we are calling universal funding of higher education. And that way we are trying to build skills. Again, we support 203 TVET colleges. Our policy director is Minister of Education, and these are the funding partners. If you look at this area, we have really expanded it over the last 5 years. Apart from Treasury, we have now all these corporate and development partners who are helping us in terms of unlocking this dream. That's how we have traveled since 2006, disbursing only 1 billion. Look at what we are disbursing today, almost 13 billion. Government giving 7.6 billion. That time government was giving 1 billion. And the student population, 90,000 in 2006. 12 years later, we're looking at, almost 20 years later, we're looking at 700,000 students in various institutions of higher learning. Those are the products that we serve. Undergraduate is the most popular one, where I know 75% of people here yesterday saying they have undertaken that undergraduate one. Postgraduate is another key one. TVET, I'm calling it reloaded because now it is a loan component. We also return back to society through scholarships that we give. We have a lot of funding partners, particularly USAID, who fund us in terms of the nurses program. Nurses, when they want to go to study their nursing program, they come to us and we are able to fund them. To be able to get the money, you must be a Kenyan, whether you are self-sponsored or government-sponsored. For ones in foreign universities, your university must be known by the Commission of University Education. For the ones in TVET, again, your college must be recognized by TVETA. That's how we create the revolving fund, pick money from government, collect from loanees, get other people to fund us, and at the end of the day, we then put it together, lend it, do the administration of that money, recover that money, take it back again to the circular. So that's how we do the aspect of revolving fund. This year in particular, we'll be looking at putting together 13 billion. The year is almost 1 week going, and within that 13 billion, it will be able to fund about 264,000 Kenyans who are going for higher education. I wanted to flash this balance sheet because I've seen the treasurer was flashing the balance sheet earlier on, and I like his analytical skills. He said he is 169 million. And so I just wanted to say that we are just 70 billion, and we are very humble about the 70 billion. So when Simon tells me, we have not seen your check, I said, from this 70 billion, really? We must have a conversation. But this is a powerful balance sheet, and that's what I've said. But it is not as powerful as when you look at countries like the Tigers. I was in Malaysia in February, and Malaysian, help, which is called PTPTN, it is the size of the Kenya economy, 1.7 trillion, Kenya shillings, which is quite big. But one of the lines that is doing very well for us is these partnerships. There are many people who are coming back to give help and say, take another student to school. In fact, Steve, I need to tell you the good news. CLE, Council for Legal Education, has come to us and said, we are doing a lot of Arambis for the students who cannot be able to do the ATP program, the advocate training program. So they have given us 30 million. I'm putting in another 30 million. So the entire 2,000 lawyers who are under KSL will then be funded under this one. So again, those are partnerships we are building, and we want to build meaningful and long-lasting partnerships that are impactful to our people. As per SDG number 17, partnership is a way to go in terms of building these economies. That's how recoveries and loan recoveries has behaved, and the funding of various universities. Now, in terms of the fund performance, we have funded so far about 650,000 graduates, including the 75% of the ones that I saw here. And the state has spent 78 billion. Out of that, 142 of them are still repaying about 22 billion. You will see that the students in school today are about 264,000. They carry about 30 billion. These guys have done us proud. Like the people I know, most of them in this room. Kefa is here, is one of the leaders. I think Ashtiva, you told me you have repaid. Chege told me that I need not to arrest him because he has completed. So he is among these ones. But then I have a problem here. 78,000 of you have not come to pay back. Unfortunately, and they carry about 8 billion. If they give me this money, I will actually release the capitation from government for other purposes like universal health care and all these other things that government is pushing. So it is important for us to see how do we unlock that fund of about 8 billion. And part of it is really to expand the repayment channels. One of the ways to pay now is approach any of the banks. And if you approach the bank, you can be able to repay that money quite easily. If you're on M-Pesa, you can be able to repay there quite easily. If you're on any of these, banks, again, their ATMs can be able to repay quite quickly. We have continued to expand that, and you'll see that e-Citizen is one of them. If you're in the diaspora, for example, you'll see that PalPay, PowerPay, Wave, all of them will hit our account almost instantaneously, and you can then be able to check your account. And another one that we have brought, which looks like it is the one that will change the game, is this one. No. Where is it? Yeah, just down there.
The Higher Education Loans Board has empowered the dreams of more than 645,000 students and dispersed 72 billion Kenya shillings in student loans. We continue to inspire many young Kenyans.
Yeah, there is a way you can pay by bonga point, is the one I was looking for. Rather than you misusing your bonga points, the ones you are saving with Safaricom, now you can use those ones to redeem your loan. I wish I had time we could have shared how we are doing on that area. This is another area that we are doing very well. Remember, in your CV, in your LinkedIn, you actually give us all your credentials. So we are able now to match those credentials, build kind of a blockchain, and see exactly where are you nowadays. And if you are part of the 17,000 I was talking about, then we are able to pick you. Like this is Omwanza. We are trying to map Omwanza, where he is tweeting from, and whether he is part of our debtors loan program. So it's a powerful way. Then we have this diaspora proposition. As you know, the biggest story about our diaspora proposition is, because you are able to remit all this money, how can we be able to work together so that part of it is actually the money, you can be able to repay for help. Remember, we are sharing a lot of data with all these state institutions. In fact, with these two, we are building a blockchain that is helping us do a lot of those recoveries. Now, I've been talking to friends about this area, CIS. Because moving forward, even Saccos like yourselves, you'll not be able to borrow unless you have a good credit score. If you mess your credit score because HELB is the one that has listed you, then it means even from this Sacco, you cannot be able to borrow. And that is part of the transformation that is going in the country. So please help your credit score, because now even in the country, we are building a credit score. In fact, I've become even more disruptive. And I'm saying now, if young ones are marrying, I think they need to show one another HELB compliance certificate. And that is doing quite well. Again, we are doing a lot of prosecution for the old ones who have taken a loan from us and they are not repaying. Diaspora have already said we are trying to connect with the diaspora to be part and parcel of this 210 billion. We want to connect with you emotionally. This story that I'm saying, I want you to say it more than I can be able to say, and that way then we'll be able to recover more. We have been tracking some of our students who are borrowing from us and seeing whether their parents actually borrowed from us. And these are the numbers we have gotten. But look at the parents who have sent their children to borrow from us, but they have not repaid. And we know if the mother never paid, chances are that the daughter will not pay. Because and so we encourage them to continue paying us so that we can be able to fund them. And what we are now launching is this compliance certificate aspect, which has done extremely well in terms of you being able to serve yourself. And for sure, if you go to our website today, you'll be able to actually check whether you are loanee and how much do you owe us, and you can be able to get that. And finally, this is something that the minister has then launched, and I'll request that as my last one, if Treasurer can help me play it. You need to take advantage of this waiver. It's already in your pocket. You'll be able to get it there.
Has empowered the dreams of more than 645,000 students and dispersed 72 billion Kenya shillings in student loans. We continue to inspire many young Kenyans to embrace hope and believe in themselves, and we empower their dreams of accessing higher education. Furthermore, we purpose to enlighten these young Kenyans on financial literacy, specifically focusing on credit worthiness. Being a revolving fund, the HELB loan largely depends on repayments by its beneficiaries, and to that regard, we unrelentingly continue to emphatically call upon all these beneficiaries to pay back their loans in order for other deserving Kenyans to stand the chance of accessing higher education. Since inception to date, about 175,000 beneficiaries have fully repaid their loans amounting to 17 billion Kenya shillings. Another 143,000 beneficiaries are currently paying their loans amounting to 22 billion Kenya shillings, while 264,000 students are holding 29 billion Kenya shillings because their loans have not matured. To that extent, the Higher Education Loans Board is owed a staggering 8.1 billion Kenya shillings in repayments from more than 78,000 HELB loan beneficiaries spread across the globe.
Finally, as an incentive to all past HELB beneficiaries, I hereby grant 100% penalty waiver to all defaulters who must repay their loans in one lump sum between today, the 3rd of May, and the 30th of June, 2018.
They have a few days.
Thank you very much. You have a week to go.
They have a few days.
Let's start the conversation moving. Thank you.
Please give a hand to Mr. Charles Ringera. And I think you know, this is the second time I'm meeting with Mr. Ringera, coming to meet people in the diaspora. And at first instance, I really wondered why. Why would you be coming? Who is going to even come, you know, to listen to you as a debt collector? But as it were, and the goodness of this country, it has taught us to remember where we've come from. You got to give back, you know. We were talking yesterday about schools that have endowment funds that exceed, you know, the whole economy in a country, even including Kenya. So it's important that we give back so that those who are behind can also get a chance to get where we are today. Ama namna gani? Yeah, please give him a hand one more time, Mr. Charles Ringera, and we wish you well. So lipa deni, you have a discount mpaka end of the month. You have a waiver, so please, you know, be mindful of that. All right, next, please allow me to welcome Mr. Alex Chamwada. Chams? No? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Alex, we are being told that we have gone beyond our time and we need to leave the floor as soon as possible. So what we'll do is we are going to give you the opportunity at the dinner so that we can be able to proceed from there. Because I think we have gone way beyond, and Nelson needs to give us the final verdict on the elections. Then we close it up because we don't have any time now left for the room. Thank you.
All right. I was also looking forward to listen to Mr. Mr. Chamwada, Alex Chamwada, but I'm sure we'll listen to him in the course of the evening. So good. Where is my tallying team? I want to read out the tally for the online voting. Mr. Charles Ochonke got 7 votes from the online voting. Mr. Eric Mwangi got 11 votes from. Where's Njuki? The reason I'm calling him is because I want him to tally the online voting with the manual voting, so we close. The voting was just closed a few minutes ago online, so that's why we haven't reconciled both. It will be regular. It's supposed to be Njuki. I don't know where he's gone to. All right. So Nyambura, you'll tally for me. Charles Onchoke, 11. Sorry. Sorry? I'm starting on the manual. Nyambura is doing it. Thank you, Chair. Nyambura is doing it. Mr. Charles Onchoke for the manual votes 7. Sorry. This is online. Sorry, online. Online, Charles Onchoke, 7. Eric Mwangi, 11. David Mwaniki. Sorry, David Wanjiru. It's a writing here that is not very good. David Wanjiru, 10. Online voting. James Sang, 5. Susan Batindi, 8, but it's redundant because that was not important. So the observers were John and, sorry, I didn't get your name, madam, and Winfred. Do you confirm that Charles Onchoke got 6? 7. Okay, 6 plus 1, sorry. 6 plus 1. 1 came in very late. 6 plus 1, 7. Then Eric Mwangi got 11. And David Wanjiru got 10. And then James Sang got 5. And Susan Matindi got 8. All right. Thank you, John Guli, Winfred K, and Fred Njuki for helping us with the tallying. On the manual voting, David Wanjiru got 38 votes. Eric Mwangi got 40 votes. And James Sang got 24 votes. And Charles Onchoke got 16 votes. All right. So for Charles Onchoke, it's 16 plus 7, right? Which translates to what? 23. Eric Mwangi, it's 40 plus 11, which translates to 51. David Wanjiru, 38 plus 10, isn't it? 48. James Sang is 24 plus 5, which translates to 29. Is my tallying correct, Nyambura? 23 for Charles Onchoke. Eric Mwangi, 51. David Wanjiru 48, and James Sang 29. All right. So by elimination, Charles Onchoke is the lowest, isn't it? Are we together? All right. And Eric Mwangi, David Wanjiru, and James Sang have been elected, duly elected, in this annual general meeting on the 23rd of June as board members. I also want to declare Susan Matindi as duly elected to the position of supervisory committee. And I'd like to request Dr. Wagasha to come forward and congratulate the newly appointed board members. Dr. Wagasha, please come forward. Come forward and congratulate. Yes, please come. We're just closing. We're just closing as we're praying. All right, all right, all right. So that is Eric Mwangi. Congratulations. Congratulations, Eric Mwangi. Dr. Agasha, please come. Please come. Yeah, yeah. Congratulations, congratulations, Eric Mwangi, for being appointed to the board. Congratulations, James Sang, for being appointed to the board. Congratulations, Mr. David Wanjiru, for being appointed to the board. With that, I thank you all for your cooperation. May God bless your new board and together with the existing current board. All the manual counted votes will go with me. I'll destroy them. And I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Nelson. I think he has done a phenomenal job, very transparent. The IEBC should consider you in the next commission. Please give him a hand. Give him a hand, Brother Nelson. Thank you very much, and it was very kind of you. Please allow me to just give a vote of thanks to all of you because you're winding up, and Catherine should be coming up. Huh? Right, right. And so we want to thank you. It has been a wonderful day. We want to thank you for your patience, sitting through the whole day. We will have dinner as has been shared before. And for those traveling tomorrow, we wish you traveling masses until we meet again next year in Boston. All right? For those going back home to Kenya, salams to people back at home. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Yeah, something that was forgotten, please. We are going to set up an email for feedback. Online and all the members across the United States and all the members here, we're going to set up an email where you can send some feedback. And we're going to send that email address to you by the end of probably the next 2 days. And you guys can give us feedback because we're getting some feedback now. But we want you guys to give us official feedback on how this AGM went.
I happen to be the one who's keeping the time. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming. I cannot thank you enough. We really love you here in Seattle. You're welcome to come back again. Can we have the AGM back in Seattle next year? Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be Seattle. Okay. With all the love and all the gladness, thank you very much, the delegates, for making it here. We really do appreciate you. Thank you, our members. Thank you, everybody, for coming. We'll give better vote of thanks later, but right now, the hotel is on me. We need to get out of here, and if we could clear in 2 minutes, that would be great. We are going for dinner at the venue given. It's an open venue. It is free. It is free mbuzi. Free choma. Okay. So we're going, those people who don't have transportation, please let's meet at the reception. Thank you very much for coming. Let us pray as we go. Hello? Let us pray as we go, just to give thanks. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we give you thanks, we give you honor, we give you glory. Thank you because of starting with us. Thank you for the many things that you've enabled us to do. And dear Lord, for everything that has been given unto us that we may be able to help us to fulfill, oh God. We speak a blessing for everyone who was here, Lord. We pray for Jenny mercies. We pray for wisdom. We pray for your goodness upon each one of us. Thank you for hearing our prayers this evening, for we pray trusting and believing in Jesus' name. Amen. Could we meet the board members here for 2 minutes? Board members, 2 minutes.
Yes, board members, 2 minutes at the meeting, at the hall where
Board members, 2 minutes at the conference room. Board members, 2 minutes at the conference room.